action that they did was to create the clearer coordination by coming up with a tripartite roadmap upon the visitation of the ILO early this year.
Sige po, so I hope,
Of course, I have
ano,
faith that the present DOLE leadership, I guess even the past, we don't want labor leaders and unionists to be harmed in any way.
Yes.
All of us in this body would agree to that. And so, meron bang na-convict? I'm sure there are cases that have been filed. Now, that's in another branch of government, and we have to also urge them to do a speedy trial and conviction if deemed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. A last question na lang po on labor unionism. What's the state of labor unionism in the Philippines? What's the trend or the pattern that you see? Is it weakening? Is it strengthening, Mr. President?
I have a list of registered organizations for the last 5 years. 2023.
Siguro, Mr. President, if they can just submit the report with charts, sana. Who's studying it? Is ILS also the body which can study this, the trend in labor unionism?
There is a registry of all the unions and registered organizations. It's a Bureau of Labor Relations. Who's the head of our bureau?
That's within DOLE. Oh.
Within DOLE.
Sige,
Yeah,
okay.
the lady is here. Can you kindly submit a report to the minority leader? Ako na rin on ito matrix of registered labor union organizations. I'm sorry?
With some...
Yeah, in some notation, not just numbers, but a description of their advocacy, yes, and if there are cases that have been filed, the status of cases filed against union leaders, yeah.
Ang labor unions kasi, Mr. President, actually, positive nga yan. Hindi dapat negative yan. Hindi dapat kinakatakutan yan. That should be encouraged to be formed. Actually, their role is actually to be a vehicle for employees or labor's concerns so that we can better achieve this industrial peace that we are all after. So, can I hear from the DOLE what is the specific role or value of a labor union from the point of view of the Department of Labor and Employment?
It's to bring forth the status or the needs of the welfare of our workers, Mr. President, very clearly.
Okay. Strength in numbers, and that will be their vehicle to voice out their concerns. So that's why dapat palakasin po natin ang formation of labor unions and rather than discouraging it. So I want to see the figures. Gusto ko makita yung trends sa numbers. Not only in the number of union members, but maybe the membership and then the number of establishments with labor unions, Mr. President. Huwag natin sila katakutan. We should encourage them, and we can better achieve the industrial peace and harmony that we are all after, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We take note of that. And of course, we are always after the welfare of our workers, for after all, they are the machine that runs our economy, right? So kailangan natin alagaan ang ating human capital, our human resource.
Yes, they are the creative,
Social,
human
economic force.
beings, creative and productive, yes, running
Yes.
our economy. Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the patience of the DOLE family. Except TESDA. TESDA is not here before us now. So, and of course, our sponsor for her patience and her very direct responses, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, our minority leader, majority leader.
Mr. President, we now recognize Senator Ontiveros to interpolate the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment and its agencies.
Our deputy minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Ano?
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor, I just have a few questions, or I just have a few topics, if the good sponsor would allow. First of all, thank you, good sponsor. Before those topics, I would just like to join with the expression of the Minority Leader supporting the principle of security of tenure, and really would encourage the DOLE to even more proactively contribute to affirming it and expressing it in 2023 terms, alang-alang po sa ating mga manggagawang Pilipino. For my first topic, good sponsor, Mr. President, on promoting and maintaining industrial peace, which the Minority Leader also just mentioned. I'd like to ask about some labor cases for which labor unions and organizations have requested my office's assistance. Pero bago po nun, maaari po bang malaman ang monitoring ng DOLE pagdating sa mga unfair labor practices at violations of workers' rights at violations din ng labor code?
Yes. Well, Mr. President, thank you for that question. When it comes to labor standards, they do it by inspection, right? And if it's unfair labor practices, they depend on the complaints. So complaints must be waged, must be filed, right? Yes. So unfair labor practices or violation of labor standards, which includes wages.
Thank you, good sponsor. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first term. They do the monitoring by profession? Was that the word?
Pag ano po, pag yung may complaint ay pag when it's wage based, they do it by inspection and investigation.
Okay.
If it's unfair labor practices,
It's complaint based.
it is based on the complaints, and they will do an investigation and conciliation and mediation.
All right. Maraming salamat, good sponsor. So, kumbaga, may iba't ibang triggers para umaksyon ang DOLE. So, for some, the trigger may be inspection leading to investigation. So, mas proactive, pwedeng motu proprio na monitoring. Samantala, sa ibang klaseng mga alleged violations, kailangan complaint nung nagsasabing nilabag yung karapatan nila ang magti-trigger at papunta din sa investigasyon at maaring magbunga sa conciliation or mediation efforts. Of course, alam din po natin na kapag regular at proactive yung monitoring, baka dumami yung mga kaso na pwedeng motu proprio umaksyon ang DOLE on behalf of the laborers. Ganon din po, good sponsor, sa mga pagawaan at mga kumpanya na hindi nagbabayad ng social welfare benefits tulad ng SSS, Pag-ibig at PhilHealth premiums ng kanilang mga empleyado. Ano din po ba ang monitoring ng DOLE tungkol dito?
Inspections, Mr. President, and they can do it, the DOLE can do it, motu proprio, but inspections are also done, and then they recommend it to the agencies, let's say Pag-ibig or SSS, sa private sector. Yeah.
Salamat, good sponsor. Maganda po yun, no, na ang DOLE nagbibigay din ng rekomendasyon, hindi lamang sa pamamagitan ng kanilang attached agencies, pero pati doon sa mga pension institutions at saka universal healthcare institutions natin na namamahala sa ganitong mga benepisyo ng ating mga manggagawa. Ano naman po, good sponsor, yung update sa status ng numbers, status ng mga numeron in relation, kaugnay sa monitoring ng DOLE sa ULP cases? Tumataas po ba o dumadami ba yung mga unfair labor practices at ganitong mga violations?
Who monitors it?
Tinatanong namin kung dumadami o
Dumadami ba? Kumukonti?
sagot, dumadami. Konti.
Dumadami, kumukonti? Unfair labor practices ng mga kaso. Bumaba. Okay. Okay. This is based on the National Labor Relations Commission as of July 2023, wala?
As of 5
Really?
years po. 5 years po.
Yes.
Yes.
Received cases in 2022, 140, in 2021, 208, so it went down. And as of July 2023, zero?
Wala pa. Yes po.
Wala pa. So, that's good. These are the received cases, Mr. President. So we can say that it went down because from 208, it was, 2022 was 140, and as of July, so mid-year, 0 cases received
Of that nature.
of that nature in the NLRC.
NCMP po meron din.
The same trend, almost the same difference of, let's say, 5, less than 10%.
National Conciliation.
In the Conciliation and Mediation Board, which I mentioned earlier, the trend is also, there's also a downtrend, Mr. President. So that's good. That means people are complying, right? More or less. Or they just don't report, or whatever, basta, they're complying, yeah.
Salamat, good sponsor.
Or there's no violation,
It would be something to be celebrated kung pwede nating masiguro na kumbaga 100% yung monitoring at 100% din yung kakayahan ng mga manggagawa to file complaints when complaints are actually called for. Kaya rin yung unang tanong ko sa DOLE ay tungkol sa monitoring at yung motu proprio na pagkilos ng ating departamento alang-alang sa mga manggagawa. Particular po halimbawa sa Holcim Cement sa Davao. Maaari ba tayo makapagbigay ng agarang resolusyon pabor sa mga manggagawa, lalo na kung meron namang matibay na basehan para sa unfair labor practice cases?
What happened to the Holcim case?
Settled na po siya.
It's been settled?
It's a bargaining deadlock issue, but the same is settled. The CBA was signed last November 13. Settled na po siya.
So, based on the DOLE, Mr. President, the Holcim Philippines Davao issue has been resolved as of just last month,
So, October 20,
October, yes.
the CBA was signed November 13.
Pirmahan na ng CBA.
There was a CBA that was signed,
November 13.
November 13 lang.
oh, just recently,
Just
just
recently.
yesterday.
Yes, that
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Yes, Monday. There was a collective bargaining agreement that was signed just last Monday. So
Salamat.
hopefully it would lead to industrial peace.
Salamat, good sponsor. At dun sa update tungkol sa pagpirma ng CBA, kasi itatanong kung nga po sana, kung sinasabi ng departamento na settled or resolved yung kaso, paano po ito na settle or resolved? Halimbawa, ano po bang mga naging issue na resolution na po sa CBA? Meron po bang major features ng CBA na tumutugon tumutugon dun sa mga isyung ni-raise ng mga manggagawa ng Holcim?
It's religious po,
Dahil sa pagkakaalam ko po, unfair labor practices po yung naging issue nila.
Senator. Yung pong unfair labor
Yeah, let me just read this, no? Sa kaso ng Holcim Philippines, nagsumite ng notice of strike ang Davao Holcim Workers Union noong Agosto 25 dahil sa bargaining deadlock at unfair labor practice. Kabilang ang pakikialam umano ng HPI sa internal na usapin ng union at pagbawas ng benepisyo. Sa kabilang banda, nagsumiti rin ng notice of lockout ang HPI noong Setyembre 20. Inakusahan ng HPI ang what is DAHEWU? Davao Holcim. Okay. Ng bargaining in bad faith at patuloy pagpumilit at mapanatili ng kasalukuyang retirement plan. Anyway, so it's been solved. At matapos sa 14 na mediation conference noong Oktubre 20, nagkasundo ang partido sa mga sumusunod na terms ng bagong CBA. 1,200 pagtaas ng sahod sa Abril 2023 at 24, pagbigay ng overtime meal allowance at uniforme, 12,000 gratuity pay, pag-refer ng usapin sa retirement plan, sa grievance machinery sa planta, at ang retroactivity ng CBA na tinakda noong Abril of this year. Nagkasundo rin ang HPI at Daewoo na i-drop na ang NS at NL, panatilihin ang mga kasalukuyang probisyon ng CBA hinggil sa iba pang mga usapin kung saan may deadlock. So, tinatayang umabot sa halagang 9.1 million ang nagkasundo ang package ng CBA. So, yes, so that's like a timeline of their talks.
Maraming salamat para sa update na yon, good sponsor, Mr. President. Lalo na dahil dinetalye po yung ilan sa mga issue na ni-raise ng Union, kung bakit din sila nag-issue noon ng notice of strike. At mabuti po na yung iba pang mga issue na hindi pa naresolba sa loob ng kasalukuyang CBA, mukhang may intensyon na patuloy na mag-engage yung dalawang partido dito at papunta sana din sa resolution. Mabuti rin po na may reference sa retroactivity nung ilan sa mga napagkasunduan dito sa CBA. Kung maaari, good sponsor, makahingi ng kopya nung CBA para sa patuloy naming pag-follow up at pakikipagsuporta sa Union. And well noted po yung binanggit din ng good sponsor na ida-drop yung earlier notices both of strike and of lockout.
Yes, Ms. Tess Cancio of the Conciliation and Mediation Board will give Your Honor a comprehensive report on the collective bargaining agreement reached between the union and Holcim Group.
Maraming
Thank you.
salamat, good sponsor, at kay Ms. Cancio din, at aasahan ko po yun. Sunod naman po, good sponsor, on the right to self-organization and collective bargaining. Maaari po bang malaman yung data sa mga labor unions and organizations? Nadagdagan po ba ang mga organized labor unions sa naitanong din po ng minority leader? At ano ang ginagawa ng DOLE para maipromote at masuportahan ang mga manggagawa ukol dito sa kanilang karapatan?
Can we just submit the report? The good lady, minority leader, is asking for the list of all the unions and the right to self-organization and collective bargaining, and what DOLE is doing to assist them.
Good sponsor, what DOLE is doing to promote and support their right to organize and to engage in CBA.
Okay, initially, Mr. President, I know that there's a memorandum, a MOA, that was inked between and among the DOLE, the UP College of Law, and the UP Law Center ay nagalayong magpatupad ng mga cooperative programs at initiatives para matulungan ang mga manggagawa na maunawaan at maisakatuparan ang kanilang mga karapatan. Ito ay may mga bahagi gaya ng workers and employees program, training sa mga paralegals, at marami yan. May mga layunin, mga saklaw, kahalagahan, meron din legal representation at assistance. Mahaba po ito. So, hingin ko po sa DOLE, magsumite ng kanilang programa, and I would say that this is a good move to partner with the UP Law Center, College of Law, so that we can have more brains together on how to help. So, the paralegal training for the workers and employees program and legal representation and assistance, that's a good initiative. Are there any more?
I agree, good sponsor, at salamat po para doon. Sana sa datos na isusumite ng DOLE tungkol sa bilang ng mga labor unions at organizations, isama na po yung obserbasyon nila kung nadadagdagan po ba ang mga ito, o kung tulad sa obserbasyon ng marami ay lalo pang nababawasan yung kakaunti na nga sa ngayon. At ilan po sa kasalukuyan ang mga merong kaso ng illegal termination of union officers and members dahil sila ay sumali o nagtayo ng union?
Would you have that?
Allegation lagi.
Allegations on...
Would you have that?
Mas usually po kasi pag nag-file ng complaint sa lagi may allegations
Yeah.
in most cases. Pwedeng may award on money claims but no findings of freedom. Allegations lang po.
Well, the DOLE, Mr. President, has received complaints, allegations of unfair labor practices. And they can give you a list. They have a list of all those. Ang dami.
Siguro po we can give them a list but karamihan na nadidismiss wala.
We'll give them the list of allegations of unfair labor practices. I cannot categorically say that they are accurate or not. These are allegations, and it is investigated internally, right?
No, complaints po.
Complaints are filed,
And
then the National Conciliation Mediation Board would investigate, as well as the National Labor, the two boards, the NCMP and the NLRC would look into it. There are pending cases, right? 5 cases, allegations.
Thank you.
Due process is
Sponsor.
given to both. That was also the request of the minority leader. Could I answer by saying that both the NLRC and the NCMP would submit to the body the list of complaints and allegations?
Salamat, good sponsor. Bukod dun sa list of complaints and allegations or sa loob nun, yung bilang din po nung mga illegally terminate na union officers and members dahil lang sumali sila sa union or nagtayo ng union. Kung may datos ng ganon ang DOLE.
Meron. Yes, they will come up with that. They don't have it right now, yes, but we will provide.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you.
Opo. Kasi ang premise ko po ay kapag may ganong reklamo o aligasyon ang manggagawa o ang union ay may kahit 1% na bias ang DOLE na may katotohanan dito. Kasi ang bawat sektor naman, halimbawa sa loob ng cabinet ng gobyerno, ay mayroong primary constituency na china-champion. At para po sa ating mga manggagawa, walang iba yun, kundi ang DOLE. Actually, naibahagi ko na po ito sa Good Secretary nung kanilang confirmation hearing. Kumbaga, hayaan na natin halimbawa ang DTI na pangunahing mag-champion sa management, pero ang DOLE pangunahing mag-champion sa labor. Anyway, sa cabinet ay kumbaga nagko-contest sila para sa in terms of programs, and then sa atin naman dito sa Kongreso in terms of policy, paano pwedeng i-uphold yung karapatan, of course, ng lahat, pati sa due process na sinabi ng good sponsor, pero sa mga problema ng labor, inaasahan po nila na ang pangunahing magcha-champion sa kanila ay walang iba kundi ang DOLE. So salamat good sponsor para dun sa datos na ibibigay ng DOLE kaugnay nitong recent na tanong ko.
Thank you.
Salamat po. Isang konkretong halimbawa dito, yung kumpanya ng Dongguan Clark Corporation of Sun Valley Group of Companies sa Clark, Pampanga, kung saan ay tinanggal nga ang mga officers ng nasabing union. Maari ba nating mabigyan ng assistance na mapabilis ang settlement of cases pabor sa mga manggagawa? Kasi hindi naman po dapat nagiging dahilan ng pagkawalan ng trabaho dahil sa sila ay nag-organize ng union at nag-exercise ng kanilang karapatan.
Thank you. Is Your Honor referring to the Dongguan Clark?
Yes, good
Yes,
sponsor.
in Clark Freeport Zone. Yes, I believe that there was a case filed in 2020, July, and they withdrew the case on August of that year, and it was learned that the union and management settled amicably all issues.
Mari po
And
bang-
the details of the settlement were not divulged because it was an internal settlement within the corporation.
Salamat, good sponsor. naunahan na yung follow-up statement ko sana o hiling dun sa sinabing yung amicable settlement ay nanatiling internal ang detalye. Pero nag-ripen na siya sa isang kaso nung Hulyo 2020. So I suppose that means tinake cognizance of na ng DOLE. In fact, nasa kanila ang detalye nung
Yes, the case was
kaso.
withdrawn in August of 2020. And then they talked about it. I think we all look forward to peace and mediation and conciliation. We don't like long, prolonged cases because it's tiring and expensive for both, right? Including the workers. So we hope that the workers were happy with the decisions made, but I am told that the case was withdrawn in that year.
Well, if the case was withdrawn, good sponsor, in theory, in principle, karapatan yun ng union kung i-withdraw nila. Pero yun na nga po, the fact na it ripened into a case, ibig pong sabihin yung mga prior na proseso sa pagitan ng union at ng management ay hindi nagbunga ng acceptable o mutually acceptable resolution, kaya po umabot sa paghain ng kaso. Baka nga ito isa sa mga sitwasyon na kahit may sinasabing confidentiality, na baka mas pwede pa ngang mag-exercise, gumamit ng motu proprio powers or mandate or responsibility ang DOLE. Alamin kung talaga bang maayos yung naging kasunduan. Yes, we are for peace, we are for industrial peace, and it must be a peace with justice. Hindi yung peace na isang panig lamang ay masaya at yung isang panig ay hindi natin alam kasi nga confidential di umano. Ayaw natin sa masyadong maraming confidential these days. Confidential yung detalye, baka kung ako nagtatrabaho sa DOLE, sa ilalim ng ating good secretary, baka sa ganyang mga sitwasyon, mas gugustuhin ko pang malaman yung detalye para siguruhin na naging may hustisya sa parehong panig yung kasunduan, because that's the only kind of a just resolution that will lead to a real and lasting peace.
Mr. President, sang-ayon po tayo na ang hangarin natin lahat ay magkaroon ng hustisya, lalo na para sa ating mga manggagawa. Natutuwa naman tayo na nagkaroon ng kaayusan internally sa kanilang kumpanya. At we always assume na nagkaayusan po sila ay nabigay ang kagustuhan. Bagamat gusto po ng DOLE malaman lahat ng mga pinag-usapan, pinagkasundoan po nila, ay kailangan din po natin balansihin po ang role ng gobyerno at ang respetuhin ang pribadong sektor, kasi po kung ang gobyerno po ay paghihimasukan lahat na lang po ng usaping pribado ng pribadong sektor, baka naman po ma-misconstrue ng mga investors, ng negosyo, lahat po yan. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na hindi po nakikialam ang DOLE at walang pakialam ang DOLE sa hangari magkaroon ng hustisya para sa ating mga manggagawa. Kaya ng sinabi ko po ay merong final na kaso, winidraw po yung kaso. So, ang magagawa lang po ng DOLE, I am told, ay mag-monitor po at hindi yatang maaring maghimasok kaagad. Subaybayan, pero hindi pwedeng maghimasok. I'm not sure if you have the right to compel them to divulge. No, we cannot. Yes.
Salamat, good sponsor.
I could easily answer you by saying, yes, we'll do it, but I have to be careful as well, because we're going on record now. And if we say that government can compel any private company or investors, big or small, then we would probably be violating also, and it would be overreaching our duty, right? So it's a balancing act. But you are monitoring all cases where there are, as best as you can.
Meron pong mga potential na we'd like to look to monitor also.
Yes. Okay.
Salamat, good sponsor. Dun sa usapin ng sinasabi nating balanse, igigiit ko pa rin po na yung balanse, baka hindi yan yung unang hinahanap natin. Kasi may pinakamataas naman na level dun sa cabinet. Pero yung sa level ng bawat departamento, bilang mamamayan at bilang mambabatas rin, ina-expect ko na ang bawat departamento, isipin nila na may second level pa naman kung saan maghahanap ng balanse dun sa strongest positioning ng bawat isa nila, bawat departamento. And kung dadami yung mga instances, dahil mayroon na, kung dadami palalo yung mga instances na talagang ang DOLE ay itataguyod yung karapatan ng manggagawa at not second thought, pero second moment na nila yung balanse kasi may cabinet pa naman, nandun pa yung Office of the President, lalo kung susuportahan yung DOLE dyan at ang secretary. Kaya ko mayat-maya sinasabi na ang inaasahan po ng manggagawa, ang DOLE, ang pangunahing magcha-champion sa kanila,
syempre.
in the same way
Yes.
na ang management ay pwedeng asahan na ang DTI ay pangunahing magcha-champion
Yes.
sa kanila. And in particular, in this case, good sponsor, relevant ito dahil pagkatapos nga ng nagkaroon ng amicable settlement na sinasabi, confidential pa yung mga detalye nito, ang
Pwede
isang
kayo
bagong
mag-request
development
ng
ay ang management ay nag-file ng petition para ikansela ang registration ng Union ngayong September 2023 lamang. So parang hindi yan act in good faith, mula sa management patungo sa Union. Hindi yan nagmumukhang gagawin ng isang panig sa kabilang panig pagkatapos nila magkaroon ng amicable settlement. It doesn't look so amicable kapag yung one party ay magfa-file sila ng petition para mawala na sa existence yung kabilang panig. Na muli, isang sitwasyon na hindi ko alam kung naghihintay din ng Union ng aksyon mula sa DOLE.
Okay.
Ang konti na nga good sponsor ng mga Union sa ngayon, kumukonte pa nga sa pagkaalam namin. Tas ngayon, may isang management magfa-file ng petition to cancel registration ng isa pang Union.
We take note of your concerns, and of course, let me just put on record that the DOLE must, and they do, champion the welfare of our workers. As I said earlier, sila po ang ating engine of social and economic governance and development. Pag sila po hindi tratuhin ng tama at kakulangan ng benepisyo ng pribado or ng pamahalaan din na sektor, ay hindi po aandar ang ating ekonomiya. And so I am one with you in thinking and in making DOLE confirm that, of course, they should not renege on their commitment to champion the welfare of the Filipino workers. So yes, the good secretary has been in DOLE for quite a while, spanning 2 administrations. I'm sure deep in his heart and soul, as well as a competent women and men in the attached agencies and the corporation, they of course care for the welfare of the Filipino workers. And all they're saying is that while a case has been resolved internally, they simply will monitor but may not be able to intervene. But the secretary has even mentioned to me, if you like to look more into this case, he is willing to see you in your office to
Thank you,
discuss
good
this
sponsor,
case,
and to the good
in
secretary.
particular in Clark, and help satisfy your questions regarding this case, because it is one of many, many thousands of cases. He may not have the information as of now into this specific company in Clark Freeport Zone. But generally speaking, of course, we all champion the workers' welfare. Of course, we respect every union body's, union organization's right to represent our workers, and that's important. Of course, all the cases filed must proceed effectively, judiciously, as quick as possible to give justice to our labor sector. With regard to that case, however, the Secretary himself will clarify issues with you to the best of his ability, but we do not have a copy of the collective bargaining agreement on that Dongwang Corporation in Clark Freeport Zone.
Thank you, good sponsor, and I look forward to that talk with the good secretary. Salamat po para doon. Ang huling paksa ko po, good sponsor, on tripartism. Pwede po bang malaman ang nakalaang budget para sa pagpapalakas ng NTIPC monitoring body?
You're asking, I'm sorry, Mr. President,
Yes,
for
it's
the
all right,
budget?
good sponsor. Yes po. Ano
The
po yung
tripartite and social dialogue. Is that?
budget
Yes.
para sa pagpapalakas opo ng NTIPC monitoring body?
That's the mechanism po.
Yes.
We do tripartite.
And the budget allocated for that program would be 19 million. That's
19
in
million.
our GAB, right?
Thank you, good sponsor.
19 million.
At kaugnay din po ng mga naunang tanong tungkol sa right to self-organization, meron po kasing recommendation ang mga labor centers na magkaroon ng sariling staff at personnel para ang monitoring body, ito nga pong NTIPC, ay makapag-establish po sila ng tripartite validation teams at the regional level at para din sa trainings and capacity building ng said program. Ito po ay isang rekomendasyon halimbawa ng Nagkaisa Labor Center. Sasapat na po ba yung 19 million para sa ganitong
Budgets,
sariling staff?
Mr.
at
President,
personnel?
budgets are never sufficient.
Opo, good sponsor.
Ang proposed na karagdagang budget para sa tripartism ay gagamitin para mapalakas sa mga monitoring mechanisms at makapagsagawa ng mga capacity building activities, hindi lamang para sa manggagawa at employers, ngunit maging sa hanay ng gobyerno at ng uniform personnel. So may mga rekomendasyon dito, marami, ang dami nito. Okay. So, it's never enough. Ang DOLE po ay nagsimula na rin na tuparin ang mga commitments sa ilalim ng nasabing roadmap upang palakasin ang tripartite monitoring bodies at ang ugnayan sa pagitan ng mga kaukulang ahensya. May mga ginawa sila gaya ng pagtatag sa pagganap ng pangkalahatang pangasiwa at monitoring ng Convention 87, kaugnayang issue ang papel ng mga regional directors na tinulungan ng mga arbiters sa mga reyon sa pagbibigay ng tulong, koordinasyon at monitoring ay pinalakas din. Nagsagawa ng capacity building para sa tauhan ng DOLE na bahagi ng regional tripartite monitoring bodies sa iba't ibang region kasama ang Cordillera, Region 2 at 3. Bakit kaya yun lang? Anyway, tinalakay at saklaw, mahaba po eh. So, we can give you a full report
Thank you,
on
good
the
sponsor.
Tripartite Advisory Council, but regarding your question if 19 million, I am certain it's not enough.
Thank you, good sponsor.
But the minority leader has a right to amend. So perhaps we could also study it if they can give a proposal as long as they can obligate it and utilize it. I would be happy to support your amendment to improve tripartism.
Thank you, good sponsor. I'll get back to the Nagkaisa Labor Center kung meron silang particular proposal din and be glad to work with a good sponsor
Saan po yung
on this
Nagkaisa?
moving forward. Good sponsor?
Saan po yung nagkaisa?
Isa po siyang national
Saan?
labor center.
National.
Yes po.
They're
All-
represented
nationwide.
regionally.
Labor Alliance po, national.
Yes.
Opo,
Yes.
nakikipag-ugnay din po sila kina SEC sa Good Secretary. And sa huli, Good Sponsor, we appreciate the efforts of Secretary Laguesma in receiving the ILO high-level mission na binanggit din ng Minority Leader early this year. However, there is a concern about the labor representatives in the NTIPC with regard to the roadmap na binanggit na rin ng good sponsor. The roadmap for freedom of association that was submitted to the ILO early September. This is important to end trade union repression that may affect even our trade relations with the EU and the US, which currently put a premium on labor rights.
What is the question? Did you present a roadmap?
So ano tanong kay manifestation mo? Okay. So at the moment, good sponsor, this is just a manifestation
Okay.
on the
Very
part
clear.
of this
Yes.
representation. Pero
Yes.
dahil itong ILO high-level mission
dear.
ay pinakamahalagang recent or isa sa pinakamahalagang recent development,
Yes, dear.
dahil itong ILO high-level mission ay isa sa pinakamahalagang recent development at mahalaga din po yung roadmap for freedom of association, patuloy ko na lang pong i-follow up yung implementasyon nito kasama ng good sponsor at kay Secretary din. So maraming salamat po, good sponsor at sa Dole family. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the interventions and suggestions of the good Deputy Minority Leader. As I always say, both the minority and the Deputy Minority have always been giving us wizened and enlightened suggestions. Thank you. May I go to
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Si Cheese, magtanong ka.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Sige na, pagkatapos na. 1 minute.
Session suspended.
President, we now recognize Senator Escudero for a brief manifestation.
Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Leader. This is not really a manifestation, but rather a suggestion at the proper time during the period of amendments, if the distinguished sponsor will accept the suggestion from this representation. This pertains to the TUPAD program of DOLE, Mr. President, Your Honor. When I was governor, Mr. President, Your Honor, the province had a similar program to TUPAD, but without the restrictions after we were hit by a calamity, specifically a typhoon. It served us well in the sense that we were not giving dole-outs to our constituents, but giving them, essentially, it was called at that time, food for work, or very similar to the PAD program, until these people were able to recover from the effects of the typhoon. But the deal was for them not to clean and repair their own house, but to clean and repair the house of their neighbor, and they can do it among themselves. This enabled our affected barangays at that time in Sorsogon to recover from the typhoon and calamity with their heads held up high and without really depending on dole-outs and asking for help without giving anything in return. So may I suggest, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that we either suggest to DOLE to amend the guidelines of TUPAD or include in the special provision the changes to expand the coverage of TUPAD as follows. Number one, it can be for more than 90 days, and it can include the same person more than once in a calendar year if it is for the purpose of helping them recover from a calamity, a pandemic, or a tragedy. Perhaps the distinguished sponsor would also join me in expanding it further to include wasted and severely wasted children's parents or siblings. Again, by way of example, in the province of Sorsogon, when I was governor, we included a comprehensive program to include giving work and compensation to the parents of severely wasted and wasted children, which will last for at least 180 days, as the good sponsor would know, at a minimum, and not simply 90 days. So may we ask that the guidelines of DOLE on the TUPAD program be tweaked along these lines. And as a final point, Mr. President, Your Honor, may we suggest at the proper time that we carve out from the calamity fund of the President an amount as a QRF fund for the DOLE, similar to what I mentioned, using TUPAD to help areas affected by calamities to recover.
Very good ideas. I accept all.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The point I'm driving at is...
Just to summarize, the special provision as stated for the implementation of TUPAD, we accept and I agree, and I've been discussing that with them, but you're able to say it so brilliantly. Second, carving out in the Office of the President, it's not under me, it would be the subcommittee chair of OP, so that the DOLE, which has no QRF as of now, deserves a QRF. So I believe that the process would be the subcommittee chair and with the concurrence of the chair of the Committee on Finance, if they could get from the OP QRF budget on NDREAM. Are you referring to, not to the confidential and
the calamity fund,
funds, to
Madam Sponsor,
calamity fund
of the President.
So that a dedicated amount can be allocated for DOLE QRF.
May I
agree,
suggest
Mr. President.
500
Yes.
million, Madam President? I don't think the President will complain nor object because the Secretary at the end of the day is his alter ego.
Yes.
The Secretary will not do anything unless the President tells him to do so or accedes to it or agrees to
From
it.
the NDREAM.
NDREAM fund then.
Yes. The former chair of the Committee on Finance has brilliant ideas, and I agree to both. We just have to go through the process and also, of course, ask the chair of the OP budget, Senator Angara, the chair of the Committee on Finance, but that would mean the NDREAM just earmarking for the QRF of DOLE. We will go through the process, and regarding the expansion and tweaking, so to speak, of the TUPAD guidelines, I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Just to cite for the record the reason, if we put a lump sum amount for TUPAD in the DOLE budget, I'm sure it will attract the attention of a lot of legislators. But if we put it in the QRF fund, in order to address basic needs during times of calamities, pandemics, or certain needs in connection with health and nutrition, then the DOLE would have complete supervision and discretion in regard to the utilization of those funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. President. That would be an earmarking under the NDREAM fund dedicated as QRF for DOLE.
Thank you, Senator Escudero.
May we
Majority
request you
Leader.
to submit your
Yeah,
special
Mr.
provision
President,
to
just
the
to
25th
intervene and just to
Galing! Tama ka.
I'll ask some questions, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, just to intervene, and I was, it caught my attention, Mr. President, when the gentleman from Sorsogon made his suggestion, and I'm not objecting to it. In fact, Mr. President, this representation filed a bill in the Senate, Senate Bill number 132, and that is basically the essence of the bill of this representation, to strengthen and expand the scope of TUPAD, considering that UNESCO itself, Mr. President, commended the Department of Labor and Employment for this particular program. And we are all aware of how it helps our countrymen, especially those marginalized sectors of our society, including those who are having problems getting jobs, etc., Mr. President. So I hope that this will also remind our colleagues here in the Senate to support the bill that we filed, Senate Bill 132, and it will not only expand the duration of temporary or emergency employment program of the government. There is also a opportunity there, Mr. President, to be trained by TESDA, to have a community-based training program that will allow the beneficiary not only to be trained but also to be assessed and certified by TESDA. Therefore, at the end of the day, we'll be seeing beneficiaries not just having a emergency employment program, but also landing jobs as well, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope that the distinguished sponsor will support this representation.
That's a very good idea. I'd like to request to be co-author of the measure, but moving forward, perhaps the good majority leader can give us a special provision which we will consider to put in the GA of 2024, of course with the approval of the chair, so that while that is not yet enacted into law, they can already do the convergence. Because
Yes, Mr. President, we will work on it together with the gentleman from Sorsogon who actually thought of it as part of our General Appropriations Act provision.
yes,
Mr. President. Thank
as you know, the GA is the biggest piece of legislation,
Yes.
and while your
Thank you.
bill, which is noteworthy, is not yet enacted into law, I would accept, because it's very good to do that, a special provision so that there's conversion between the TESDA and DOLE TUPAD programs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, good afternoon. I would like to put in record as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Labor, I am fully supporting 100% the budget for 2024 for the Department of Labor and Employment. Ibig sabihin, walang kaduda-duda, full-out support po ako. Okay ba,
Maraming
Madam Sponsor?
salamat po, Mr. President,
However-
sa chair ng committee ng Department of Migrant Workers. At alam ko po na sa puso niya ay talagang nagbibigay ng proteksyon sa ating mga manggagawa. At inaantabayanan ko po ang kanyang mga katanungan na sigurado akong makakatulong para pang mapaganda palalo ang budget ng DOLE.
Tama po kayo dyan, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. I've said it so many times, but I'll say it again anyway. Ito po yung sinasabi ko he was less in life, should have more in law. Ibig sabihin, yung mga maliliit at kapuspalat na yung mga kababayan, sila dapat magkaroon ng mas malawak na proteksyon sa ating batas. At sino po itong mga kapuspalat na mga kababayan? Sila po yung mga below minimum wage at hindi nakatanggap ng sapat na sweldo mula sa kanilang mga employer. At kapag sila po ay nagsampa ng reklamo, nababaliktad pa sila karamihan. And there are times na sila po ay nananalo, pero paper victory lamang ang nangyari at hindi lang natatanggap yung kanilang panalo. So, having said that, ang question ko ngayon para sa mga taga-Dole, ano pong polisiya you have put in place to ensure na wala na pong mga manggagawa na makakatanggap ng below sa minimum wage? Kasi batas po natin yan.
Yeah.
And yet, every day, even while we speak, doon po sa Action Center ko, sa TV5, meron pong mga nakapila doon dahil hindi po binibigay yung kanilang tamang pasweldo at benepisyo. Ibig sabihin, meron po tayong minimum wage, below minimum po ang binibigay sa kanila. Karamihan po sila mga factory workers, sila po yung mga security guards, sila po yung mga bodegero, sila po yung palaging naapi. So, meron ho ba tayong pulisya na para matigil na po ito at maging patas na po ang batas?
Alam po natin na kailangan tagala pinapatupad ang ating minimum wage. Ang ginagawa po ng DOLE ay by inspection. Alam naman po natin na hindi kaya naman inspeksyonin lahat sa buong bansa. So ako po ay magpapakatotoo na meron po silang graph dito ng mga na-inspect po nila mula Enero hanggang Oktubre ngayong taon na ito sa NCR sa lahat ng regions. Meron po silang target, meron silang accomplishment, at meron silang na-inspect at may technical and advisory visit. Yun po ang ginagawa nila, labor inspection and technical and advisory visit. Lahat po naman ay dapat sumusunod ng ating mga batas. Alam natin, ang minimum wage nga ay dapat taasan pa nga, pero hindi pa na napapatupad yun. In the meantime, all they can do and what they're doing is inspection and technical and advisory visits. At meron po silang, mahaba po ito, we can give you a copy of the targets per region and their accomplishments per region.
Kahanga-hanga po yan, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, yung sinasabi niyo may target sila. Pero ang tanong ko, dun sa target nila, meron na hubang nasampulan para naman madala at it will serve as warning to some people there na hindi talaga nabibigyan ng minimum wage. Ito pong ibig sabihin to mga employer. Meron na hubang nakulong at pwede hubang makita yung numero ng mga nakulong o nakasuhan man lang?
Meron po silang mga nakita na hindi nagko-comply, so mag-i-issue po sila ng compliance order. Admittedly, walang nakukulong.
Dapat po may
Wala
makulong.
pa.
Wala pa. Dapat po may makulong.
Ayon po sa kanila, no?
Dapat may makulong. Dahil kapag walang nakulong na mga employer, dapat may makulong na taga-Dole. Dahil hindi na ginagawa ang kanilang trabaho.
Kala ko ba ay kayo tutulong sa budget?
Tutulong sa budget. Pero it doesn't mean na tutulong sa budget tapos maging tamad na sila.
Hindi naman po.
I'll give them the budget that they
To be fair
ask,
to
they
them.
require.
Yes.
I'll give it to them full support. Pero kapalit niyan, gawin nilang trabaho nila para
Sure.
sa mga maliit nating kababayan.
Opo. Sinabi ko po, ang kanilang ginagawa ay visits and compliance visits, nagbibigay ng abiso. Sabi nga nila, may mga hindi nagko-comply, so may compliance orders kayong ginagawa, but they were very honest to say, sa kaalaman nila, wala pang nakukulong.
Wala pa nakulong. Kaya nga po sana, pwede ho ba ako mag-request na sana po may makulong para may sampulan. So yung mga pong mga sabi niya mo, Madam President, Madam Sponsor, na call attention na pwede bang bigyan niyo ako ng kopya para ako na po magpa-follow up to make sure na talaga matutuluyan yung mga kumpanyang yun at makasuhan. Kasi hanggat wala po nakasuhan, ang tingin nila sa batas natin is bungal. Kumbaga, walang ngipin. So dapat lagi natin ngipin ang batas. At ako po ang pwede magsilbing ngipin. Okay lang po sa akin, magalit sila lahat. Basta I'll make sure na yung batas ay ma-implement. At that's the reason, to be honest with you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that's the promise I made to the mga manggagawa during the election na pagdating ko po dito sa Senado, sila po ay magkakaroon ng boses, lalo na po yung mga palaging naapi ng mga manggagawa at hindi nabibigyan tamang mga sweldo at benepisyo. I'll be the voice for them.
Okay.
And I'm just doing what I promised them.
Bibigay ko po sa inyo ang matrix po nila ng minimum wage, rate of compliance to the minimum wage. January to September of 2023, ang kanilang inspected establishments
Opo.
at ang compliance rate ayon dito sa datos ay 93.50. Ang ating talagang, it is our desire that everyone will comply with this. Maliit na nga yung minimum wage, ay kailangan mag-comply lahat.
Kulang na nga po kung tutusin. Tama,
kulang
I
na
agree with
kulang,
you.
yes.
Kaya nga
So-
po, in fact, I made the suggestion last year, mukhang mabilis mag-oo yung mga taga-Dole, pero hindi naman ginagawa. Suggestion ko lang to, in my humble opinion, it will be better kung magpaskil po sa lahat ng establishmento, especially sa mga factory, sa mga security agency, sinasabi doon na ito yung minimum wage para sa lugar na ito,
Meron.
at ito
They do
yung mga
that,
karapatan ng mga manggagawa, at
They do it
kapag
for
hindi
all,
nasunod ito, meron hotline na pwede yung tawagan. At siyempre, dapat yun, hotline na yun, may sumasagot doon. Eh, wala pa rin pong gumagawa ng ganon.
Ginagawa po nila,
Meron na po
ayon
ba?
po sa DOLE, ay nagpapaskill po sila ng hard copy
Na,
na,
hard copy, sana yung parang ano ba, karatula. Na,
yun nga po, hard copy na poster sa mga establishments.
Yes.
Not only minimum wage, but also
Yung mga karapatan
overtime
nila.
pay, holiday pay,
Exactly.
and other
At
benefits.
sa baba noon, may nakalagay na hotline na pwedeng tawagin.
Yes, meron
Hindi-
po yun.
Kasi po, sa ano yung work area, ang nangyari po kasi, karamihan sa mga halimbawa galing ng probinsya, pupunta dito sa Maynila, hindi na alam magkano minimum wage. So kung ano sasabihin po sa kanila ng kanilang employer, tinatanggap nila, kapit sa patalim. Pero kung meron pong karatula doon, ay, ito pala yung minimum wage sa Maynila, ito pala yung makarapatan ko, dapat pala overtime bayaran, night differential dapat bayaran, etc.
You
So,
do that,
hindi
right?
nasusunod.
Yeah.
Kailangan pala may payslip. Hindi nasusunod yung, hindi nabibigay mga karapatan ko yan. Then, nandun yung cellphone number na pwede nang tawagan.
Meron po silang ginagawang ganon,
Meron.
ayon po
Okay.
sa DOLE, ay
Alright.
ginawa po nila. Hindi
Okay.
lang nga yung minimum wage, kundi yung mga benepisyo.
So, next budget hearing sa 2024, gusto ko po, meron na pong nakasuhan na employee hindi po nagbigay ng minimum wage at
May kaso.
meron pong nakulong.
May kaso.
Hindi po ako nagbibiro, seryoso po ako ha. Gusto ko po by next year, meron pong employer na hindi po nagbibigay, sumusunod doon sa minimum wage law, na ina-underpay yung po mga manggagawa niya. Bigyan niyo ako ng kahit isa man lang na kumpanya, matutuwa na ako. Pero pag wala, ako po ay manggagalaiti. I'm very sorry to say that right here, right now. Kailangan po merong isa masampulan o matuluyan. Kasi wala po talaga eh. And I'll tell you, Madam Sponsor, ikaw, hindi niyo alam to Madam Sponsor, although si Madam Sponsor, she's my friend. Karamihan sa mga dole sinasabi inspection, pupunta ron. Sasabihin ko lang po sa inyo yung style. Punta ron yung mga taga-dole mag-inspect. Kasi nga po, may nagreklamo. In fact, there are times na natutuwa pa nga kapag may nagreklamo, pupunta mag-inspection. Pagdating po doon sa area, magkakaroon po ng pag-uusap, yung pong dole inspector at yung pong mga opisyal ng kumpanya. And wala pong representante mula po sa mga manggagawa ng kumpanya. So sila lang po nag-uusap. So hindi alam kung anong pinag-uusapan. Paglabas ng dole inspector, may dala-dala na pong bag. Hindi alam kung anong laman ng bag. At tablado na. Yun na po ang aking observation at yan po'y base po, meaning base po yan sa mga na nasabi po sa akin. So ang aking po observation mukhang hindi po seryoso yung dole para masolve po yung problema ng manggagawa. Again, going back to what I promised, susuportahan ko po ang inyo pong budget. In fact, mamaya NLRC, meron po akong bibigay na big support. Andito ba yung DBM? DBM? Present ba DBM? Meron ba DBM? Tumago ng DBM? Wala ang DBM? Akala ko. Okay. Anyway, mapapanood naman ito ng DBM. Okay. So okay na po ba yun, yung akin pong sinasabi sa inyo? Kasi for so many years, Mr. President and Madam Sponsor, for so many years, I've been a broadcaster for 20 years. Okay. Walang mintis po yan. Araw-araw, mahaba po ang pila sa aking action center na kung saan mga security guard, mga factory worker, ang reklamo nila, Idol, Sir, below minimum po ang aking sweldo. Wala pong bayad sa overtime, 15 hours po yung trabaho ko, 18 hours pa po yung trabaho ko, wala pong overtime. Palagi pa po ako puyat at napapagalitan pa, etc. etc. Wala pong payslip. Wala po akong SSS, wala pong PhilHealth, wala akong Pag-ibig. Ganun na lang po palagi ang reklamo. So, kaya nga sabi ko po, nandito na po ako sa Senado, gusto ko po dapat magkaroon po ng kabuluhan yung pagdating ko dito sa Senado. Kaya nga po ang request ko ngayon sa DOLE, gusto ko po by next year sa susunod na budget hearing, meron po talaga natuluyan na nakusuhan dahil sa pagnanakaw sa sweldo ng mga pobre nating mga manggagawa. Kasi ito po, bibigyan kita ng situation kayo dyan sa DOLE. Kapag ang empleyado nagnakaw sa kanyang amo, pinagtatrabahuan, maniwala kayo sa hindi, kakasuhan agad yung empleyado, makukulong sa kasong qualified theft. Tama? As simple as that. Pero, kapag ang amo nagnakaw sa kanyang empleyado sa pamagitan ng hindi pagbigay ng tamang pasweldo, ninanakaw yung kanyang sweldo at benepisyo, binubulsa, ano nangyari? Hanggang DOLE lang. Pagdating sa DOLE, pag-uusapan lang, pag-aregluhin. Sometimes, wala lang. This is unfair. Ito ang sinasabi ko. He who has less in life should have more in law. Pero mukhang hindi ata nasusunod. Kaya hanggat dito ako sa Senado, kaya gusto ko ito maliit natin kababayan, especially itong mga maliit na magagawa, ay mabigyan ng mas malawakang proteksyon. And so with DOLE, can I get assurance from you guys by next year, meron na po natuluyan na kasuhan na employer na ng api sa kanyang mga trabahador, meaning hindi po nagbigay ng tamang pasweldo. Give me an assurance ngayon pa lamang. Kasi for the past 20 years, like I said, 25 years po ako naging broadcaster. Ganun po ang palaging reklamo, day in and day out. And in fairness naman po sa DOLE, tuwing tatawag ako sa DOLE, na-action na naman. Pinag-aayos, binabalik yung mga sweldong hindi na ibigay, band-aid solution yon. Yung sa akin, gusto ko po pang matagalan at permanent solution. Can I get that commitment from DOLE?
Yes. Mr. President, I think all of us here, whether elected or appointed or working in a bureaucracy, share the same advocacy for workers' welfare, for giving them what is due them, for compliance with the minimum wage, which is already so minimum and not a living wage. Yes, so I speak for them, even if a secretary is not here anymore now for a very urgent personal reason. Yes, to the best of their ability, they will, but clearly we know that it would be the DOJ. They must file the case there, no? And how can I, a sponsor of the budget, and they watch over the courts to ensure, because I cannot promise you, Your Honor, that as I sit here next year, if I'm still the chair of the budget of DOLE, na may nakakulong ng isa, because you will say that I may be lying if next year walang nakakulong.
Okay, pero
I cannot answer you,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, in the affirmative to say, I promise you when the budget comes here, may nakakulong. I as budget chair cannot do that.
Yes, ma'am.
But we share your advocacy. You're not alone in that fight. We all share the advocacy for workers' welfare and giving them their due wages. That's why we have also been wanting to increase the minimum wage para taasan po ang minimum wage nila para maging living wage. Napag-usapan po yan ng mahaba sa hearing. At may mga nakafile na admin cases, kung may criminal cases at nasa mga korte, I'm not certain whether the DOLE personnel here can actually interfere. So I cannot assure you na may nakakulong kasi kung sabihin kong oo para lang mapasa yung budget, para na akong nambola sa inyo. I don't want to do that.
No, what I'm
Yes.
trying to say here, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, is merong kasong na i-file na dapat. Kasi mukhang wala atang kaso na i-file. Merong nga monitoring,
There are
meron
cases.
kayong target, inspection and all. Pero marami, I'm sure sa mga ginawa niyong pagbibisita, pagmamonitor, marami kayong nakitaan dyan ng mga kumpanya na talagang nag-violate sa batas natin, sa labor law natin.
evidence, yeah.
So ang tanong ko talaga, meron na bang naiakyat man lang
Yes.
sa korte?
Mr.
Kung meron,
President.
ilan po? para kung meron mga na-pending, ako na po magpa-follow up, I'll help you out na para ensure ko na yung kasong yun hindi natitenga lang dyan sa korte, yan po ay gugulong at meron masampulan at meron makulong. Kasi hanggat wala pong nakukulong na mga among balasu, salbad, mga masamang amo, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung gagawin pang-aapi.
Yes. Ako po isang-ayon sa inyo, pero alam naman po natin na ang DOJ na piskal o yung prosecutor ang siya magtitimbang ng ebidensya whether if-file ito o hindi, di ba po?
Opo.
Nagiging makatotoo ang mga DOLE directors or USEC sa akin na hindi po sila. It will be the prosecutor, it's under the DOJ, who will decide whether the
Precisely.
case will be filed or not.
Exactly.
And so, yes, if there are abuses, since you are very influential in that sphere, and that is your advocacy, which we share with you, maybe the proactive way is to seek the help of the good senator so that through his influence and more than 26 million followers on his platforms, he can help you. Because if I tell you, I assure you, may kulong 1 year from now, then you take me up on that. Hindi po ako ang nagpapakulong o sila po. It is the DOJ through the prosecutor and the fiscal. That is our judicial process that will weigh the evidence to see if there is enough evidence to file the case. And once it is in the court, again, I cannot expect the good secretary or his ASECs and USECs to be following it up in the respective courts. However, what we could do is inform Your Honor and your office with all cases filed, whether for compliant, the non-compliant employers, and then perhaps you could help both administrative and possible criminal liabilities.
That's exactly
That's
what
what I can suggest.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, thank you po. Nag-question na po ako. Yung bang merong po dapat mga kaso nang na-file sa korte? Dahil
There are cases filed in court?
dahil
Do you
dito
have
sa
them
mga
now?
kumpanya na hindi po sumusunod sa batas.
Wala. As of now, to their knowledge, there is no criminal case filed in court. There are administrative cases based on their visits and their compliance visits, Mr. President.
Anyway, ako po ay gumagawa ng resolution. Ang tawag po doon ay anti-wage theft law. Para makasuhan na kaso kriminal ang lahat ng mga employer na hindi po ay na nagnanakaw sa sweldo ng mga empleyado. But alam naman natin yan, Madam Sponsor, na it will take some time bago yan ay ma-hear hanggang sa may pasa kung may papsa. Pero for the meantime, meron naman talaga tayong batas na dapat implement labor law na nagsasabing ibigay yung nararapat, which is the minimum wage.
Yes.
So gusto ko po, sana may ma-file na kaso by next year at gusto ko makita yung mga file na kaso para ako na po magpa-follow up upang masiguro na talagang gugulong yung kasong na-file. Yun lang po yung point ko.
Yes. The DOLE, insofar as their role will be the witnesses, Mr. President.
Okay.
Again, I reiterate that the proper process through the DOJ would be for the fiscal or the prosecutor to assess the evidence and to file the case. And the DOLE will be a witness. What we can do is to give you all the cases, administrative in nature, that are non-compliant. And then we see how it can be developed into a criminal case, right? But depending again on the prosecutor who will weigh the evidence and decide whether a case will be filed. And once filed, we will see in which court it will raffled off, right? And that's a long process.
I know.
If Your Honor and your office and regional offices nationwide and with your vast influence can help, we would be very happy.
Okay.
Ulitin ko po, kaisa po niyo ako sa inyong advokasya para bigyan ng hustisya at karampatang benepisyo ang ating manggagawa. As I said many times today, they're the engine of our socio-economic development, so we must protect them.
Okay.
Unfortunately, and I'll be very truthful, it's a long process, and I would like to see the non-compliant employers, yes, charged. And so that it would be a lesson learned, that's what you're saying, for all the others to comply with the law. Because napakaliit na nga ng minimum wage, hindi pa living wage, hindi pa binibigay ng buo. I support you and I will be co-author of with your permission, of your bill on wage theft. Because I recall, when you were not yet senator, when we were before the campaign, you told me one of the first bills you will file is that bill. Yes. It's been 1 year and a half. Yes.
Nasa committee na yun.
Oh, yes.
And,
we will support you there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nasa committee na po yun. Iniintay ko lang po ma-hear yun. Hindi naman po akong chairman. Ako po ay vice chairman lamang.
May I suggest again,
already
Mr.
forwarded
President?
the committee and I'm still
Yes.
waiting na yun po ay ma-hear.
Majority Leader, magandang i-prioritize. So, may I suggest also, Mr. President, that if it is a priority measure, I share your advocacy. And if the chair of the committee would be willing to create a subcommittee, pwede po niyong i-hearing yon. Para po, bago sa susunod na taon, nakaharap ko po kayo sa budget ng DOLE na isabatas na yan. Para sabi nyo, may ngipin ang batas. Kasi ang DOLE, hindi nila kayang saklawin ang trabaho ng DOJ na siya pong gagawa ng kaso at sila po ang nanunungkulan dun sa pag-usad ng mga na-file na kaso. Pero kung meron na kayong batas na wage theft, and I agree with you in concept, then that would be very helpful. So you can create a subcommittee, right? Under whose committee it is. It's only a suggestion. If your honor wants it to move more quickly.
Matanong ko lang po, Madam Chair, sa mga taga-DOLE. Halimbawa po, sa ginawa niyong inspection, ito po ay para sa mga taga-DOLE, and then sa inyong paggawa ng inspection, base po sa reklamo ng mga manggagawa sa isang factory, paulit-ulit at matagal nang niloloko sila ng kanilang employer at hindi po binibigay yung kanilang tamang pasweldo, wala sila sa minimum wage, wala yung mga benepisyo. Kapag nalaman niyo po yan, na ganun po yung violation for the past, say, 10 years, ganun po yung gawain, ano po usually ang ginagawa ng DOLE? Ano pong course of action? May I know?
We continue to issue compliance order, collect. And,
That's all you can do, no?
yes.
Compliance order.
Compliance order with double MDM. Double MDM.
Warning. Tapos, kung di kayo pansinin pa rin. Wala. So, all they can do when they visit, they're non-compliant, issue a compliance order
With double MDM.
with double indemnity, and then, what's next?
Subject to writ of execution.
Subject to writ of execution,
Collect. That was
then they collect if they don't pay.
Good question. If they
Then
don't
there's-
pay,
If they don't pay, there's garnishment.
garnishment.
warning?
Garnishment.
Garnishment. Have you ever garnished?
Yes.
That you've
Bank
done.
account, yes.
Okay.
Meron po
So,
bang na-garnish?
Yes.
Yes, they've garnished bank
Can
accounts.
I get a list of those companies na garnish?
They can give you a report,
Can
Your
I
Honor.
get a
Yes.
report? Yung mga nakita niyo
So,
may violation at na-garnish?
visitation, compliance order, then writ of execution, and hopefully they comply, double indemnity, but if not, writ of execution and garnishment, right? That's
Okay.
all you can do.
I'll tell you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, ito po may record naman to, naka-upload naman to sa channel ko. Anong nangyari, may mga kumpanya, say, 10 years na hindi nagbibigay ng minimum wage sa kanilang mga trabahador. After 10 years,
Ano nakakalust yung 10 years?
nakapag-isip kaya nga, magandang tanong, paano nakalusot? After 10 years, magmamarcha po yung mga empleyado, gagawa kong computation. There are times, nakakasingil po ako, yung program ko ng 2 million, 3 million, ang pinakamalaki ata na singil 5 million dahil parang 15 sila mga empleyado, nasingil ko na hindi kayang singilin ng DOLE, hindi sa pagmamayabang, dahil sa akin, nasingil ko na obliga yung kumpanya na bayaran, pero after 10 years. Pero meron kasing limit ngayon na up to 5 years lang ata ang pwede masingil. So kung lumapit sa akin yung mga empleyado, 10 years after, sorry na lang yung 5 years. Parang ganoon ata hanggang 5 years lang ata ang pwede makolekta. Anyway, yan sinasabi kong proseso. So what I want you to do, DOLE, for the meantime, hanggat hindi pa naipapasa yung bill ko na wage theft, make sure na dapat may napaparusahan doon sa sinasabi niyo ng compliance, binanggit si Madam Sponsor na garnishment, execution, kung ano pa man yun, dapat meron talaga. Merong napasara,
yes.
meron pong naembarguhan ng mga assets dahil ipambayad doon sa kanilang mga
Hindi rin kayo.
empleyado.
You know that-
In fact, meron po ako mga kumpanya napapalusot, tuturuan ko kayo dyan mga taga-Dole, inobliga ko yung employer na yung kanyang diamond wedding ring.
You can be charged.
Inobliga ko, biniro ko lang, pero yung biro ko, sineryoso niya, yung kanyang diamond wedding ring, isinanla niya para may pang sweldo lang.
Mr. President, I am told that,
Para maipas... Go ahead.
yes, hindi po nila tungkulin at hindi po sila pwede magsara at magpasara. It's beyond their jurisdiction.
Hindi, kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko na sabi writ of execution, ano pa ba yung sinasabi niyo? Okay, sorry kung na-misunderstood niyo ako. Ang sa akin, just do something na para maramdaman nitong mga employer yung ngipin ng batas.
Yes. Do everything within their
Yes,
jurisdiction.
exactly.
But they cannot go beyond what is prescribed for them to do. Yeah.
Maybe pwede sila
But they can
mag-usap-usap,
coordinate
magkaroon-
with the other agencies kung
Exactly,
hindi
nandiyan-
nasaklaw ng kanilang
Nandiyan yung
jurisdiction.
BPLO, Business Permit and Licensing Office sa LGU, pwede sila makipag...
Sa LGU. It would be
pwede
the
sila
LGU.
makipag-usap doon.
Yes.
Diba? Nandiyan yung DTI. So pwede naman, kung gusto, maraming paraan. Kung ayaw,
Yes,
maraming
Mr.
dahilan.
President.
Diba?
We take note of that. There's
mga
no
manggagawa.
disagreement. We take note of that. And they're listening intently. And we will ensure that they will be more proactive. They've been doing their best. But as I said, the cases, it should be DOJ. And the padlocking, it would have to be the LGU. But garnishment, etc., they've done that. They can even give you a list of some
Okay, sige, garnishment.
companies that have done that.
So gusto ko makita yung mga nag-garnish na mga kumpanya. Can
Yes.
you give me a report, a list?
Yes.
Para ma-advertise ko naman po. Nang
Yes.
ganon, makita ng iba, seryoso pala itong Dole, wag natin gawin.
Of course,
So it will serve as like a warning. Ano po?
That's part of their accomplishment. And let me
Kailangan po
just-
may paskil natin yung mga violators.
Yes. Paki-take note lang po na they would not consider garnishment as a punishment because that's mere compliance. Hindi pa ho yun parusa. Kasi pag gina-garnish mo, ibig sabihin kasi non-compliant sila, so that's part pa lang ng compliance, hindi pa sila
I know,
pinaparusahan.
pero at least accomplishment po yun.
Yes.
At least ibig sabihin, kumikilos po yung Dole.
Yes.
At makikita din doon yung mga nag-garnish na kumpanya. Sasabihin ng mga kumpanya, ayaw ko malagay dyan sa listahan, ayaw ko ma-advertise. Kailangan bago dumating yan, magbabayad nila ako ng tama
Yes.
sa mga empleyado. That was my point. So at least kung ano yung nagawa ng Dole, ibigay nyo sa akin para ipakita ko, ito, nasasampulan sila, hindi nagbabayad, nag-garnishan sila. Diba?
We take
Naobliga
note
sila
of that.
magbayad.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, okay. So let's move on. Isa na lang po. December on or before December 24, dapat po ibibigay yung 13-month pay at malapit na po ang Pasko. Every single year, starting January 10, pataas, sa Action Center ko po, 80% ng pila hindi po binibigay ang 13-month pay. Ano pong polisiya ang ginagawa po ng Dole para masiguro na yung 13-month pay po ay naibibigay talaga?
Non-compliance pa rin. Non-compliance pa rin yan eh. Pareho rin po eh.
For last
Opo.
year, ma'am, this is the...
Kasi
Ito-
ngayon po, magpapasko na. Alam niyo po,
Yeah.
yung 13-month pay,
Agree.
doon po sa mga maliit nating kababayan, inaasahan po nila kasi extra money yan. Pinaplano nila. Ano
Agree.
ibibili ko sa 13-month pay? Bibilihan ko ng sapatos yung aking bunso. Bilihan ko ng damit yung aking panganay. Kumbaga, pinapartition na nila yan sa isip nila kung anong gagawin. And then, boom, hindi ibibigay. Kawawa naman.
Tayo po isang ayon talaga. Laking bagay ang 13-month pay. At sana pag kumikita naman, gawin pang 14-month pay. Pero yung nag-issue na po sila ng labor advisory para ipaalala po na bago pa ang Desyembre ay ibigay na yung 13-month pay.
Okay. Paalala po. Anong klaseng paalala, Dole?
Yung labor advisory.
that will be coupled with
Yes.
inspection.
Did you do it hard copy or
So
email?
doon po sa nagbabiolate at hindi nagbibigyan ng 13-month pay, halimbawa, pipila ko sa action center ko sa January, ano pong magandang gawin kaya sa mga yon, sa mga ulupong, sa mga bad na yon? mga tao.
Inspect the establishment, the employer.
Anong magandang gawin? Oh, yung mga very bad. Kasi,
yung sagot
kasi po,
ko-
I assure you, by January 10 pataas, dadagsain na naman po ang action center ko ng mga pobre nating magagawa, nagreklamo sa pagkat hindi po nabigyan ka ng 13-month pay. So they end up na pupunta sa sari-sari store,
can you
mangutang
kindly
para sa kanilang Noche Buena, etc.
Mr. President, pakibigay rin po yung mga pupunta sa inyo na hindi napunta sa kaalaman ng DOLE para po makita rin nila at magawa nila ang kaya nilang gawin. Kung hindi po
Nabayaran yung
nabayaran, kung
Kaya nga
hindi
po,
nila
ang
alam.
tanong ko nga po, paano
In
po?
short, share information
Yes.
with each other.
Ganun pong ginagawa ko, Madam President. Tumatawag ko sa DOLE. In fairness sa DOLE, sila po tinatawagan ko rin. Kaya ang tanong ko lang po, kasi this has been happening for so many years, parang regular naging norm na eh. Kumbaga parang normal na lang na every year, merong mga kinakawawa. Yung sa akin sana, pahinto na natin na dapat every year, wala na pong kawawang mga manggagawa na ibibigay na po yung 13-month pay. Kasi nasa batas po yan at karapat-dapat na matanggap nila yan. Sabi ko nga po, marami sa kanila, kasi extra money yan, malayo pa lamang, pinaplano nila kung paano gastusin yung 13-month pay. Kasama na dyan pang Noche Buena, tapos hindi pala nabigay, kawawang-kawawa naman sila. Para bang napapabayaan
Tayo
natin.
po ay nakikiisa sa inyo na dapat ang minimum wage ay sundin. Batas yan eh. Dapat ang 13-month pay ay sundin bago Desyembre. Ito po ay merong tayong compliance rates by region. Noong 2022 at saka 2023, bibigay ko na lang po through DOLE sa inyong tanggapan. It's a long matrix and the targets and the compliance per region. Pero more than these matrices, more than these numbers, it's really the proactive behavior of everyone concerned in DOLE to make sure that not just a minimum wage but a 13-month pay is followed closely, efficiently.
Siguro po, Madam President, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, siguro yung DOLE, pagdating sa 13-month pay, pwede ho kayong MOA sa mga taga-LGU para, ito po akin lamang pong opinion, say kung workable po ito, na yung mga hindi nagbigay ng 13-month pay, hindi i-renew yung kanilang license sa BPLO hanggat hindi na ibibigay yung 13-month pay. How's that? Is that something doable? Legit ba yan?
Can you
Pwede
do
ba
a
yan?
MOA with LG?
Magkaroon ng MOA? Na kapag hindi nyo binigay yung sa mga kumpanya na hindi nagbigay ng 13-month pay, kasi yearly po, ni-renew yung lisensya sa BPLO, sa LGU, hindi muna ibibigay, hindi muna ma-renew ang inyong license hanggat hindi nyo nakukomply yung 13-month pay. How's that?
So perhaps
Meron tayong dating mayor dito. Maybe he can give an opinion. Si Senator Win Gatchalian, who's a former mayor.
Madam Chair, if I may intervene, I think it's possible. The local government units have broad powers looking after the general welfare of their constituents. So any violation of any law can be grounds to revoke the business permit being given by LGUs. Of course, the DOLE needs to link up with the different LGUs. For example, in Valenzuela, I know that we work very closely with DOLE because we have a lot of factories there, we have a lot of businesses, and we work very closely with DOLE, both in terms of industrial peace para wala pong mga strike at wala pong mga problema. And then if there are any violations against our workers, the local government takes a proactive role to warn the businesses through the use of that business license and business permit and licensing powers, Mr. President. So it's a good idea, and I appreciate the comments of the good Senator to bring this out to the fore. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Yes, thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Mr. President, we were discussing a possible convergence MOA between the DILG and the DOLE, so that at least if we have the DILG on board, they can proactively advise and help monitor the business establishments in their LGUs.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Ngayon, tulong naman. Pure tulong to, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Now, NLRC, the past many years, palagi ko pong nababatikos ang NLRC dahil pupunta sa akin yung mga complainant, nanalo na sila sa kaso, pero pagdating sa oras na sila po ay dapat mabayaran na, parang paper victory lang sapagkat yung mga employer nagtatago na o nailipat na po yung kanilang mga assets sa iba't ibang mga pangalan. Nasisisi ko palagi yung mga sheriff. And then kasi sabihin ng sheriff, wala akong panggasolina. Kuminsan yung mga sheriff nakikiangkas pa doon po sa complainant kasi walang sasakyan, walang pamasahe. So, I talked to some people sa NLRC, na-realize ko na po kung bakit ganon. So, naintindihan ko na po sila. Nakita ko po kung saan yung problema. So, kulang po sila sa budget. Kaya, wala bang DBM tayo rito? Madam Sponsor? Wala? Nagtaguan DBM?
We can, even if the LBRMO is here, and we would be happy to receive an amendment from the good senator.
Good. Kasi, Madam President, nalaman ko lang na ang allowance ng isang sheriff kada buwan para i-execute yung order sa kanya na ma-implement yung pagkapanalo ng nagrereklamo, doon sa 5,000 na yun, kasama na yung pamasahe niya, kasama na yung panggasolina niya o transportation, kuminsan umabot ng 20 po in a month yung mga pupuntahan niyang mga employer. So just imagine kung 5,000 yan at 20 ang na-assign sa kanya ng mga kaso na pupuntahan niya na imbestigahan niya kung nasaan ang back account nito, kung may mga asset pa ba ito and all. So kulang na kulang po yung 5,000 per sheriff na allowance a month. So kung akong tatanungin, baka pwede natin doblehin yon para mas maging effective po yung ating mga sheriff.
This
Nang sa
budget
hindi na po sila palagi magpalusot na walang gasolina. Cool, na mag-aangkas pa sa motor ng mga complainant.
At cost na lang ang actual cost ang reimbursable capital. So dadagdagan yung MOE. Hindi lang NLRC bang lahat ng may share.
Yes, it's not just the NLRC, but all the other agencies that have sheriffs. If Your Honor can amend it, because it comes from the MOE, and yes, we can add, it's within our power, that's why we're discussing the budget.
Thank you.
You can increase the MOE, at least if Your Honor wants to help the sheriffs, it can be additional MOE in the NLRC budget under the DOLE. So we will await that amendment and submit it to the LBRMO so that can be adjusted.
Right. Okay. At dagdag po dyan, Madam Sponsor, nakita ko rin po yung problema na kulang po sila sa sheriff. Kulang po. So kailangan siguro magdagdag tayo ng sheriff
That's
para
DBM.
mas maging
We have
epektibo
DBM
yung
here, right?
pag-implement ng writ of execution doon sa mga kumpanya na natalo. So kung kulang po yung sheriff, kaya pala yan ang isang dahilan kung bakit babalik po sa akin yung complainant, Sir, isang taon na po kami nanalo, hanggang ngayon hindi ko pa po na-collecta yung aking kong pinanalo. Malaman-laman ko, bukod doon sa kulang yung budget ng sheriff para bumiyahe, kulang din sila. So baka pwede natin dagdagan.
If the
Yung numbers of sheriff.
if the sheriff, that's Plantilla, right? Yes. We would have to make a request with the DBM. We cannot, I don't think there's time in November, so that in January that could be made effective. But the DOLE would have to make a request for the 2025 NEP, right?
Naka-pending na po ata yan sa
Is there a request?
sa Department of Budget, DBM.
There's a request pending in the DBM. We have a DBM representative in the gallery now. I'm not certain if the DBM
Okay ba
would
sa
have the
DOLE
answer.
na dagdagan yung sheriff? Mukhang ayata ng DOLE.
No, of course they want that.
Okay.
There's a pending request.
Kasi nakita ko ganun eh.
No, there's a pending request of NLRC for an increase in provisions, line items for sheriffs. Yes, there's a pending request, Mr. President.
Okay. So there's a pending request. Yan po yung gusto ko mangyari sana na madagdagan po sila ng tauhan at madagdagan din po yung sweldo ng mga sheriff nang sa gayon hindi po na magiging paper victory lamang yung panalo po ng mga mga kababayan, pobreng mga magagawa na nag-file ng case sa
Yes.
NLRC at after manalo, after so many
Yes.
years, wala palang napupuntahan.
Just so that it's clear, the allowances of the existing sheriffs, Mr. President, can be adjusted with the amendment of the good senator under MOE, and that we will readily accept, and we welcome that. The additional hiring of sheriffs is a pending request of the NLRC DOLE with the DBM. It has not yet been acted on favorably because that would fall under PS or personal services and would have to be approved by DBM. There is no time until the time that the President signs the budget, hopefully in December, for the DBM to approve this, unless it's highly improbable, imposible na. Then that could be worked on in the coming year so that in the next year's NEP, the additional PS for sheriffs could be included.
Okay, and the last
Thank
but
you.
not the least, doon po sa mailing system nila, napag-alaman ko rin po na kapos po sila. Hindi po enough yung naipapadala, nabibigyan na budget para mapabilis po yung pagpapadala ng mga communications doon po sa mga concerned
Buti napupunan nyo.
companies.
Sige, salamat po at napupunan nyo at kami po ay natutuwa na kayo po ay mag-amend para po sa MOE karagdagan for the sheriffs and for the mailing system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will accept. Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
NLRC, nakita nyo, sinuportahan ko kayo, pero magtrabaho kayo. Dahil kapag hindi, babalikan ko kayo. Maraming salamat, Madam.
I assure you, Mr. President,
at,
nagkatrabaho.
Madam Sponsor, thank you very much.
Salamat. Thank you very much for the very good interventions of the kind senator. Yes, and as I said, both the special provisions and the addition for MOE for NRLC will be awaited and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank Senator Tulfo. Minsan napapanood ko po yung programa niya at halos araw-araw yung mga complaints are labor related. So you really see his sense of passion and wanting to solve these problems of the common masses. So salamat po, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader? We maybe a minute suspension to allow the minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I make a formal motion, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation and just one question that we'd like to raise because this was in the news last night. First of all, Mr. President, we were listening attentively to the interpellations on the DOLE's budget, particularly on labor formation, Mr. President. We just want to inform the body that this representation filed Senate Bill number 560 to make the requirements for forming labor organizations easier. This is in accordance, Mr. President, to the with the ILO observation on the state of labor formation in the Philippines and ILO Convention number 87 on the freedom of association and protection of the right to organize, ratified by the Philippines on December 29, 1953. Moreover, Mr. President, we are already made some meetings and talks with our colleagues, together with the Senate President himself, urging the Executive Department to ratify yung ILO Convention number 190 concerning the elimination of violence and harassment at work. And we are glad, Mr. President, that no less than President Bongbong Marcos has signed this, Mr. President, and it's now in the hands of the Senate. And we were able also to talk to Senator Amy to conduct a hearing immediately after the budget 2024 budget deliberation. One last thing, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise because this was in the news last night, and I would just like to show it on the slide here in the Senate session hall, is the issuance of alien employment permits apparently to POGO workers. I have been a staunch supporter of DOLE. In fact, if you recall, in the last Congresses, in the I think 18th Congress or 17th pa, we made sure that every single worker who is able and capable and willing to accept that post ay DOLE lamang ang nag-i-issue, no? Kaya tinanggal po natin yung SWP. You were then the finance chairperson, Madam Chair, and you supported that provision.
Yes.
That this allows, prohibits the Bureau of Immigration from issuing left and right yung tinatawag na special working permit.
And Mr. President, even the DOLE, they tell me now that they have not issued certificates of employment, alien, to any POGO workers. So, bakit po ang daming POGO? Ang DOLE po, hindi na po nag-i-issue. Sinasabi po nila sa akin ngayon. So, who's the issuing authority? May I be clarified?
I just wanted to put this on record,
Yeah.
Mr. President, because this was in the news. And so when I saw this news clip, I immediately told my staff to look into this. And it was mentioned that these identification cards are actually alien employment permits. And so, number one question that I'd like to raise is this legitimate? Ito ba ay peke o legit? Kung hindi naman, dapat sinasabi din po noong humuhuli na ito'y hindi legitimate. Kaya po natin nire-raise ngayong gabing ito.
May for clarification, gentlemen and ladies, the alien residency and alien employment permit, is that being issued by DOLE?
Only DOLE issues
only
this,
DOLE.
Mr.
Let me
President.
clarify, Mr. President.
Because just for the information and education of our listeners and those who are watching us right now, it is the assurance that we are complying with Article 12, Section 12 of the Constitution, that we prioritize Filipino first, Mr. President. If there's no Filipino who is able, capable, and willing to take that particular job, then that's the only time that it can be offered to a foreign employee.
Okay.
So it's DOLE.
So my next question, has DOLE been issuing alien employment
AEP.
permits to POGO workers? Have they
Mr.
been
President,
issuing?
I amend my statement earlier that there are no issuances. They gave me this for 2023 as of October 31, a total of 42,409 AEPs were issued to foreign workers in POGO, which they claim are legal POGO. So what is this out of 60,541? Of foreign workers issued nationwide of 60,541, 42,409 belong to the POGO industry. So
Okay.
I
So what would
correct-
happen
yeah,
now,
yeah.
Madam
If
Sponsor?
you revoke it.
No, what would happen now if these alien registration permits or labor employment permits were actually they were actually working in illegal facilities, as pictured here in the
Yes.
screen?
Then the alien.
Will they
They will be
immediately revoke?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. So what I hear what you're saying. They should look at all the issued AEPs of 42,000
Yes.
and see. They claim it's legal, but to look into these illegal facilities to please be strict. Yes, and there's
Yes.
possible revocation.
Because my follow-up question is, have you already canceled? Have you canceled any of those 42,000? Because if not, then ang nangyari, pagkatapos sila bumisita sa inyong opisina, tapos na. Maligayang ano na sila dito. Maligayang pagtrabaho sa iba't ibang, illegal na activities. Because, for example, these ones that were taken, are they in the process of canceling all of these? It's just right there. It's NBI ba yan ang naghuli sa kanila?
Yes.
Mr. President, I'm asking DOLE to review the 42,000 plus issued. Why was the first statement that you said no issuance? And then they said 42,000. So I remain, I want to correct that. And no one has been revoked, right? Walang revocation yet. I am told.
Because in other countries, Your Honors, to our government workers in the DOLE, in other countries, and this can be, of course, verified by my colleagues here. Pag bumisita yung Pilipino, for example, we were just recently in Hungary. Hungary has issued work visas for Filipinos. Okay. But kailangan may sponsor. May sponsor po siya. So, may sponsor po na kumpanya na mag-hire sa kanila. I hope you're listening, my dear Dole family.
Yes, yes.
They have to be sponsored. Now, there's a poultry production facility in Hungary near Budapest. They needed, I think, 500 Filipino workers. So sponsored yan. They had lived there. They're given housing there and everything. Pero pag umalis yan dyan, at let's say he's fired or he quits, automatic uwi sa Pilipinas yan. Hindi na makahanap ng ibang trabaho yan sa loob ng Hungary, kundi TNT yun. Eh tayo dito parang feeling ko pag binigyan mo ng alien residence permit, good times roll. Wala na. They can work anywhere na.
Yeah.
Isn't the policy of government? Don't these foreigners have to be, for example, either contracted for that particular industry, and therefore they come in, we give them the work permits?
Who's in charge?
What is policy of government on that, Madam Sponsor?
He's the OIC of the Bureau of Local Employment.
Okay. We have here the OIC of the Bureau of Local Employment. And I am told that we have over 42,000 that have AEPs. May I request them to give us a list of all of this, and as the Senate President mentioned, who were the sponsors, when was it issued, who were the sponsors, if you have revoked any, tell us who have you revoked, and could you kindly review and revisit the more than 42,000 which you claim are legal and legitimate.
And if we can get a commitment from them, Madam Sponsor, that this is already there, that's legally documented, that they can be immediately, all those permits be canceled and revoked. Because they're working in illegal facilities. Believe me, kung hindi po natin gagawin yan, they'll
Yes.
just move
Yes.
to another illegal facility.
So,
Gagalaw
can we
lang
have
yan
that commitment?
sa ibang POGO facility na illegal.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, last point that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, in 2019, there was already a interagency task force established to actually monitor the number of foreign nationals, particularly in Philippine offshore gaming operations or POGOs. 2019 pa po ito may interagency, may monitoring mechanisms po tayo. I wonder if we have established this database with their corresponding employment information so that we'll be able to track them, as the President, as you made mention. It's important to note that we are aware of what they are doing. Kasi kung matapos na din yung ginagawa nila, dun sa, it clearly states na naloko po tayo dahil nung inisyu natin yung alien employment permits, I'm sure nung inisyu nyo yung alien employment permits, hindi ninyo alam na gagamitin yun sa sex den, sa torture chamber, sa paggawa ng mga illegal activities. So, I hope that we'll be getting a report on this, Mr. President, and with that, I will end my interpellations, and I am hoping, because I trust the men and women behind the DOLE, I just hope that they will comply with the interagency task force which was formed since 2019, Mr. President.
May I add to the manifestation of the Majority Floor Leader? Just a reminder to the DOLE, we have an ongoing investigation, or we'll be having an investigation on the use of government certificates, licenses, permits, birth certificates, passports na misused. These are authentic documents misused by foreigners. We will include in the investigation also the DOLE.
AEPs.
Not to investigate you guys, but just to give us in the report the process. How do you process them? And what are the violations that they do that will be able to revoke, or that will revoke their permits and working in the Philippines? Para clarified po yung committee. And if there's any action that has been done.
Yes, Mr. President, we're asking the Bureau of Local Employment to look into all these 42,000 plus AEPs which were granted to check, like this raid in Pasay. Are they here? If they're here, but they have AEPs, and then if they're closed, they'll just merge into the Filipino population, and even without the permits. And what is the monitoring capability of DOLE for the more than 42,000 who were granted AEPs? Tama po kayo, parang ang luwag-luwag natin magbigay ng mga permiso kasama na yung mga totoong authentic na passport, pero peke naman ang mga dokumento gaya ng birth certificate. So it's alarming how government resources are being used by foreign nationals to gain legitimacy in our country.
Yes, even these foreign employment permits, Your Honor, it becomes a residency card. Kasi sabihin nila, no, I have the right to stay in the Philippines. Look, I have a foreign residency, foreign employment permit. Therefore, I am working in the Philippines, I can work in the Philippines. Pwedeng gamitin yan para lokohin yung mga kung sino-sino, no? Yung mga pag-rent ng bahay, pag-rent ng condominium. Yan ang gagamitin po nila. So we have to be very strict about these employment permits.
I cannot agree more, Mr. President, with what you're saying, and that's why, again, this is a reminder to all government agencies issuing passports, employment permits, etc. Because, again, to put on record, as PNP reported, 4,039 people have been victims of crimes related to POGO in the first half of 2023. Kalahating taon pa lang po ito. 4,039 victims ng POGO crimes po, related to POGO crimes. And you were saying, kayo po ang nag-issue nitong 40,000 plus na AEPs. Kailangan, alam po natin na may malaking responsibilidad po tayo. In August, total of 650 workers, 464 Filipinos, 186 foreign workers were taken into custody after a raid dun po sa SA Rivendell Pogo Hub. 2 weeks ago, October 27, 734 foreigners and Filipinos who are victims of human trafficking. Ito po ay galing doon sa smart web technology na may lisensya ng PAGCOR. May lisensya. Nagpalit ng lisensya nung mahuli, nag-ibang pangalan, pero parehong mga tao, ni hindi dinoble check, parehong mga tao, personalidad behind that particular company. And then the latest was just last week. 2 Chinese nationals were arrested, 16 women, Filipino women were rescued from a prostitution den discovered inside the Philippine offshore gaming operator in Parañaque City. So I think we have enough
Mr. President, what is the word?
Nakakasalukaso.
No, I'm shocked.
Nakakalula.
Do you know that I asked how much does it cost to have the alien work permit? 8,000 pesos a year.
Sir, for the initial it's 12.
For initial 12, that's 1,000, 12,000 pesos, and you apply for the alien work permit. Wow. Kaya pala this is a haven for all those who want to do illegal things. This is terrible.
Reminder lang
12,000 for the initial.
Mga kawani, the Ombudsman is going to start investigating this type of shenanigans going on by giving out these IDs freely to unscrupulous individuals.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gatchalian, after which Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Mr. President, during the hearing of the Committee on Women chaired by Senator Risa last Friday, the PAOK, the President Anti-Crime Commission, showed us the actual bundles of IDs. The Alien Employment Certificate, ID, the Alien Certificate of Registration from the BI, it's also an ID, PhilHealth IDs, bundles. And the underlying document.
PhilHealth for foreigners?
For foreigners. Senator Risa was there also. In fact, she was the one who raised that. And the underlying document, Mr. President, is the license issued by PAGCOR. So in other words, the license issued by PAGCOR legitimized all the applications of all of those different IDs with the different government agencies. And we found out during that hearing also that the individuals do not need to go to those offices. The agent, or I think the travel agent or some agent, will just bring the license from PAGCOR and show it to the agency. O ito yung license, legitimate to. And then apply for 100, 200, 300 AEPs. And the government agencies will issue the IDs in bundles. So in other words, Mr. President, the actual persons do not need to even show up their faces in the in the agencies.
Really?
An agent, and Senator Risa can actually attest to this because she was the chair of that committee. The agent meron hong agent, no? May wholesale, no? In other words, wholesale po yung pag-apply ng mga ID. So again, if you look at the underlying document, the most basic document is that PAGCOR license. That's why, Mr. President, I was very dismayed during the hearing because PAGCOR should have been very careful in issuing the licenses because they have issued licenses to hardened criminal syndicates who operate sex dens, motels, torture chambers inside a self-contained building at the heart of Metro Manila, Mr. President. Just to share with the body the results of the hearing last Friday. Thank you, Mr.
It's
President.
appalling. I saw parts of the report in the newspaper. It's appalling. Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Walang ink.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President, at salamat din sa good gentleman from Valenzuela for sharing one of the many findings we unearthed during that hearing of the Senate Committee on Women. Ang gusto ko lang idagdag, one of those bundles of ID cards that Sen. Sherwin also just mentioned, yung ID cards di umano ng PhilHealth. Iniimbestiga na ngayon, Mr. President, kung genuine PhilHealth IDs ba iyon at sino sa loob ang maaring nag-facilitate ng pag-issue niyan in bundles tied by rubber bands, or peke ba yon at minamanufacture somehow by that employer. Ang isang significance ng paggamit pati ng PhilHealth IDs sa ganyang POGO operations, human trafficking hubs or centers, ay yung mga dayuhan nakikihati pa sa resources at health services na pinoprovide dapat sa ating mga Pilipino at tayong mga Pilipino lamang sa pamamagitan ng universal healthcare system, particularly yung PhilHealth. And itong pakinabang ng mga manggagawang Pilipino ng mga social protections na ganyan ay isang sinisiguro ng DOLE para sa ating mga manggagawa. Bakit may mga dayuhan? Probably through fraudulent means, nakakakuha ng ID na ganon na nagfe-fetch ng health services pantay sa karapatan nating mga manggagawa at mamamayang
With the permission of Senator Risa,
Salamat
we forgot to ask
Mr.
that
President.
yesterday.
Yes.
I want to ask Senator Pia, or we had the PhilHealth here late last night until 1 in the morning, together with the DOH. We should have asked, are foreigners allowed to be part of the PhilHealth program? Kasi
That's the question,
buwis
Mr.
natin
President.
yan eh. Buwis
Opo.
natin lahat eh.
Opo.
Hindi naman sila nagbabayad ng buwis dito, di ba?
Opo.
They're foreign workers. Are they entitled? Because in other countries, unless you're a permanent resident, you cannot get the free health care
Yan
that
po
is
ang
given
tanong.
to them, di ba?
Opo, yan po ang
Dapat
tanong.
permanent resident ka at the very least, or working, may parang sa states, sa US, it's a green card, di ba, green
Opo, Mr.
card?
President. Yan ang tanong eh.
Yan ang tanong.
Bakit yung PhilHealth benefits binabayaran ng empleyado, binabayaran din ng mga in some cases ng mga employers, ina-appropriate natin sa Kongreso, bakit mga dayuhan ay nakikihati pa doon, Mr. President? Salamat kayo, Mr.
President
Good
and Senator Ontiveros, tama po kayo. Kaya nga, remember, we raised the issue with the supposedly legitimate passports and legitimate birth certificates, but they have become Filipino passport holders. And the DFA submitted their report. I'm not happy with the report because head must roll. Because if you have a Filipino passport, then Filipino ka. Then the PhilHealth benefits,
all the benefits,
accrue to you. That's really grossly unfair and it's illegal. That's why I'm not happy with the DFA report. They should, for me, if I were the head of DFA and you're a passport officer and you approve a Chinese national, even if he has a valid birth certificate, you could immediately see that he could not speak or write or whatever, even with supposed relatives, hindi marunong mag-Filipino or English. They say they don't discriminate. Come on, you would tell. So they must immediately fire that person and hold that person or persons accountable.
That's why, Madam
Yes.
Sponsor, I'm so happy that in today's Inquirer, the Ombudsman has already put on record that he will investigate all agencies that are involved in this.
DFA and
Shenanigans.
PSA, may I also request, please, the Bureau of Local Employment of DOLE to look into the more than 42,000. They claim it's legal. What do you mean legal POGOs? Are they still there? Do you know they're still there? Have you reviewed it? How many have been revoked? We have to be strict.
Good sponsor, Mr. President, what the good sponsor has just mentioned is very important. And natalakay din po namin ni Sen. Sherwin dun sa hearing, yung papel po ng local. So we have the Bureau of Local Employment.
Yes.
We also call the attention po of all the barangays all over the country na makipag-ugnayan pati sa ating law enforcement authorities to crack down on this misuse of government-issued IDs, certainly to crack down on their use sa ganitong mga criminal activities na pinamumunuan nitong mga negosyo di umano nagsisimula bilang POGO license holders, kalaunan kung ano-ano ng mga krimen ang isinasagawa. Salamat kaayo, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Madam
Thank you,
Risa.
good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we move for the approval of the budget of DOLE. Again, we'd
Pending
like
the
to
submissions.
put into the records, Mr. President, that what some staff from DOLE are saying or conveying to our good sponsor that it is legal, it is not true because it's illegal. They were already apprehended.
Yeah.
So meaning to say, kahit na anong sabihin na legal yung pagbigay nila ng AEPs,
Yeah.
may problema dahil nandun nga po sila, nahuli, illegal na po.
Paano
so kahit na
nangyari
legal
yun?
na binigay yung AEPs,
Yeah.
illegal yung trabaho nila.
Yeah.
So yun ang point
Correct.
po natin. And I think it's very clear, non-debatable po yun, kaya wag na nating sabihin yung maling informasyon sa ating
Yes.
sponsor this
Yes.
afternoon. With that, Mr. President,
And last but not the least, on the labor, labor wages, my friends in the DOLE, yung inyong wage boards, dadalawa pa lahat na yatang region ang nailabas. Yung Mindanao, wala pa. Sa amin, Visayas. Parang dalawa lang yung lumabas na wage increase. Everybody's suffering. Yung presyo, Madam Sponsor, sa McDonald's at Jollibee sa Manila ay pareho po sa Cagayan de Oro.
Yes.
Bukidnon. Yung presyo ng bigas dito ay sa pareho presyo dun sa Mindanao at sa Visayas at sa Northern Luzon. So, ano po ang ginagawa nilang hakbang? Di ba? Kasi short of a legislative wage hike that we're really pushing here in the Senate, are the wage boards moving?
Mr. President, I am informed that there are 13 wage boards already issued, but there are pending. 13 already.
Wala pa. I haven't seen it in the papers of the...
Only 3 more than pending.
Only 3 are pending?
Yes, ma'am. The 13 regions have issued.
There are 13 regions that have issued and only 3 are pending?
What do you mean by 3 are pending? Only 3 have been released in the amounts? I know NCR. Let's put it on record. Magkano yung increase to sa NCR? 40 something, di ba? 47 pesos sa NCR.
40. The increase in NCR, Mr. President, is 40.
40 pesos. Then what is the next increase? What are the... Because I always monitor.
let's go one by one. Region 1, Mr. President, 30 to 35 pesos. Region 1.
Then nag-increase na. So nag-increase na.
Opo. Bali tatlo na lang pong rehiyon ang hindi pa nag-i-increase.
Which are?
Pending po yung tatlong regions na yun. The
What are the
rest
pending
had
3
increased
regions?
and issued.
Caraga, 10 and 11 are the
10.
regions
Oh,
that are
region 10.
pending.
That's my region.
That's your region.
And Caraga, that's Northern Mindanao and
Yes.
Davao region, Mr. President.
Davao region
And Caraga.
Caraga.
So tatlo na lang.
3 are pending, Mr. President.
Ayun nga. So, kailan kaya ilalabas yung wage increase dun? I'm also a businessman. I'm looking forward to this because we want to make sure that our laborers are also happy. The employees are happy. A happy workforce is a happy and productive company.
Business.
Yun. Di ba?
Hey.
Okay. So,
Sige
please
po.
be reminded, I'm monitoring it every day.
Friday and submission.
You want? Okay. By Friday. Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, Office of the Secretary, Institute for Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Wages and Productivity Commission, and Professional Regulation Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the Department of Labor, the budget of the Department of Labor and all its attached offices are deemed submitted. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we consider the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We have with us the Secretary of TESDA, our good friend, Secretary Suharto Teng Mangudadatu, and to sponsor the measure, may we recognize this representation and to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
I'd just like to welcome to the Senate Secretary Mangudadatu, dear friend of ours, former colleague in the House, and a former elected public servant. Welcome to your Senate, and to the whole TESDA family, welcome to the Senate. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator, you're sponsoring?
I am
the Majority Floor Leader is sponsoring?
I am taking over the seat of our dear Senate
No
President Pro
other
Tem.
person can defend TESDA better than the original TESDA man himself.
Now I'm scared,
Joe
Mr.
Villanueva.
President, of what you're going to say. But let
And
me
your
just,
twin brother will now interpolate you.
but I would just like to put on record, Mr. President, the budget for TESDA this year, the Senate, your Senate version, is 25,973,840. Just to put that on record. We are ready to receive any questions.
I'll now recognize your twin, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, my greetings to Secretary Mangudadatu. Kung dati ho, meron TESDA man, si Secretary Mangudadatu is TESDA Daddy. Pang daddy. And I thank him for coming yesterday to share with us some good ideas, good concepts that is good to look at and study to improve our education system. Mr. President, I won't ask any question, but just to manifest a few items. And let me start off with thanking the good sponsor, Senator Legarda, for accepting 3 of our recommendations. We recommended 3 items, all of which she accepted and included in the committee report. And let me just mention the 3 items that we recommended. We recommended funding for the Senior High School Assessment and Certification Support Program. We also requested funding for the expansion of the number of accredited assessors for the NC qualifications, of which the good sponsor, Senator Joel, was very passionate during the hearing. We also proposed, and it was accepted, special provision to prioritize the development of training regulation for upskilling and child development workers. And let me just explain this representation's proposal, Mr. Chairman, and let me just start off with the funding for the Senior High School Assessment and Certification Program. This is a low-hanging fruit, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor, to accredit and finally give certification to our senior high school graduates. Statistics will bear out that out of the 420,000 senior high school students, only a fraction actually take the national certification. Only 6% of that 420,000 take the national certification. However, those who took up national certification, 97% of them passed. So in other words, the passing rate is quite high. The only constraint or the only reason why they are not taking the national certification is the cost, which range from 800 pesos to 1,300 pesos, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. So, a low-hanging fruit to improve the employability of our senior high school graduates, and this is to fund their certification activity. And the certification activity, the amount that we recommended is
430,000 million.
Is 438 million pesos to cover all grade 12 learners amounting to 420,000, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. So this is a low-hanging fruit, and I thank the good sponsor for accepting this, and also thank Chairman Sani Angara for also accepting this. Senator Angara, being a commissioner of the EDCOM, knows about this potential, and I thank again, the good sponsor for accepting this. The other one is the funding for the expansion of the number of accredited assessors for the NC qualifications. And, magkano yun?
50 million, sir.
And this amounts to 50 million pesos, Mr. Chairman. And I remember during the hearing, even though we want to certify all of our senior high school graduates, we don't have the assessors to certify them. And currently, TESDA has about 7,500 pool of assessors, and to certify all of our senior high school graduates, we will need an additional of 11,000. So the 50 million peso proposal, and again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting this, is to increase the number of our assessors so that our senior high school graduates can be assessed and certified, and once they have that national certification, they can bring that out whenever they look for employment, Mr. Chairman. So again, this is a low-hanging fruit with the amount of 50 million pesos. Will increase the number of assessors, and with that increase of number of assessors, we will now have all of our, if they pass, no, but we will have all of our senior high school graduates certified. And the last proposal that we made is a special provision to develop a training regulation for child development workers. Again, another low-hanging fruit. I thank TESDA for coming out with the training regulation for BHWs. Before, our BHWs are just informal employees of our government system. But with that training regulation and with that certification, our BHW became formal employees of our government with the accompanying skills that they can use in order to perform their task better. The same principle applies for our child development workers. These are our present daycare teachers. And to date, we have about 11,000 child development workers who are just high school graduates. They did not finish college, or they did not go to formal tertiary education. That's about 16% of our total child development workers. So the training regulation and their certification will now improve their skills, level up their skills, and this will enable them to, again, perform their job better. And of course, the certification is a bragging, other than acquiring skills, but it's bragging rights for them also, to show that everyone that they have the necessary training and they went through the necessary certification in order to fulfill their jobs much better and up to par. So that's the third recommendation that we propose, and again, I thank a good sponsor for accepting that. And with these three proposals, all low-hanging fruits, we will see a improvement in our education system, particularly in our senior high school, in the delivery of our senior high school system, and in the chances of being employed by our senior high school graduates. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting our proposals.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation as this representation together with Senator Coco Pimentel during the budget deliberation in the committee level of Technical Education Skills Development Authority agreed that indeed we need to put more funds in training our trainers and producing more assessors, especially to cover for the requirement of our TVL track in the K-12 program. We had a chance to meet with the Secretary of TESDA this morning, and we were able to tackle a lot of issues and concerns. And most, if not all, of the concerns of this representation were tackled, and the Secretary himself gave a satisfying answers to the questions that this representation raised. Kitang-kita naman po na buong-buo ang ating suporta dito sa ahensya ng TESDA at may tuturing kong pinakamamahal kong ahensya, Ginoong Pangulo. Yung alokasyon po dito mula 16 billion para sa taong 2023 hanggang sa 25 billion na iminumungkahi ng institusyon ng Senado ay suportado natin. But in as much as we are in full support of the agency's plans, Mr. President, and initiatives, we were disappointed to hear last time during the budget consideration of TESDA when NEDA's observation last October 2023 that the number of middle and high-skilled occupations decreased year on year while low-skilled occupations increased. And so we wanted TESDA to take the lead, and the minority leader also gave me the go signal to place this on record, that TESDA should lead in future-proofing of our labor workforce and ensure their adaptability to ongoing and future trends in the world of work, including the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, etc. Mr. President, we also look forward to receiving the good news as regards to our TVET outcomes. We hope to see improved numbers, not just in the terms of enrollees and graduates, but more importantly, assessed and certified individuals. And so in line with this, we supported the introduction of additional budget for senior high school assessment and certification support. Pinakita po sa akin ni Senator Doblon kanina yung 438 million na para po dito. Actually, 500 po yung ating minungkahi, but 438 is good enough because we feel, Mr. President, that we need to emphasize the capacity of the agency to administer and implement this program. Another item, Mr. President, that this representation introduced is the expansion of the number of accredited assessors in the amount of 50 million pesos. Actually, I wanted to put more, but again, it is because of the suggestion of TESDA that this is the only amount that they can implement and use in order to produce the maximum number of assessors. Because until now, Mr. President, we are all aware of the shortage of our assessors. Another, Mr. President, is the inclusion of additional 12 million peso budget for the Secretariat of the Philippine Qualifications Framework. This is a pet measure of this representation that has become a law, but unfortunately, hindi makamove forward ng husto dahil kulang sa budget at kulang din sa meeting yung National Coordinating Council. Buti na lang si mismong Vice President Sara Duterte started calling for meetings because in less than 1.5 years, naka-4 na meeting na po siya, if I'm not mistaken. Samantalang in the last 4 years before she came in, 4 na beses lang din nag-meet yung PQF NCC. Another, Mr. President, that we put in is the allotment of funding, additional funding for the Tulong Trabaho Fund for the development of models and guidelines. I think this is very important for the recognition of globally recognized courses offering micro-credentials and massive online open courses. I know for a fact that we can do more, but we really have to look at the performance of the agency, Mr. President, and kanina very fruitful yung aming naging pag-uusap ni Secretary Mangudadato. And in addition, Mr. President, with the members of the Education Commission, because I can see here Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian, Commissioner Sani Angara, Commissioner Chis Escudero, Commissioner Pia Cayetano, We also supported the funding of the assessment and certification of senior high school students in the TVL track. The objective, Mr. President, is to ensure that we become the bridge. Tayo po yung magiging tulay that leads our trainees to better employment and work opportunities, better income and benefits, better lives overall. So, yun lamang po, Mr. President, and again, let me put into the records that this representation fully supports the passage of the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I acknowledge that and welcome that. Thank you, Senator Majority Leader Villanueva and Senate Minority. That's your joint manifestation of the majority and the minority. We fully appreciate that.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader would like to also make a manifestation on this particular budget.
I changed my
Item,
mind,
Mr.
Mr. President. I'll ask a few questions, Mr. President.
The minority floor leader.
Yes, but before I begin, I fully endorse what the recommendations of our majority leader. Actually, he is the testament of not only of the Senate but of the entire country, Mr. President. Siya talaga ang recognized expert natin dito. Kung ano po yung recommendation niya, nag-usap nga kami sa lounge kanina, naririnig ko naman yung recommendation siya, sabi ko, okay. Automatic yon. We will be fully supportive of the recommendations of the majority leader when it comes to TESDA. Okay. But sige lang, for the benefit of our constituents, no, the committee report increases the budget by 502 million pesos. Can we just summarize?
502.
The uses of the 502 million pesos.
I'll read into the record, Mr. President, the increase of 502.174. MOE increase will fund the following: national certification for grades from grades 11 and 12, technical vocational livelihood students 438,162, hiring of 11,838 assessors to facilitate assessment and certification 50,012, Philippine Qualifications Framework PQF Secretariat 12,000, Tulong Trabaho Fund to be used for the development of models and guidelines for the recognition of globally recognized courses offering micro-credentials and massive online open courses. This is 2 million? 2 million. 2 million. A total of 502,174.
How does the GAB level of 25.4 billion compare to the NEP level?
The 2024 GAB.
It increased by 10 billion. NEP to GAB.
The NEP of 2024 and the GAB increased by 10.4 million. B. Yes, 10.4 billion.
Papa.
Sure?
Sige pa, okay.
Okay. 481 to be exact.
Okay, sige. The GAB increases the NEP by 10.4 and then our committee adds another 500.
Yes, Mr. President.
Para
Sure.
so that the secretary knows the support given by Congress. Laki pala ng support given to you, secretary, by Congress. So that's how critical and important your agency is. Well, Mr. President, I took an active part in the committee hearings naman. So I know the efforts being done by the new secretary and as well as the agency. I know you're rationalizing the number of courses, bio courses or competencies that you are offering the public. Siguro you're adjusting your it's either you are now deleting the obsolete ones or found to be obsolete, unpopular, or no longer necessary. You are consolidating some of them and maybe you're introducing new ones, anticipating changes in the world economy, domestic economy, the labor market situation. So I encourage you to continue to continuously do the review or the rationalization of the courses that you are offering. Kasi nakita ko siguro, ito, common sense tells me na kung dadamihan natin ito, then therefore ang overhead natin mas malaki. So we keep on reviewing, and then I know you have the flexibility naman to do that, no, to revise your offerings to the public. So yun po yung actually ang nagustuhan ko dun sa ating committee hearings, that you have this effort to do this, no. And then can we hear from the Secretary what are some of the future plans for the agency? Kahit isa o dalawa lamang po.
Would you like the sponsor, Your Honor, for me to say what their plans are, or would you like us to suspend the rules so you can hear the voice of the new Secretary?
We can do it through
Okay,
the
thank you,
sponsor.
Mr. President.
Yes. No need. Just if the Secretary can just give us one novel idea or a new plan coming up for TESDA. Okay na, last na. Okay na.
Bago to, bago.
Pag nilete i-drop, siguro meron naman siguro
Bago lang to.
of list of
Yes. Mr. President, this is a new program. It's a 2023, supposedly to 2028 TESDA Skills Development Plan. It's a draft strategic framework. The vision is for a globally recognized Philippine TVET as a catalyst for education and lifelong learning, workforce, and socio-economic transformation. And let me go directly to the strategic pillars. A modern and responsive technical and vocational training and lifelong learning advanced and reinforced program, quality, competence, and productivity of workforce enhanced, quality assurance on certification standards, equivalencies, and qualifications should be strengthened. Collaborations with industry, government, academe, labor, and other stakeholders expanded and sustained, and transformative and innovative TVET ecosystem organized, managed, and strengthened, and Philippine TVET system and governance harmonized. This is supposedly a re-engineered, agile, data-driven, future-oriented TVET producing sustainable, high-value Philippine lifelong learners responsive to dynamic demands of the evolving labor markets, globalization, and the digital age.
Okay, siguro po maybe details can be provided
Yes.
our offices. Okay.
I was supposed
Sige.
to ask that
Sige
as
po.
well. Yes, how do you operationalize
Yes.
the grand vision
Yes.
in the next 5
But
years?
this is the new vision being introduced by the new leader of the agency, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
So congratulations for that. And then siguro maybe we can pursue the idea of introducing some tech voc concepts or ideas and even skills at the earlier stages of life, maybe beginning at the senior high school level, Mr. President, if that can be done, Mr. Secretary. So, pag-isipan natin. Of course, we need the cooperation of the other departments involved, like the DepEd. So just a suggestion, and the idea I got from the Secretary himself, actually. So, yun lang. So, congratulations for that, Secretary. Pursue po natin yun. The earlier we introduce our citizens, constituents, and the learners to some tech voc principles and even actual skills, the better. Kasi mag-time and motion study rin siguro ang EDCOM 2 on how our students spend their time in school. Baka naman may mga free time sila doon so we can now introduce some tech voc subjects, Mr. President. Okay.
We take note of that, and of course, yes, because you had received that idea, not just in our hearing, but also in your discussions with the good
Yes.
Secretary.
And I like the idea, actually,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yes.
So I'm endorsing it. So,
Very good.
So with that, thank you. Congratulations to TESDA, and thank you for your patience, and also our sponsor. Thank you, ma'am. You look
Thank you
better.
very-
You look better now. So kanina kasi you were in pain. You know.
Ano?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You look healthier now.
Thank you. We still have to have a late lunch. Thank you,
Salamat
Mr.
po,
President.
salamat po sa lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by Director General Ernesto Perez. We now move to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, and to interpolate our Minority Leader. Yes, you hear it right. Our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority is now in order for today's interpellation. Our sponsor, Senator Ontiveros and Senator Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po mga kasama sa Senado at sa ARTA family, led by Director General Ernesto Perez. Mr. President, I'm pleased to sponsor the 2024 total new appropriations of the Anti-Red Tape Authority amounting to 490,007,000 pesos, which is higher by 200 million pesos than the National Expenditure Program. The additional 200 million pesos requested by the agency and which was granted by the House of Representatives was likewise retained in your subcommittee report. Having said that, Mr. President, I am now ready to receive questions related to the agency and glad to do so from my Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the purpose why we are scrutinizing the budgets of the agencies even under the chairmanship of our Deputy Minority Leader is to promote a transparent process in how we budget the people's money. So, to get the people involved para alam nila ano po ang mga detalye po ng budget po natin. As far as ARTA is concerned, the COA has raised concerns over the slow complaint resolution process of the ARTA. So, according to the State Auditor, in the 2020 report, ARTA was not able to maximize the benefits of investigating complaints in a timely manner to address the red tape as part of its ease of doing business and efficient delivery of government services program. Wala daw kayong specific time frames prescribed in your certain procedures of the ARTA related to the handling of complaints. So can we get the response, Mr. President, of the agency? Tapos there's even an allegation that it took you an average of 124 days just to accomplish the first 2 steps in the complaint resolution process. So can we get an update?
Thank you, good Minority Leader, Mr. President. In order to address the COA audit findings, including the particular one mentioned by the Minority Leader, the ARTA devised 3 major initiatives or action plans as follows. Strict observance of turnaround time. Ito na po yung una kong babanggitin dahil ito yung particular na tinatanong ng Minority Leader. Dagdag po doon, revised 2023 rules of procedures. At third and last, enhancement of complaints documentation and filing system. On the status of implementation of the agency action plan on the COA findings, kaugnay po ng strict observance of the turnaround time in the issuance of resolutions. To strictly observe the turnaround time indicated in the guidelines to ensure expeditious, just, and inexpensive disposition of complaints and to balance the interest of stakeholders, particularly the complainant and the respondent. Resolutions will be drafted by the handling lawyer within 20 working days from the time the case is submitted for resolution. The division chief is likewise given 20 working days to review the said resolution, which shall be forwarded to the director, who has 15 working days to review, and another 10 working days will be allotted for the review of the Deputy Director General for Legal. So overall, Minority Leader, Mr. President, the fully implemented processing time for the issuance of the resolution from the time that it was submitted for resolution is 65 working days. So halos kalahati na lamang po, Minority Leader, Mr. President, dun sa napuna ng COA na average of 124 days. Likewise, kasama po sa agency action plan on the COA findings ay the 2023 revised rules of procedure are fully implemented. The 2023 RROP was published in the Manila Bulletin on 20th March 2023 and became immediately effective thereafter. Moreover, in compliance with the COA's recommendation, timelines have been defined in the 2023 RROP. The timeline for assessment of initial complaints and issuance of order of submission of counter affidavit were made in accordance with the periods provided under the updated Citizens Charter. And last but not the least, sa agency action plan, enhancement of complaints documentation and filing system. To enhance the documentation and filing system to remain strong in its pledge to have a transparent disposition of complaints, thereby safeguarding the reputation of the agency and the interests of the public, the ARTA ICT unit is currently developing a web-based record system that users may access through a browser. This system will be responsible for storing all the files and data that are being filed with the authority. The storage of the system is cloud-based, of which its cost is included already in the approved ARTA ISSP. So, also to address yung puna ng COA na walang specific time frame, ito na po yung timeline for the whole system. Fourth quarter of 2023, which we are in, ito po yung procurement of IT provider. Sa first quarter ng 2024, yung system design. Second quarter of 2024 ay yung planning phase. At sa third quarter of 2024, gagawin yung implementation and launching. But in the meantime, ARTA uses Excel for manual records keeping and of course, filing cabinets as physical storage. So ito po, good Minority Leader, Mr. President, mga tugon, diretsong tugon at related na mga tugon para bilang response dun sa COA critiques about the slow complaint resolution process, walang specific time frame, tapos yung dating average of 124 days. Good Minority Leader, Mr.
Thank you for
President.
the comprehensive response, Mr. President. So we are hoping that by next year, hindi na po ito lalabas sa 2023 COA
Opo,
report.
Good Minority Leader.
Pero can I remind the commissioners, yung finding kasi is very specific. No, it took you an average of 124 days just to accomplish the first two steps in the complaint resolution process. Parang ang narinig ko is you impose a 65-day deadline, but that's for resolving.
Opo.
After taking all the steps, that's the period of time you give yourselves to decide the issue. Pero ang tanong nga yung first two steps. So please focus on that para
Opo.
otherwise if you don't focus on that, it might appear again in the report for this year.
In fact, good Minority Leader, focusing just on the first two steps, makakat down, hindi lang by kalahati, pero by 2/3. Dahil kung dati, napansin ng COA na may average of 124 days just for the first two steps, dito po sa bagong turnaround time na sineset ng ARTA ma-observe, sa first two steps, dapat tatapusin nila within 40 working days na lamang.
Okay.
Good Minority
So
Leader.
I did not hear that. Okay, or I did not get that. So it's there. It was there. It's there
Opo.
in the
Opo.
reforms. in
The first
reforms.
step,
Okay, thank you.
Opo, the resolution will be
Good.
drafted by the handling lawyer within 20 working days from the time the case is submitted for resolution, and then the division chief is likewise given 20 working days to review the said resolution. Good Minority Leader.
Sige pa. Thank you for that, no, Mr. President. what government agency is the most complained of in terms of inefficiencies in its processes? Ito yung most complained. Ito na yung lowest na sa ARTA scorecard. Ito pa rin ito.
Yes, good minority leader, Mr. President. Based on the number of ARTA-related complaints received by the authority from 2018 to the present, so a half-decade period po, the most complained of agency is the Social Security System.
Okay.
Followed by, meron po tayong,
sige.
unfortunately, mga runners-up dahil
Sige ba?
meron pong table ang ARTA na 10 most complained of national government agencies based on the total number of ARTA-related complaints received from January to 31st August 2023. So just the first 8 months of this year, ang kasunod ng SSS with a total number of 51 complaints received na ARTA-related. Susunod po yung Land Registration Authority with 40 complaints. Third, yung DENR with 38 complaints. Fourth is the Bureau of Internal Revenue with 25 complaints. Fifth is the Land Transportation Office with 23 complaints. Sixth is the DSUD with 18 complaints. Seventh is the Food and Drug Administration with 17 complaints. Eighth is the Securities and Exchange Commission with 15 complaints. Ninth is the Department of Education with 14 complaints. And last but not the least, Philippine National Police with a total of 13 ARTA-related complaints received. And for the additional information of the good minority leader, Mr. President, the complaints are by volume. But of course, ninonote po ng ARTA, this does not mean that the agencies did not resolve these.
Correct.
Ito po yung natanggap.
ARTA issues a report card, para ganun, report card survey. Kaya nga,
Opo.
question ko po is, what agency got the highest rating naman per ARTA?
Highest rating.
Kahit top 5 po,
Mr.
top 5 na lang.
Opo, good minority leader, Mr. President, by agency category, the following agencies naman po received the highest rating. Department of Foreign Affairs received the highest rating, 90.96%. Na sa ARTA scale ay very satisfactory. Ang DFA po, highest rating among the 21 NGAs with completed RCS score. While the Government Service Insurance System gained the highest RCS score, garnering 92.8%, also very satisfactory among the 5 government-owned and controlled corporations with completed RCS score. So, yung DFA po,
DFA.
top sa NGAs, GSIS naman po, top rating sa GOCCs. For local government units, sana naririnig po ito ng ating colleague, Valenzuela City received the highest rating with 86.1% satisfactory among the LGUs with complete score. Sa mga state colleges and universities naman po, with completed RCS score, University of the Philippines Diliman received the highest rating at 90.27%. Also very satisfactory. And for hospitals, among the 5 hospitals with completed RCS score, the Philippine Children's Medical Center received the highest rating at 90.17%, also very satisfactory, good minority leader.
So congratulations to all of those agencies, Mr. President. The agency seems to have an issue with the Office of the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman has been quoted as asking for the abolition of the ARTA and the repeal of the ARTA law. Can you give your inputs on this issue? What's the position of ARTA? Do we have overlapping functions with other government agencies, or even with the Ombudsman's investigative function?
Thank you, good minority leader, Mr. President. That probably was the state of the relationship and the problem last year. But I am happy to report from the authority that the law as worded now requires all the authorities' findings and recommendations for violation of the law to be submitted to the Ombudsman for approval. Hence, there is no encroachment at all. In fact, the ARTA cannot even impose penalties. Further, ina-affirm po ng authority that the authority respects the opinion of the Ombudsman and they will defer as well to the better judgment of the Office of the President, to which ARTA is an attached agency, to Congress, which enacted the law, and to the Supreme Court, if the issue will be brought for final resolution. So sa ngayon po, Good Minority Leader, ang appreciation ng ARTA ay ang kanyang role supplements the power of the Ombudsman by providing service to the transacting public, specifically addressing their complaints in relation to violations stated in Section 17 of the Ease of Doing Business Law, o RA 11032.
So thank you for that good news, Mr. President. So meron na tayong harmony and cooperation. What is the status of the Go.Smart app? Is that a project of the ARTA, Mr. President?
Yes, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President. In fact, the Smart App project was discontinued after partial only implementation in 2022 dahil po the project was deemed redundant from DICT's ILGU.
How much have we spent for this project, Mr. President? Tapos yung nagastos ba rito parang ano na? Parang na-waste na po yung halagang yon?
How much was spent? Was wasted na po. So, deemed wasted ba?
Pero
Oo nga.
Yes, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President. A total of 1.2 million pesos was spent by the authority for the Go Smart project, now discontinued after partial implementation in 2022. I hope that ituturing ng authority na hindi lamang wasted yung perang iyon, but with the lessons learned, at dahil nandyan naman yung siguro itinuring na mas okay na app ng DICT na ILGU, that moving forward, even better use will be made of the budget na i-appropriate ng Kongreso sa authority.
sige po, if we admit that that was a mistake, then let's learn some lessons para we won't waste resources in the future. Unfortunately, sa pangalan ng app kasi ILGU, so parang pang specific for LGU, so hindi naman lang limited ng ARTA sa LGU. So I don't know, did you not argue your case na medyo mas wider yung inyong yung scope ng inyong application, yung beneficiaries mas malawak po, or yung users pala, the stakeholders and the users?
Actually, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President, that's a very good point. Sinabi naman po ng Director General ng Authority na diniscontinue ang Smart App on the advice of the DICT. Pero tama po kayo, ang saklaw lang nun ay yung LGUs. So I think it's a pending question to the authority. Ang good news naman po on the back of almost having, or practically, ayoko lang kasing sabihin na wasted yung 1.2 million, pero meron pa palang remaining funds. At yung mga iyon po ay reprogrammed sa similar ease of doing business related projects na hindi naman limitado sa LGUs, but cover all manners of government agencies and bodies na ino-oversee ng ARTA in terms of their compliance with the EODB law.
Pero hindi, it's not going to developing another app. Hindi na nga kasi.
Hindi po, a Good Minority Leader.
But at any rate, siguro conceptually continued just to argue kung do we need an app which is ARTA relevant or ARTA related. Pero wag nyo munang gastusan until we get all the clearances. Pero it looks like pwede kasi yung Go Smart go.smart-app, baka yung applications niya would be more than the ILGU. So,
I agree with the... Opo,
just continue the discussion or the presentation of your idea, pero wag niyo muna nang i-implement kasi baka naman na mapagastos na naman tayo ng aksaya po, Mr. President. So,
I agree with the good minority leader, Mr. President.
So at any rate, Mr. President, wala namang nababasa tayong issues raised by our constituents against the ARTA. Yun lang yung skirmish niyo with the Office of the Ombudsman. Pero resolved na po yun. So keep up the good work, gentlemen and ladies of ARTA, and we are here to support you. Kagagaling lang po rito ng author ng law ninyo who is our Senate President. So kung anong request ninyo, siguradong we have the support of the Senate President. And so we wish you all the best, and thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Dagang salamat, Minority Leader. And very well taken yung points ninyo about app development, and very timely dahil sabi po ng Director General ng Authority, they are thinking about or looking into developing an innovation app. Bagay po sa broader mandate of the ARTA. But well taken po yung caution ng Minority Leader about taking their time about it after the experience with the Go Smart app. Salamat, Mr. President.
Senator Ejercito is recognized for his manifestation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank the good sponsor. No, I think you know my issue with ARTA during our budget hearing, but I'd like to thank them for writing a letter already, and actually apologies accepted, but still I hope it does not happen again. No, that I wrote them several times yung kanilang issue justification is that they were waiting for the case to be resolved, but still we were just asking for updates, and I'm not that I'm a senator of the Republic. What if an ordinary person writes them? Baka mas lalong hindi nila pansinin. Now, I hope it does not happen again. And incidentally, there's a significant increase in the budget of ARTA from the NEP to the CAP, amounting to 200 billion. I'm hoping that they will be more proactive this time. They will spend it very well. So with the fund that they will be receiving for 2024, I'm hoping. Can we expect them to be more proactive, Your Honor? Good sponsor?
Yes, good gentleman, Mr. President. In word, in thumbs up, in nodding of the head, the good gentleman has the full commitment of the authority po.
And also, I'd like to ask their commitment not only to wait for complaints to be filed in their office, but also initiate inquiries themselves, no? If possible.
Yes, good gentleman. In the spirit of acting motu proprio on citizens' issues.
And I'd like to thank again the Director General for the letter, lengthily explaining what transpired. This is regarding the San Juan. It may be parochial, but again, it may happen everywhere. No, kaya ko nilabas po ito, good sponsor, Mr. President, that because of the ugly head of politics, this may happen to people who are who deserve to get what is due to them. In this case, the terminal leave of certain San Juan employees, numbering 30, but now down to 11. May nadagdag na naman. But for the record, at present, after 2019, up to this present, 12 retirees pa as we speak ang hindi pa nakakatanggap ng kanilang terminal leave benefit, no? So nakakalungkot dahil ito pera po nila ito. These are hard-earned money that they toiled for several years, 10, 20, 15, some or even 30 years. So ang akin lang kasi, people like this have no, kumbaga, against a powerful individual like a mayor, no? In this case, ano po laban nila, 'di ba? As what Senator Tulfo mentioned earlier sa mga niya, what he always mentioned that those who have less in light should have more in law. So yun lang po, no? Well, there's already a finding. Ang may sala dito yung administrator, but although I do not agree, Mr. President, your order, because it was proven that the mayor himself said that it was a common decision among them. So parang na-absuelto na kagad the mayor. Kawawa naman itong mga employees, no? So for the record, I'm hoping that they will still assist, even civil service, the ARTA would help these 12 employees who served San Juan very well, no? It just so happened na kami po yung nakaupo siguro at that time, but they served the city very well. And what we are enjoying right now as a city, it is one of the most progressive. Nakatulong po ito as a team. So I'm hoping that, again, a reminder that those who have less in life should have more in law. Dapat mas kampiyan po natin yung mga talagang, kumbaga, yung mga ordinaryong mga mamamayan. That's all, Madam Chair, and congratulations to ARTA sa 99% na inyong batting average, no, na pag-resolve ng case. So happen lang yung 1%, nakasama kami doon. Sana hindi na maulit doon muli. Thank you, Madam Sponsor and Mr. President.
Thank you, good gentleman. Mr. President, this representation joins the good gentleman sa kanilang pag-champion niyang prinsipyo na yung mga mas wala sa buhay ay dapat mas mayroon sa batas. Ang bawat mamamayan, sa usapin man ng masagot ang sulat nila, katulad ng sulat ng isang senador, at sa usapin ng kanilang mga karapatan sa paggawa. Halimbawa dito sa terminal leave benefits. Kakadiscuss din po natin ang ganyang mga karapatan ng manggagawa sa budget ng DOLE, and in fact, ang kasunod yung mga empleyado din sa ating public sector. So very, very timely po ito, and I join the good gentleman sa kanilang idinudulog sa ARTA na sa tulong din ng CSC, maasistehan pa itong 12 retirees nagsilbi ng 1 hanggang 3 dekada sa kanilang lungsod na makuha yung kanilang benepisyo na halos kalahating dekada na nilang iniintay. And lastly, I just would like to affirm what this representation said, even in the committee hearing. Ang niraise pong mga issues ng good gentleman ay hindi po parochial. Dahil totoong hindi lang maaring mangyari sa kahit anong syudad sa ating bansa, pero yang is usapin ng labor rights, even public sector rights, may national, and even masasabi natin transcendental importance. So muli maraming salamat sa good gentleman, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, may I just join the call of our distinguished colleague, Senator Ejercito, and the sponsor of the measure for these agencies, particularly the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the Civil Service Commission, to help out the marginalized sector of our society. And we feel that they have given a lot to our country and to our people, and they don't deserve, Mr. President, na maghintay ng ganitong katagal to reap the fruits of their labor. I also would like to point out, Mr. President, that I am the principal author of ARTA. That's my first law of my second term as a member of Congress. And I remember the Senate, actually, adopted the House version to fast-track the process. And so I'm a proud author of this measure, and I'm happy to hear a lot of good things and accomplishments of this particular agency. And with that, Mr.
Good
President,
Majority Leader, before the Good Majority Leader continues, ARTA well remembers that RA 9485 and that happy year of 2007. Opo. So salamat po para
Thank
doon,
you,
Majority
Madam-
Leader and Mr. President.
thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the majority floor leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and acknowledge the presence of its official. The chair is here, former colleague, Chairman Carlo Nograles. We now recognize the distinguished sponsor of to defend is Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomide. I move that they be recognized, Your Honor.
The consideration of the budget of the Civil Service and Commission and the Career Executive Service Board is now in order for today's interpellation. Senators Pimentel and Senators Ontiveros and Senator Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues in the Senate. To the civil service family led by Chairperson Carlo Alexi Nograles and Commissioners Eileen Lizada and Ryan Acosta. And also, Mr. President, to the Career Executive Service Board led by Executive Director Maria Marcy Ballesteros. Mr. President, I'm pleased to sponsor the 2024 total new appropriations of the Civil Service Commission, which stand at 2 billion, Mr. President, 2,047,957,000 pesos, higher by 95,200,000 pesos than the NEP and GAB version of 1,952,757,000 pesos. The additional 95,200,000 pesos capital outlay requested by the agency and granted by your subcommittee will be used for the construction of additional CSC field offices. The budget of the Career Executive Service Board, meanwhile, remains unchanged from the NEP and GAB at 90,780,000 pesos in our subcommittee report. Having said that, Mr. President, I'm now ready to receive interpellations for the said agencies.
Thank you, Ms. President. With the permission of our sponsor. Well, Mr. President, the budget for the Civil Service Commission has been scrutinized by our Deputy Minority Leader. It is as if that has been scrutinized by the minority already in the Senate, Mr. President.
Thank you, good minority.
If she endorses the budget, actually she augmented the budget through her subcommittee. We agree with the decision of our Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, good minority.
The Civil Service Commission is a constitutional body. Ganun kahalaga yan. Hindi created by law, created by the Constitution, which enjoys fiscal autonomy also, Mr. President. And wala naman tayong naririnig na issues against the Commission. We know the leaders of the Commission. They are reputable persons with track records, impressive track records, Mr. President. So we will no longer have any questions, and we will support the recommendation of the subcommittee. And we notice that the subcommittee, led by our Deputy Minority Leader, proposed the increase of 95,200,000 pesos. Ang question ko na lang siguro, does this answer now the wish list of the Civil Service Commission? Yun na ba yun?
Partly but not completely, good minority leader, Mr. President.
Ano pa pong kulang na pwede natin magawa?
Well, nako, napakagandang tanong po, good minority leader, Mr. President. Sa ngayon, itong additional capital outlay of 95,200,000 pesos will be used to construct additional field offices of the CSC based on their priority. So priority pa lamang po ito, good minority leader, pero meron pa pong iba sana. Pero initially, ito po ay magko-cover ng initial funding for Davao City Regional Office, which is envisioned to become a central hub for Mindanao. Pangalawa, Batanes, which will allow processing of documents within the province. Di na po sila kailangan lumipad or magbarko palabas. And third, for this first batch of regional offices, Lanao del Sur Field Office to cater to the area of Marawi and surrounding areas. Iba pang wish list. Further, good minority leader, Mr. President, additional MOOE is also requested by CSC in the magnitude of 92 million pesos.
Okay, so kasi magkamuka na 95.2 yung dinagdag natin and then the request is 92. Okay, so so I got confused there. So the 92 will be MOE. So because why? Because of increased expenses by the commission, or to answer for the regional offices expenditures, Mr. President?
The 92 million, good Minority Leader, Mr. President, would cover ICT subscriptions and also at pati po i-cover yung MOOE item for the regional offices. Ang detalye po niyan, good Minority Leader, ay para sa ISSP recurring, mako-cover po yan ng 61,085,588 at yung MOOE utilities, in particular, 31,853,273 for a total of 92,938,861 sa wishlist po.
Sige po, ando pala yung subscription, ICT subscription. Siguro, we have to improve the budget process. It should be included already in the NEP, Mr. President, kasi ano yan commitment for intellectual property o ano yun? Respect for intellectual property, Mr. So
That's a very welcome suggestion from the good Minority Leader on the part of the Commission. Hindi lang po kasi na-approve ng DBM para maisama po sa NEP, pero kung kaya po nating gawin, mas maigi po.
Alam mo, the commissioner, the chairman, the commissioners are very proactive. They reach out to us and explain to us their reform agenda. So we really appreciate that. So tulungan po natin sila sa mga bills na propose nila. At any rate, Mr. President, this has been pre-cleared with the chairman of the Finance Committee of the Senate. So I am endorsing the request for 92 million. Sabi ng subcommittee chair natin, approve. Sabi ng chair ng mother committee natin, approve. So wala na po siguro tayong pinag-uusapan pa. How about the Career Service Executive Board?
Yes.
Career Executive Service Board. Any wish list from that board? Wala na. Okay na po yung good news din naman din. Good news din naman na wala na. Okay lang po yung walang pilitan. Opo, wala na.
Pero magre-rain check na lang po kami at ang board sa Good Minority Leader, Mr. President, sa susunod na taon. I mean, thank you so much dun sa pagsuporta nyo sa additional 92 million MOOE para sa CSC, and we will count on the same generosity and support from the Good Minority Leader at yung ating ibang mga colleagues para din sa CESB sa budget ng 2025.
It's a unanimous support, so congratulations also. Thank you very much.
Salamat kaayo, Good Minority Leader. Salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before we move for the approval of the budget of the civil service, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the good sponsor again for the support, no? Yung sa issue ko sa ARTA. But I would like to bring this up briefly dito na sa civil service because I think this concerns them. This will not take 5 minutes, Your Honor. Republic Act number 10154, an act requiring all concerned government agencies to ensure that early release of the retirement pay, pensions, gratuities, and other benefits of retiring government employees. I suppose that it's the Civil Service Commission who is tasked to implement this Republic Act. RA number 10154 acknowledges in its declaration of state policy that public officers and employees who have spent the best years of their lives serving the government and public should not be made to wait to receive benefits which are due to them under the law. Further, it was also reiterated that the highest priority shall be given to the payment and or settlement of the pensions, gratuities, and or other retirement benefits of retiring government employees. There is even a penalty of suspension from service without pay from 6 months to 1 year in the event of unjustified failure or refusal to release retirement benefits due to an employee. Actually, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, I already mentioned this before to our chair, Carlo Nograles, but this has been filed with ARTA also. No? This regarding the San Juan City employees who have not yet received their terminal leave since 2019 up to the present. They numbered 30 before, but now as we speak, there's still 12. No, that have not received their terminal leave. And from what I know is that this terminal leave is their money. Pinaghirapan po nila yan, 10, 15, 20, even 30 years of service. So I'm hoping that I will not bring this up today, but I'm hoping that the Civil Service Commission will be able to help and assist these poor employees who have served our city very well. As what the good sponsor has mentioned earlier, sabi ko kasi parochial to, but tama po ang ating good sponsor, that it can happen to other parts of also who will, pag meron pong nag-change your administration, natural na talaga merong the ugly head of politics sometimes comes out, no, yung vindictiveness. But not, sabi ko nga sana, hayaan na lang sa aming politiko yung bangayan, wag naman idamay ang mga empleyado. So I am requesting and appealing to the Civil Service Commission in case this reaches their agency. I'm hoping that they will assist these people. Alam nyo, yung 2-3 milyon, maaring kay Mayor Zamora, baliwala. Pero sa mga taong ito, pinaghirapan nila ng 30 taon, 20 taon, malaking bagay po sa kanila yon. So, as again, I reiterate that those who have less in life should have more in law. So dapat ganun po tayo. Those people who have nowhere else to turn to, sana po ay ating po maalalayan. So that's all, Madam Sponsor. I'd like to thank you again for the support and for understanding the plight of these people who have served our city very well.
Very welcome, good gentleman. At ngayon pa lamang po ay nadidinig ng CSC at sa totoo lang ay sisimulan na nilang tugunan ito in a very formal and official way dahil may isa na pong taga City of San Juan, isa sa 12 empleyado pong ito, may case pending na po siya sa OLA ng Civil Service Commission at ito po si Ginoong Raul Gungon para dun po sa retirement benefits nila. And pinapasabi din po ng chair ng CSC, si Chair Nograles, dito sa ating open plenary na pwede pong kontakin pa nung ibang mga naghihintay pang empleyado yung center ng bayan ng CSC. So proactively iniimbita na nila sila. He's telling them that the commission is very open and would just be waiting if they want to bring this case to the attention of the CSC. Actually today po, good gentleman, Mr. President, nakikita po natin ang iba't ibang mga ahensya working together to respond to this very important pending case raised by the good gentleman. Pinapasabi din po kanina ni ARTA, DG Perez, na on Friday, just 2 days from now, magdadaos po sila ng isa pang hearing para mas itulak pa sa solusyon na yung para sa 12 empleyado pang natitira. So, thanks to the good gentleman, dahil po sa kanilang pag-follow up dito, over the past 4 years, andito po ang CSC, andito po kanina ang ARTA, at pagtutulungan po nila itong 12 kababayan natin. Good gentleman.
Yes, thank you to our good sponsor for also for understanding the plight of these poor employees who have really worked and toiled hard through the years. So maraming salamat and we really appreciate it, Mr. President. But before I move to close the period of interpellation, the gentleman from Davao would like to be recognized, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good Majority Leader, Your Honor, Madam Sponsor, this is not a question, just a short manifestation, Madam Sponsor. This is with regards to the problems of the, following the lines of the acting Majority Leader, that those who have less in life should have more in law. At inulit mo rin yan kanina. At present kasi itong mga dating mga tauhan ko sa Bureau of Corrections, they have less in life and they have more problems to solve. Kaya ito problema nila about their eligibility. Since andito naman yung ating mga ating chairman at mga commissioners ng civil service, I know that nahirapan kayo dito because batas talaga ito na they're only given 5 years to, according to the Bucor Modernization Law, they're only given 5 years to complete their eligibility requirements. So, ang akin kasi, good sponsor, is that may dumaan na 2 taon na pandemya. At yung 2 taon na yun, talagang walang activities. Walang, hindi sila nakapag-take ng exam ng eligibility. Yung iba hindi nakapag-aral. So, ngayon, nagtapos na yung adjustment period. I know, it requires legislation to amend the law kung gusto natin extend. Pero from the end of the commission na lang, I am appealing to them na baka pwede nyo bigyan ng kunting leniency. Kasi itong mga tao na ito, they are about to retire, mga patapos na ito sila sa serbisyo nila. Baka kung pwede lang, mabigyan lang kung ano, within the framework of the law, kung ano lang matulong na may bigay natin. Karamihan sa kanila talaga, they're forced to retire. Dahil there's no way that they were able to avail of the eligibility status. Yun lang, Madam Sponsor.
Opo, salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. Ayon po sa chair ng CSC, sa totoo lang, iniintay na lamang nila ang Department of Justice na sulatan sila tungkol sa isyung ito. So baka pwede pong pagtulungan namin ng good gentleman i-follow up yung DOJ kasi yun na lang ang hinihintay ng CSC para aksyonan po itong usapin ng mga empleyado ng Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. While hinihintay nila yung letter ng DOJ, pinapaabot ko na rin yung personal na pakiusap ko sa kanila in behalf of the personnel of Bucor. Kunting leniency lang kung anong maibigay natin, ma-afford sa kanila. Yun lang pakiusap ko, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, at lahat sa inyo sa civil service. Kuwan pala, Madam Chair, pakinggan mo muna yung aking manifestation of support.
Opo.
Suportado ko yan, walang problema. Larga. Suportado ko yan. Thank you, Mr.
Dagang salamat. Pasensya po, paumanhin po, good gentleman. Nagtatanong lang ako na, gaya ng sinabi nila, habang iniintay pa yung sulat ng DOJ, kung ano pa ang, kumbaga, motu proprio magagawa ng CSC. Tapos na yung DOJ.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board as to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I'd like to commend our chairman, my colleague when I was in Congress, and my friend, Chairman Nograles, for his steadfast leadership of the Civil Service Commission. And I hope we've all had the opportunity to personally witness his world-renowned dancing skills.
And likewise, Mr. President, I would like to show our confidence with the Chairman Carlo Negrales. I see sila, Board Member Eileen Isada, these are people with integrity, no? Yes. And I know that they will lead the agency and with utmost integrity and keep the integrity intact, Your Honor.
Thank you. There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board submitted. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Move for suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Southern Philippines Development Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by our former colleague in the House of Representatives, former Deputy Speaker, now Administrator Jerry Salapudin. And to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa.
The consideration of the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority and the Southern Philippines Development Authority is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the national government subsidy for the Southern Philippines Development Authority is 197,547,000. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Southern Philippines Development Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the
Southern Philippines Development
The
Authority.
Southern Philippines Development Authority submitted. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move... Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by the chairperson herself, Maria Belen Acosta, and to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority and Mindanao Development Authority is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Mindanao Development Authority is 304,891,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of Mindanao Development Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Mindanao Development Authority submitted. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, headed by our good friend, as friend of the Senate Secretary, Carlito Galvez Jr. And to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Bohol, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you.
The consideration of the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity is now in order for today's interpellation. Senators De La Rosa and Pimentel are recognized.
May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President,
Yes,
Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity is 6,997,185,000, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure. Mr. President, first to interpellate the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity is no other than the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Nueva Ecija and Camarines Norte, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayurya. Isang magandang paggabi po sa ating ginagalang at iniidolong senador, sa Senator General Bato de la Rosa. Isang magandang gabi po. At sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng OPAPRO. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ang usapin po ng kapayapaan ay isang bagay na dapat ay niyayakap ng bawat Pilipino. Sapagkat ang kapayapaan, ito po ang susi para tayo po ay magkaroon ng tunay na pag-unlad. Hanggat meron po tayong tinatawag na buhay mismo dito sa loob ng ating bansa, napaka-imposible na magkaroon po tayo ng pag-unlad. Sapagkat ang mangyayari lamang po, para lang tayo naglolokohan, magkakaroon tayo ng mga pag-unlad na infrastruktura, pero gigibain din natin pag nagkaroon tayo ng gera, pagkatapos ng gibaan, gawaan uli, lokohan po ang tawag doon. Kaya ako po ay sumusuporta dito sa OPAPRO sapagkat ito pong kanilang misyon ay hindi lamang po sa usapin ng isang bayan, isang probinsya, kung hindi para po sa buong Pilipinas. Kaya po sana, ang hinihingi ko po sa ating bulwagan ay mabigyan po natin ng sapat na pansin at sapat na budget pa ang OPAPRO. Pero, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, sa lahat po ng pagkakataon, siyempre, kailangan po ang output. Hindi po pwede na wala tayong output. Kailangan po natin maintindihan ng bawat Pilipino kung papaano po nakukumbinsi ng ating mga bayani, kung ano pong tatawagin ang aking kaibigan na si Secretary Galvez at ang bumubuo po ng OPAPRO, kung paano po nila nakukumbinsi yung mga combatants, yung mga tinatawag po nating mga rebelde na nanumbalik na sa ating pamahalaan na hindi na bumalik uli sa pakikipaglaban. Ganon din po yung kanilang mga anak o mga apo o mga kamag-anak. Kasi po, ang nangyayari sa aking pong obserbasyon, lumalahok lumalahok ang mga nakatatandang miyembro ng mga rebelde, sila ay pumapasok uli sa gobyerno, sila uli ay nanunumbalik, pero katulad po na nangyari sa Marawi Siege, yung kanilang mga anak, kanilang mga apo, ay hindi nila nakumbinsi. Ito ay humawak uli at humawak ng armas. Ganon din po sa mga Abu Sayyaf. Yung mga Abu Sayyaf ay mga apo, mga anak ng mga MNLF. Kaya po sana, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, hayaan niyo po akong makapagtanong ng mga ilan pong mga punto. Katulad po, halimbawa, magmula po ba noong nagkaroon tayo ng, baka po lang may record po kayo, magmula po nagkaroon ng peace agreement, balik lang po natin, no? Magmula po doon sa panahon ng, kung meron lang po, ang panahon po ng MNLF at ng, hindi po MILF, ng MNLF at ng gobyerno natin, magkano po ba ang naibigay ng ating gobyerno sa MNLF? Kung meron lang po kayong record, kung may existing po, mahal na Ginoong tagapamahala.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sa ngayon, actually ang hawak nila ngayon na records ay limited lang muna dito sa MILF, Your Honor. But as far as the MNLF history is concerned, as far as their institutional memory is concerned, ang binigay po ng gobyerno sa mga MNLF ay limited lamang sa integration. Meaning, yung mga MNLF combatants noon na nagsurrender, bumalik sa gobyerno ay na-integrate sa Armed Forces of the Philippines at saka sa Philippine National Police. So, yun lang po ang naibigay. Unlike yun sa MNLF. Unlike sa MNLF ngayon, medyo mas comprehensive yung kanilang natatanggap na socio-economic assistance package. Yung isang MILF combatant ngayon ay nakakatanggap ng initial cash assistance na 100,000 pesos. Plus, meron silang livelihood programs and other socio-economic assistance, estimated study grants, skills training, and social protection based on the result of the needs assessment conducted for each of the decommissioned combatant at an average cost of around 1 million pesos per combatant. Kasama niya yung buong package niya na
Sa bawat
Your
isang
Honor.
sa bawat isang surrendery po 'yun.
Yes po.
Sa MILF po 'yun.
Pero ang cash dyan is 100,000.
100,000.
Tamang.
Opo.
All others are given in kind. But that amounts to almost around 1 million per decommissioned combatant.
Magmula po noong Ginoong tagapamahala, magmula po noong nagkapirmahan at pumasa at nagawa ang BARM, ilan na po ba ang combatants na nag-surrender ng kanilang mga armas? At ilan na po ang nakakuha nitong package na ito na nakakahalagang 1 million?
Sa kasalukuyan, Your Honor, a total of 26,132 MILF forces and 4,625 weapons have been decommissioned under Phase 1, 2, and 3. Pagdating sa gastos na naibahagi sa kanila ay yung national government po ay nakapag-allocate pa ng over 19 billion pesos na pamana projects from 2017 to 2022 across the country. The pamana supports the building of peaceful, progressive, and conflict-resilient communities and boosting economic activities in the region where they have been implemented. So far through pamana, 19 billion pesos na po ang nagastos ng ating gobyerno.
Ilan na lang po bali ang nananatili? Nasa
Ang-
40,000 competence, mga 15,000 na lang po ba?
Around 14,000,
About
Your Honor.
14,000. Lahat po ito, ginoong tagapamahala, nagkaroon na ng livelihood.
26,000, Your Honor.
Kasama po dito yung bahay. Meron po ba silang bahay? May housing po ba sila?
Ongoing daw yung pabahay para sa kanila that will start 2024. Nag-start na. Mag-start 2024, Your Honor.
Okay po. Magkano po ba ang budget para po sa decommissioning ng MILF forces po natin ngayon? Ngayon pong 2024. Magkano po?
Your Honor, the there is a total of 9.7 billion pesos is needed to fulfill the targeted normalization program for fiscal year 2024. Of the total funding requirements for
9 billion po, 9 billion.
9.7 billion.
Para
Ang
po
requirement.
dun,
Requirement
para po dun sa natitirang 14,000?
Yes po, Your Honor. Ito po yung kinakailangan.
Magkano po ang na-approve itong 2024?
Ang na-approve is only 899,314,900.
Aba,
So-
parang 10% lang yata yun
Less than.
Opo,
Mas mababa pa sa 10%.
Aba, paano po yun? Paano po yun, ilang libo po yun? Doon sa 800 million na yun, ilang libo po yun? 1,000? 1,400, malamang. 1,400 lang. Paano po kaya yung matitira?
We expect with the lack of funding support, we expect really, Your Honor, that the normalization program will be delayed and delayed again.
Mahal na ginoong tagapamahala, medyo lungkot po ito sapagkat ilang taon na rin po nangyari ang peace agreement. Marami na din po siyempre ang ating, pagka sinabi po nating combatants, kasi ito po yung ground. Ito po yung tinatawag nating nasa grassroots. Sila yung totoo. Pagka ganito po na, paano po ba ang mangyayari? Every year, 10% lang? O wala pang 10% ang pwede nating bigyan? Di ba po meron niyang palugit sa batas? Meron pong sinasabi sa batas ang palugit niyan?
Totoo po, Your Honor, ang palugit na binigay ng batas ay hanggang 2 taon na lang. So, within 2 years, the normalization phase should have been completed, the normalization program. So, kung hindi ito mapunduhan ngayon, normal na madelay na naman. So, hopefully, next year, mapunduhan ito para hahabulin ng ating OPAPRO, ng ating mga in charge dito, yung normalization process.
Opo. Kasi po, ginoong tagapamahala, tunay pong napakahalaga na merong tayong independent na BARM na hinahangaan po natin sapagkat ayon po sa mga statistics, nagpe-perform very well ang BARM. At katunayan, pati ang kanilang sa poverty na paglalabanan nila, pati ang kanilang agriculture, maganda. Pero kapag yung mga combatants ang hindi natin nabigyan ng pansin, magiging suliranin nito. Sapagkat sa sabihin na po natin, ang BARM ay isang probinsya na masasabi natin na napakalaki ang kanyang sinasaklawan. Sabihin na nating mahusay ang gobyerno, magaling ang gobyerno, pero ang tanong, sa batang edad ng pagkakatatag ng BARM, hindi pa nararamdaman ng mga nasa baba yung progreso na yun. At ang nakikipaglaban para doon sa progreso na yun ay yung mga combatants na hinihikayat natin na wag nang bumalik sa pakikipaglaban sa gobyerno. Pero eto tayo ngayon, kulang tayo ng pondo. Nakakalungkot lamang po yan sapagkat sa inyo po bang kaalaman na mahal na tagapamahala, magkano po ba ang block grant natin sa BARM?
The annual block grant of BARM is around 70.5 billion, Your Honor.
Kapag sinabi pong block grant, yan po'y binibigay natin ng buo ng walang question.
Yes po.
Opo.
And they're free to spend it
Kung saan po nila
on their
gustong
own.
dalhin.
Yeah, according to their budget that is formulated by their own parliament.
Bukod po doon, meron pa po ba tayong binibigay ang national government sa BARM?
Yes, Your Honor, we are giving them annually the special development fund of 5 billion pesos within the next in the next 10 years from the enactment into law of the BOL. 10 years na magbibigay tayo ng 5 billion pesos annually for a special development fund that will be used for the repair of the damages in the war-torn areas in in southern Philippines.
Bali, lumalabas po na parang nasa 76 billion? Parang ganun po ba? Ilan po yun? 70
billion yung kanilang
plus
annual
5.
block grant.
So, parang
Plus 5,
so mga 75
around
plus.
75. Yeah.
Buo po natin binibigay yan. Opo. Sa inyo po bang palagay, mahal na tagapamahala, ano po ang mas mahalaga sa ngayon sa OPAPRO? Yung po bang binibigay natin na 75 billion, siyempre, mahalaga yon. Pero ano po ba? Yung combatants, kung pwede po ba natin may timbangan tayo, ano po ba ang ating prioridad? Mabigyan po natin maibsan natin yung ating mga ipinangako dito sa mga combatants, maibsan natin, maitawid natin, matupad natin ang kanilang mga pangako, ang ating mga pangako sa kanila, o maibigay natin yung 70 billion at 5 billion na yan. Ano po ba ang sa palagay po ninyo? Kasi ang gobyerno, alam ko naman po na tayo nga po kapos na kapos din ang gobyerno. Kailangan po tayo may priority. Ano po ba dapat ang priority natin?
Well, Your Honor, before I answer your question about priority, I would like to correct my earlier statement that actually it is correct yung 70 billion na annual block grant plus 5 billion special development fund and another 5 billion share in taxes, fees, and charges collected in the BARM. So a total of 80 billion, 80.5 billion yung natatanggap ng BARM government annually. So going back to your question about prioritization, well, para sa akin, right now, I can answer you that para sa akin, parihong kailangan talaga yon. Dalawa, they are on equal footing dahil nga, itong namang block grant ay ginagamit po ito sa kanilang pagpapatakbo ng kanilang gobyerno. Sigurado, kung bibigyan ito ng least priority, it will defeat the purpose of having a BARM government.
But yung patungkol naman doon sa mga armado na mga combatants na kailangan natin talagang i-priority yung normalization, no? I agree with you na napakahalaga po niyan. In fact, if you want immediate peace, instant peace, and lasting peace, ay talagang dapat yon ang mauna. Dahil wag sanang masamain yung ating posibleng habang andyan pa sila, hindi pa sila na decommission. Well, kung meron kang armas, it's normal that you will be madali kang may tsansa na matim ka talaga to commit crimes. So, kung ma-decommission na ito sila at nabigyan na ng socio-economic package, then I'm sure lasting peace will prevail all over the area of the BARM area.
Tama po kayo, ginong tagapamahala. Parehas po talaga itong may bigat sa timbangan. Pero noong ako po ay nakapanood minsan ng isang parang sa budget din yata yun sa mababang kapulungan, sa malaking kapulungan, nabanggit po ng isang mambabatas doon ang patungkol sa unused funds ng BARM. At ang pagkakadinig ko po parang nasa 50 billion yata yun, 50 billion. Meron po ba kayong knowledge dito patungkol po sa unused funds ng BARM na hindi po nagamit?
Well, meron lang akong narinig, Your Honor, na hapyaw, but as to the details, aalamin ko pa po yung details tungkol dyan sa unused funds na yan.
Kaya ko po lang naitanong, ito po bang, halimbawa, ito po ay meron talagang unused funds. Hindi po ba natin pwedeng kausapin ang BARM na ponduhan muna itong 8 billion para po sa kanilang mga combatants? Hanggat wala tayo, hanggat inaantay pa natin. Hindi naman po yan thank you lang. Kumbaga, parang babayaran naman ng gobyerno bilang partnership. Kasi ang alam ko, sa isang peace agreement, partnership yun Dalawang partido yun na nag-uusap. At ang pinakamahalaga, dahil gobyerno na rin naman ang BARM, at gobyerno talaga na tumatakbo at maganda ang ginagawa, at kita naman sa mga statistics na sila'y talagang mahusay, pero merong combatants na naiwan Kailangan natin harapin yun Hindi natin pwedeng hindi harapin at sasabihin lang natin sa kanila, then next year kayo. Hindi pwedeng puro next year. Ang taong nasa ground na tunay na nakakadanas ng kahirapan sa 24 oras na umiikot ang panahon, hindi natin pwede sabihin, next year na kayo. Yun lamang po, parang para sa akin, baka kung meron naman sa pamamagitan po ng magaling na pakikipag-usap ng aking kaibigan na si Secretary General Galvez, baka lang, kung wala naman tayong nilalabag na batas, kung ito naman madadaan sa mabuting usapan, bakit hindi po natin gawin?
Well, napakaganda po yung panukala mo, Your Honor. Siguro it's about time that the national government talks to the BARM government at pag-usapan ito. This is a good option. Napakaganda po itong option na ito, barring any legal complications. Kung wala naman tayong malalabag na batas, then baka magandang pakiusapan. Kasi nga, right now, when we say about obligations or whatever, BARM is not legally mandated to contribute to the government of the Philippines for normalization. It is not mentioned in the annex on normalization nor in the Bangsamoro Basic Law. But as you have said, as you have clearly pointed out, it is a very good option, and that recommendation is very should I say, napakaganda. Magtagalog na rin ako. Napakagandang suggestion po yan. That would be, if that suggestion will be accepted by both parties, by the BARM and the national government, then we can call that the Padilla recommendation. The Padilla recommendation that will end all problems in the Bangsamoro region.
Inshallah, mahal na tagapamahala. Sapagkat naniniwala po ako na parehong maganda ang intensyon ng
Yes.
gobyerno at ng BARM. At ito pong magandang intensyon na ito, ay makikita lamang po natin ang magandang kinabukasan ng BARM kung ang mga combatants ay tunay po na mararanasan nila ang progreso.
Yes, Your Honor, but if I may, with your permission, I would like to ask the minority leader, if the unused funds of BARM, after one fiscal year, will it be returned to the national government or not? It stays with them. So, okay, if it stays with them, then
Diskresyon na po nila, di ba
yeah,
po?
that's a good, discretion
Discretion na
nila
po
yun, how
nila,
to
opo.
deal with that fund. So, thank you, Minority Leader, for that information.
Mr. President, with the permission of our colleagues, but parang may fiscal autonomy concept na rin po yan sila. So it's
Yes.
the assembly which should now enact the budget ordinance. So pwedeng pakiusap pero obligasyon natin yun parang sa isang agreement. So we can alleviate the situation na merong sumasalo in the meantime, but still masisingil ang national government sa kanyang commitments, Mr. President.
That's correct.
Yan ang expectation ng other party, other contracting.
Thank you, Minority Leader, for that input.
Yun po, mahal na tagapamahala, yun naman po yung ating mungkahi na kung tunay talaga ang intensyon ng bawat isa, hindi dapat ito mauwi sa usapin ng pera. Sapagkat ang pera, yan ay instrumento lamang. Hindi yan ang buhay. Itong ating pinag-uusapan dito ay kung paano mabubuo ang bansa. At ang bansa, hindi yan mabubuo kung ang tao sa loob niyan ay hindi masaya.
Yes, I agree.
Ang kailangan, itong mga taong napangakuan natin na magiging maayos ang kanilang mga buhay, dapat nating gawin. At yan ay sa loob na lamang ng 2 taon.
2 taon.
At bilang tayo ay partner, ako'y naniniwala na partner natin ng BARM. Bagamat sila ay may tinatawag natin na may autonomy, sila ay may, sinasabi nga natin, sila ay malaya. Pero nasa isang bansa tayo. Tayo pa rin ay nasa isang bandila. At dapat yung bandila na yan ang sagisag ng ating pagkakaisa. Hindi usapin ng peso sign. Dapat tayo ay nagkakasama-sama, tayo ay lumalakad patungo sa tinatawag nating progreso. Pwede natin iisang tabi lahat. In every rule, sabi nga nila, ituloy mo na yung English na yun.
There is an exception. Yes, Your Honor, alam po ninyo, yung sinasabi mo kanina na yan nga, aside from their fiscal autonomy, they have political autonomy. Alam nyo yung nakalimutan ko to dahil pilit kong tinatagalog yung gusto kong sabihin.
Englishin mo, boss.
Akala mo magaling rin mag-English, no? But anyway, Your Honor, nakalimutan ko na tuloy. Yung you know, Mr. Naalala ko na. I hate to use the term GPH, Government of the Philippines, and the BARM. I hate to use that term
Because para bang ina-alienate mo yung BARM from the,
Opo.
from the government of the Philippines, GPH. Yan kasi ginagamit ng term. But right now, I don't want to use that term. I want to use the national government, the term national government, rather than GPH. They're always using GPH. Para bang government of the Philippines in one side and BARM in the other side, para bang hiwalay sila sa gobyerno natin. And they are still part of the Philippine government. That is why we are giving them black grant because they're still part of the Philippine government. They're part of our territory. Kaya nga, I hate to use that term GPH. I want to use national government. That's more for purposes of unity. That is more appropriate. I think so. They are in agreement with me. So that's it, Your Honor.
Apo. Maraming salamat po, Ginong Tagapamahala. Yun lamang po ang aking gustong imungkahi at iparating sa OPAPRO. Ako naman po ay katulad ng sinabi ko kanina sa umpisa pa lang, ako po ay 100% nakasuporta sa OPAPRO mula noon hanggang ngayon. Ako po ay nasa likod nila sa usapin ng kapayapaan at ang akin lang pong iminungkahi ay upang magdire-diretso na. Huwag na po natin hayaan pa na ma-impluwensyahan pa ng mga dayuhang maling ideolohiya yung mga bata sa BARM. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapamahala at sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng OPAPRO. Ganun din po sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat din po sa ating pinunong minorya.
Maraming salamat, Your Honor. Rest assured, lahat tayo dito, kahit na yung mga kameraman na yan, kahit na yung kung sino mang nandito, pati mga janitor, lahat tayo ay gusto, kahit na sila ay mamusliman o makristyano, lahat tayo ay gusto talaga ng kapayapaan. So, nagkakaisa po tayo dito. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Napakagandang interpellation po ni Senator Robin Padilla. Dami nating natutunan. Namulat yung ating mga mata sa actual situation at pati dun sa ating mga past commitments na dapat di natin nalilimutan. Ang magandang point na lumabas po is meron pala tayong 2-year left in the time frame that we have to comply with our commitments under the decommissioning annex.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
2 years.
And then, tama ba yung pagkaintindi ko? For the 2024 NEP, we are not funding anything doon? Or kulang?
Kulang na kulang talaga.
Yung ba yung 10% na nabanggit kanina? Or less than 10% na nabanggit kanina? Yun po yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, maling strategy po yata yun na if we have only 2 more years. Is it 2 more years or 2 more years after 2024? Or 3 more years from now? Ano ba?
Your Honor, supposed to be, the decommissioning phase is only up to year 2022. But it was extended up to 2025. So, more or less 2 years remaining, Your Honor.
Sige po, pero parang maling strategy, parang hindi proportional yung ating budgeting, no? Parang may balloon. We need to fund it in bulk during the last few years. No? So there's something wrong with our approach. So siguro if the secretary can discuss this budget sa cabinet, that the Senate has his support on this. Pero of course, it's a question of the availability of resources kasi 9.7 billion is what we need to fund for the next 2 years, bale. Okay, sige po. We get it, Mr. President. Oh, sige. So with that realization, may wish list pa ba ang OPAPRO? Do you have a wish list for 2024? Na hindi pa po nakasama sa aming Senate Committee report. Tandaan natin, ang Senate Committee report namin, saan na ba yun? Increased eh. Even increase your budget. Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
yung kanilang wishlist ay nakalagay naman sa unprogram.
Ayun. Okay.
Unfunded, unprogram.
Unprogram.
Ha? Unprogram. So, unprogram, Your Honor.
The entirety of the wish list, nasa unprogram.
Yes, Your
Okay, so,
Honor.
okay.
It's a total of 899 million
Okay.
766 thousand.
Okay. The budget reflects the priorities of the administration. Eh. So kung lahat po ng inyong wish list ay in-accommodate sa budget na prepared by the executive branch, that means you are really being prioritized by the administration.
No, it's the Senate version, Your Honor. We're the ones who placed
Yes,
this,
sir. But our Senate version, ang adjustment natin, 51 million lang. 51.5 million. Internally. Nag-adjust po tayo internally, meaning to say we decrease some amounts and then we increase some items to the same amount. So,
Yes, Your
hindi
Honor.
gumalaw yung... So, since yan na po yung pinag-usapan natin, may we know saan anong adjustments ni subcommittee? Ano po yung ginalaw natin sa amounts sa OPAPRO budget, Mr. President?
We have realigned the 51 million from the capital outlay to MOOA to fund the coordination, monitoring, and evaluation activities of the Pamana program, Your Honor. Plus the DAN program.
Yes, okay. So, yun program, pag-usapan na lang. Well, anyway, basta it reflects the priorities of the administration, pero better still sana kung nasa program. But at least, nandyan po tayo sa budget in the program. And we have a chance may chance pa rin ma-fund po yan, Mr. President. Siguro, appeal na lang to the Secretary and to the entire office to address the COA items. No? So, try your best, try your very best. Minanan lang po ninyo yung issues na yon. And then, na-accommodate po ba natin yung request ng National Amnesty Commission, Mr. President? Kasama doon sa ating committee report?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po lahat.
Okay. Ang figure kasi sa akin, ang request is 60 million. Paano natin na-accommodate yun when we made adjustments of 50...
The 60 million na
51.5 million. Ang
60
adjustments
million.
natin 51.5. Ang request is 60 million. Paano natin na-accommodate po yun?
No, it's included in the program, Your Honor.
Saan
The
program
60.
na ilagay?
60. Program.
Okay. Sige, and then can we get the reaction of the Secretary? There's a request that we introduce a special provision that the amount of 88,469,000 appropriated herein under the locally funded projects shall be lodged directly with NAC, the National Amnesty Commission, and used exclusively for the operationalization and implementation of the programs, activities, and projects of the NAC.
Yes, Your Honor. It's already included in our committee report. Yes,
Thank
Your
you
Honor.
very much. So, very proactive ang ating subcommittee chair na yung aking opisina ay behind na sa curve. Nagawa na. So, ako papunta pa lang, pabalik na si chairman na done that na po siya.
But it's not program, ha? Program yan. Program, di ba? Sa special provisions.
Special provision. Okay, the special provision. Yes, siguro. No. So do we have to be clear that we are referring to an appropriation in the program?
Additional na po itong 60, Your Honor.
In addition pa to?
Oh, in
Okay.
addition nito. Opo.
In addition to the 88
88,
million
yeah.
po. Okay, thank
In
you.
addition to the 88.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So yung 60 million, when if ever these are funded and then released, will follow the spirit of the special provision, directly lodged with the NAC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun na mangyayari. Okay. For as long as that's clear, Mr. President, okay na po, Mr. President. May we get, siguro last topic na lang po, po ito, no? May we get the inputs from the office and from the secretary on what measures are being taken to address the killings and disappearances associated with the communist insurgency, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, OPAPRO differs to the law enforcement agencies on the measures to address killings and disappearance associated with communist groups. So, makipagtulungan na lang sa law enforcement agencies, Your Honor.
Wala ba tayong parang filosofiya na gusto natin i-share sa kanila o panawagan na, Mr. President? Do we want to be that detached, Mr. President, and para
Yes, Your Honor, OPAPRO, in coordination with all members of the security cluster, is advocating for the observance of the rule of law. Yung kanilang rules of engagement na minimaintain ngayon ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ay emphasis noon ay talagang observance of the rule of law. Yung rules of engagement na ino-observe by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And it is being monitored by the whole security cluster, not only the Department of National Defense, but kasama na dyan lahat, pati na yung DOJ, yung National Security Council, OPAPRO, they are always saying to it that the rules of engagement with emphasis on the observance of the rule of law ay talaga ma-observe in all undertakings by the operating units, Your Honor.
yeah, and the rule of law puts high value to human life, Mr. President.
Yes,
Basta't implicit, implied na po yan. Titapusin na. For the same, Mr. President, Senator Tolentino wants to interject something. Say, pare, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, yes, Senator.
And if I may add, Mr. President, Your Honor, the Armed Forces of the Philippines is very consistent every year, topping the list of most trusted government agency, national government agency. So palagi po yan, every year, number one palagi ang Armed Forces of the Philippines, most trusted. So siguro, that's quite an indicator that the rule of law is really being observed as far as the rules of engagement of the armed forces is concerned.
If okay with the chair recognizes Senator Tolentino.
The permission of the two gentlemen, just a minor interjection which I think is germane to the topic at hand. May we know from the good sponsor his views on the latest intervention made by the United Nations rapporteur who was here for 10 days, lambasting NTF LCAC program for being anti-human rights because of some perceived violations relative to climate change initiatives. perhaps the query made by the good minority leader has something to do likewise with this seemingly intrusive misobservance of a foreigner named Mr. Fry delving into our affairs and as to how we should end communist insurgency here. Palagay niyo, tama ba yung sinabi nila na may nakialam na naman, lumabas ngayon, kalalabas lang ata ngayon yung statement?
Maybe, Your Honor, he is one of the most misinformed foreigner who set foot in this country. Baka ang narinig lang niya ng mga na side ay yun doon lang sa kabilang side. Hindi niya napakinggan yung side ng gobyerno.
So was the OPAPRO involved during the visit preparations or of this UN observer? This is a breaking news. Kalalabas lang po nito, mainit-init pa ito.
OPAPRO is not involved,
so hindi
Your Honor.
sila na-involved. So kalalabas lang.
Had they been involved, for sure, magbabago yung paningin ng foreigner na yun sa NTF-ELCAC.
So
kung in-involved nila OPAPRO, they will be informed accordingly. Hindi naman po sa porke na sa gobyerno tayo, pero yung tama lang na information dapat nakakarating sa kanila.
So this will be the news for tomorrow, that UN observer calling for recommending that all NTF-ELCAC activities be stopped. Yes, this is a breaking news. That's why I interjected. Yes, so lahat ng ginagawa titigil na raw kasi it is anti-human rights and it will not end. So it will not end the conflict due to his mission is supposed to be for climate change activities. Hindi ko alam ba't siya napunta ron.
That is why we are in quandary right now, Your Honor. NTF-ELCAC is all about good governance and delivery of basic services to the communities. And they are not involved in armed confrontation with the enemies of the state. And why they are lambasting the NTF-ELCAC? Maybe they are being fed with the wrong information, Your Honor. And I hope they can be corrected.
I totally agree, Mr. President, Your Honor. That's why the peace process is really a very fluid dynamics that would involve not just local conditions, current events, even the appropriate resources, allocation of the government, and other societal factors that probably would be beyond the comprehension of foreign observers going here. Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. It's very clear.
So that will be the news for tomorrow. And your committee just made a response to that observation coming from an alleged UN observer. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing this short interjection.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pimentel is recognized.
So siguro, Mr. President, we after our questioning, it's very clear that the chairman of our subcommittee has designed properly and accurately and appropriately the budget for the OPAPRO for 2024, at least for 2024. No? Lahat ng issues na raise ko, lahat ng proposed amendments ko, tapos na, nagawa na po niya. So, I commend our subcommittee chairman for being an expert on the subject matter and for having anticipated all of the issues and accommodated all of the requests. So, congratulations, Mr. Sponsor, and we wish the OPAPRO, led by Secretary Galvez, all the best. Sir, request na lang, medyo complex kasi itong topics nito. You're implementing or executing a couple of agreements, peace agreements and other agreements with annexes. So always keep us informed, not only of the latest developments, but remind us of what is there, what are the contents of all of these agreements, parati, if possible, para we will appreciate the situation, and then pagdating ng budget process talaga, although the executive has prioritized all of the commitments, we will appreciate it and maybe even suggest some augmentation or support. Pero siyempre, we have to know where to get it. So ganun talaga yung prioritization yan eh. So if this is the priority, that means some will have to, some other PAPs will have to wait because this is the more urgent and prioritized PAPs. So once again, we thank the OPA-Pro family, wish them all the best, and congratulate our sponsor, Mr. President. He is very well prepared with the budget that he is defending. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, Minority Leader, kahit naitanong mo pa yung mga questions mo about the COA observations, I am very ready to give you the answers. But you said already that you're no longer going to ask those questions. So we're okay. Thank you, Mr. President, Minority Leader.
Pero by next year, Mr. President, sana kung maminosa na o kung pwedeng totally ma-eliminate na. Pero pag mag-reappear sa next year, then we talk about it. Yes. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you for that understanding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a very able chairperson of OPAP. And may you know, Mr. President, if the sponsor is listening, may we know, Mr. Sponsor, if the gentleman beside you is from the great province of Bulacan?
Yes, that's how great people from Bulacan.
I will no longer ask questions, Mr. President, and that's why at this juncture I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity submitted. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Dangerous Drugs Board and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by Chairperson of Dangerous Drugs Board, Chairperson Catalino Cuy, and Chairperson, the Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, DG Moro Virgilio Lasso. And to sponsor the measures, the gentleman from the great province of Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimindel.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized together with our Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Dangerous Drugs Board is 334 million pesos in new appropriations, and for Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is 4.07 billion pesos in new appropriations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, if I may proceed, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
We will try our visits. It's already 7 p.m. and susunod pa yung DAR and DA. This is also very important. We'll try to keep our interpellation short and sweet and not hallucinating, Mr. President. Saka ako magsisegue ngayon sa Dangerous Drugs Board, Mr. President. Mr. President,
yes.
There is a rule, no? There's a rule that for prescriptions for so-called dangerous drugs, even to patients, the physicians, dentists, veterinarians, and other medical practitioners are to secure a special prescription. This is a DDB requirement, imposed requirement?
Yes, Your Honor. It is stated in Republic Act 9165, Your Honor.
Yes.
Of the Dangerous Drugs Act.
The principle is there, pero the identification of what these dangerous drugs are, nasa kamay ng DDB. Apa.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so that means the DDB issues the special prescription form or authority, special license, special license yata to.
The license, Your Honor, is being issued by PDEA, and the regulation is being exercised by the Dangerous Drugs Board.
Meaning to say, as to yung specific drugs that we need that the medical practitioner can prescribe under a special license issued by PDEA. Okay, we get it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi kahapon sa DOH, may program sila, close to 1 billion pesos yon for mental health commodity items which will be available sa barangay health center. Are those medicines, mga 30 medicines daw yun, to be made available to the barangay health centers for mental health condition? Are those 30 medicines already known to the PDEA, and do this need special license for dispensing, Mr. President?
According to the DDB, Your Honor, not yet.
Please coordinate with
Not
the
yet.
DOH para...
They just met Your Honor yesterday from with the Pain Society of the Philippines.
Pain.
Because some of these drugs are not dangerous.
Okay.
So
Not, okay.
no need for license, and
Correct,
special prescription from the
So
DDB.
most likely, since Barangay Health Center ang availability nitong 30 meds na to, these are not in the list. Ano bang tawag doon sa list? Parang may A, B at A, B ba yan, Mr. President?
It's called the Controlled Medicines
Controlled.
Dangerous Drugs Schedule, Your Honor. Yan yung list.
And then, how many schedules are there? Schedule 1, Schedule 2, parang gano'n, ano?
Yes, there are 4 schedules,
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. President, based on the United Nations Drug Control Convention.
Guidance lang yun. That the United Nations issuances do not bind us. But we use them as our guidance.
We are a signatory to the convention, Your Honor. So I think it's binding for us.
CBD is a cannabis extract. Is CBD a cannabis extract? Considered a cannabis extract.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diba?
Yes.
Parang all cannabis extracts yata fall within one of these schedules, di ba? So, my point, Mr. President, kaya ko ito rin-raise, parang nagbago na ang attitude and policy as well as the legal rules over CBD of some countries, especially what we call the Western world, to which the Philippines is greatly exposed. So ang kinakatakutan ko is there are some products readily available in those countries, legal, with CBD, which, unwittingly, some of our constituents and even probably visitors to the country may be bringing in. Technically, that's against the law as of the moment, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun na.
Yes.
Now, anong alam natin na hindi nila alam o anong alam nila na hindi natin alam since the Dangerous Drugs Board is already aware of the situation, the changing attitudes as well as legal regime in other countries and scientific findings siguro, will we be adjusting our schedules, Mr. President?
Your Honor, as far as the DDB and PDI is concerned, we still follow our domestic law pertaining to drugs, and that is the Dangerous Drugs Act.
Yeah.
So we cannot just adjust right away without amending the law.
So the listing with the schedules is provided by law, not by an issuance of the DDB.
We just we follow the schedule given to us by the United Nations Drug Control Convention, Your Honor, and as far as illegal drugs is concerned, it is very clear in our 9165.
Yes,
Ano
yes,
yung-
oo. But yung specific naming, yung schedules doon, yung the extracts of cannabis, etc., is that part of the law or part of an issuance by the Dangerous Drugs Board pursuant to law?
It's part of the law, Your Honor, because according to the definition under Republic Act 9165, dangerous drugs include those listed in the schedules annexed to the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, as amended by the 1972 Protocol, and in the schedules annexed to the 1971 Single Convention on Psychotropic Substances, as enumerated in the attached annex, which is an integral part of this act.
Okay.
So meaning covered sila, Your Honor, by this
Correct.
act.
So, has the DDB added anything to that list?
There's none, Your Honor.
Nothing.
Nothing.
You have not added to the list. You have not subtracted from the list. Okay.
There's none, Your Honor.
Are those Western countries also a member of the treaty that we have mentioned, or the agreement we have mentioned?
Yes, Your Honor, these Western countries, around the 140 countries are signatories to the United Nations Convention on Dangerous Drugs.
Okay, so it's clear now that the terms of the treaty can be adjusted by the by a country, no? So, but in the Philippine setting, ang lumalabas from the inputs of the DDB, we need to do it through law, legislation. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll take a look at that, Mr. President, kasi yung cannabis yata, to correct me if I'm wrong, the science behind this, dalawa yatang elements yan, the THC and the CBD. And then ang scientific studies yata, the addictive element is the THC. Okay. Yung isa, CBD, may claimed, pero claim pa lang yan. I mean, that's not scientifically proven yet siguro. A claim medicinal or palliative or health, beneficial health effect. That's the claim, but di natin ini-endorse po yung finding na yon. So that is the case, yun lang yung ayokong mangyari. But has there been a case, to the knowledge of the DDB, na naging issue ang possession of a product with the CBD here in the Philippines?
Yes, Your Honor, there were several interceptions made at the airport, Your Honor, for going home Filipinos who were in possession of these drugs, Your Honor.
And legitimately available from his point of origin, tama? In the market of his point of origin.
Legitimately available from his point of origin, but banned at the point of entry.
May we know how you treat such cases?
Ano treatment natin doon? Kasuhan pa rin. So, the same, Your Honor, we treat them as violations of law. So, confiscated ang item, then cases will be filed against these people. So, maybe kawawa rin yun. No? I get your point. Kawawa talaga yung mga Pilipino na akala nila okay na kasi okay sa Thailand. Bakit hindi okay sa Pilipinas? Ngayon, dinala na dito. Nahuli sila sa airport. Problema. So maybe, kailangan natin siguro ng public information drive
na bawal.
According to this, na bawal talaga ito.
Na bawal. But is the DDB endorsing some revisit of the law? Change in our outlook towards this supposed to be non-addictive component called CBD? Pero sabi nila, ang ating inaalam is yung 0.2% THC content preparation.
Mr. President, according to DDB, yung inaalaw nila is yung meron lang 0.02% THC content. Medical preparation.
Medical?
What? Medical preparation. THC, medical preparation. 0.02.
What's THC?
Tetrahydrocannabidiol.
That's the THC.
Yes.
That is supposed to be the addictive component. So, okay.
How about yung hindi addictive component?
Bawal. Bawal yun. Kasi I think scientific data tells us that that is the addictive component of cannabis. So, wala tayong dapat baguhin doon, Mr. President. The other component na available na ngayon sa other markets, doon lang ako nag-alala. in good faith, binili doon, akala niya legal, siyempre, ignorance of the law excuses no one. But the point is, this is a very complicated law found in an annex pa. Annex. Oh. Have you, ewan ko, mag-survey tayo rito, ilan na nakabasa nung annex eh. Oh.
Well, as long as it is in a medical form that is registered in the country of origin, walang problema, Your Honor, pero iba talaga yung sinasabi mo. Iba yung gusto mong sabihin. Pero yung nga lang, we are constrained by law about our treatment. Hindi man pwede natin sabihin na hindi namin kakasuhan ito dahil naawa kami. Clearly, it's a violation of law. But as you have said, ignorance of the law excuses no one. So yan ang dilema ngayon ng PDEA at DDB kung paano treatment. Talaga, kawawa talaga.
Yes, if it's a dilemma, kaya nga nagtatanong ako, wala kayong mga recommendation sa amin eh. So apparently you don't find it as a dilemma eh. Kaya kung nga rin-raise ito, kung meron ba kayong mga, yung ano ba nangyayari sa ground, ini-intercept ninyo, kinakasuhan ba ninyo? Anong penalty? Non-bailable ba? Pero bailable naman to. Sige, pasigutin mo muna, intervene.
Does Senator Tolentino want to be recognized, or shall we wait for the answer of the sponsor?
Yes,
proceed.
yes,
Sige, pare. Ikaw daw. Ikaw muna. Senator Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, just to, with the permission of the gentleman, just to make a slight interjection. Your Honor, perhaps the good minority leader is now bordering on a very controversial boundary relative to the medicinal effects of, I'm not an expert here of cannabis, I just raise, Mr. President, because this has been a very controversial issue in so far as the results of our, one of our newly proclaimed sports heroes, the results of that doping test on Justin Brownlee, allegedly from another country, showed some traces of cannabis to treat his left sore foot. So, Mr. President, if the minority leader would intend to pursue his intention of having a new legislated annex that probably would include this very controversial area. Perhaps medical experts coming from the Department of Health would have to be the appropriate resource persons here. Baka hindi na masagot ni, although Senator De La Rosa is often referred to as Dr. De La Rosa, another field, public administration. Siguro, Mr. President, on another item, another subject matter, pag-usapan ito. But I agree, it's very pinasok sa Pilipinas, hinarang, pero itong sa kanya, tinurok na sa paa, liable ba yun? Sa ibang jurisdiction naman yun ginamot. Considering that if it is correct, wala pa hong ruling yung Switzerland dito, if it is a correct diagnosis, o baka dinaya lang tayo sa Asian Games. So, I think, Mr. President, is very timely. Pag-aralan po siguro na magkaroon ng bagong batas tungkol dito. Thank you, Mr. President.
But, yes, does the sponsor want to say anything?
Well, I just would like to point out, Your Honor, that during our talks with some, I just don't want to reveal these people, the names of these people, but high government officials of Thailand. Baka mamaya we will have a knee-jerk reaction to this situation, no? Na hanapan talaga natin ng paraan na legal na makapasok yan since legal doon sa ibang bansa. Like for example, Thailand, nakausap po natin yung mga opisyal ng ibang bansa like Thailand. Sabi nila, yes, yung legalizing all those things ay good for their tourism. Maraming tourists pumapasok doon to avail of the legal status of that particular substance. But they have problem as far as their children are concerned. Kasi itong mga tindahan na ito ay walang limit kahit saan nilalagay. Kahit sa gilid ng eskwelahan, merong ganitong mga vending machine na anytime they can avail of that, then ang mga bata can easily access to this. So, problema rin nila yan ngayon. Sinabi nila sa akin, pero hindi lang nila alam kung talagang yan ay official statement ng kanilang gobyerno, kaya ayaw nilang, hindi ko lang muna silang i-quote
Yes.
officially.
But that's not, that's beyond what we're talking about.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President.
yes.
I mean,
Yes. I am
hindi po
just
yan,
moving
oh.
forward.
Hindi,
I'm just moving forward, Your Honor.
Malayong-malayo na po yan because that includes
I'm just moving forward.
planting, growing, and even recreational use of, that's not our topic, Mr. President. Yun lang ako, there's a phenomenon happening, yun na nga, that an extract of cannabis which is found to be non-addictive is already legally available in markets of other countries where Filipinos are exposed to. We visit those countries and siguro unwittingly, in good faith, nabibili, nadadala rito. Tinatanong ko, nararamdaman nyo na ba yan? Nangyayari ba yan? How do you treat such a situation? Okay, sabi nyo, you cannot change the annex or any, you need a law. Okay, klaro. So how do you treat them? You file cases against them? Are the cases non-bailable? Para maramdaman namin ng urgency kung ganon, because may konting unfairness na doon. Pero tama yun, you're implementing the law. Ignorance of the law excuses no one, but the legislators must react to situations on the ground, Mr. President.
Well, depende, Your Honor, daw, kung non-billable or not, depende sa threshold. Or the nature of the possession, that's trafficking. Dahil pinapasok mo dito. Oh, non-billable yun. Oh, so, non-billable, Your Honor.
Non-bailable.
Non-billable.
Okay, so,
Oh,
I don't know, that's, ako,
importation.
that's why tinatanong ko yung what is happening on the ground and then from the knowledge of the DDB. So, okay, so siguro nga we need to urgently revisit this kasi baka in good faith binibili dun eh. So, but we're limiting it to that extract which scientific data is telling us that it is non-addictive, di ba? Di ba? Yun naman yata yung and even non-addictive and non-mind altering. Yun yata ang importante sa lahat Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, according to DDB, until now, WHO is still in the process of research as far as that
is concerned.
particular,
Sige pa.
yeah.
Sige, may
Ongoing pa daw.
yung may alam siguro yung ibang countries, pero hindi naman tayo rin siyempre gaya-gaya lamang. I'm just worried about those who will be
Ilang number.
facing criminal cases na wala namang criminal intent. Although this is a special law, so criminal intent is not necessary for the commission of the crime. So, Mr. President, so thank you. No, wala kasi ako ibang mapagtanungan except PIDEA and DDB for the actual situation on the ground. Ngayon, ito siguro last topic. Ito po, I cannot let this go kasi malaki yung halaga doon sa ating there's a COA finding of lack of periodic monitoring and control procedures resulting in unliquidated fund transfers totaling 315 million pesos as of December 31, 2022. So, siguro Mr. Sponsor, Mr. President, paano ba nila ito i-address, Mr. President?
Ito nga, sir. The DDB Secretariat, Your Honor, has proposed to the board stringent measures to better facilitate the fund transfer, monitoring and liquidation of the funds provided to drug abuse treatment and rehabilitation facilities, including community-based drug rehabilitation facilities. The additional mechanism aims to further streamline the accountability procedure in fund transfer, Your Honor.
The recipients are also government entities or private entities?
Yes, Your Honor, there are drug treatment rehabilitation center and local government units that are maintaining and operating rehabilitation centers.
What other agency operates a drug rehabilitation center aside from an LGU?
DOH, Your Honor.
DOH.
DOH.
Pero ang pera, nasa DDB ang pera, and then
It's DDB is the conduit of the funds, Your Honor. Dinadaan lang sa DDB, then dinidistribute din sa kanila.
Released by the DBM?
DBM to DDB, then
Yes.
then there's a MOA between DDB and the implementer of the
Yes,
rehabilitation program. Your
Okay,
Honor.
saan kaya, if just in case anybody knows, saan item in the GAA kinukuha ng DBM yung transferred amount? Meron ba yun? Special? Tingnan, silipin namin. Meron bang item yun? Ngayon lang ako nakarinig dito.
SAJF, Your Honor, special account under general fund.
Okay, so not, okay. So it's an automatic appropriation siguro. Just inform us saan nanggagaling yung amounts to be deposited to that SAGF account, Mr. President. Sige, kahit na in writing na lang po, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and then I hope by next year, wala na po ito. We do not encounter this report. Maliliquidate na natin itong 315.7 million.
Yes, Your Honor. DDB promised to limit these deficiencies next year. If possible, totally eliminate all these deficiencies. But
Yes.
they will do their best, Your Honor. Because that is a recurring problem, Your Honor. And,
Hindi, bakit nga?
We hope it will not recur next year. Bakit recurring?
It's an ongoing program. Dapat natututo tayo over the years, Mr. President. Hindi na siya recurring problem.
Your Honor, every year, they're released with that 77 million, and if the projects are implemented in 2 years, so naturally, the following year, hindi pa tapos itong project na ito. So, talaga, recurring talaga. Kasi yung ibang project, maybe, aabot ng 3 years. So, at the end of the year, magkakaroon talaga ng COA findings na gano'n, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, kaya nga, maganda na rin at binibigyan sila ng avenue to explain themselves.
Dapat nalilesen din.
At talaga, Your Honor, dapat malilisen.
So, is the DDB a recipient of any confidential or intelligence fund?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Congratulations. And then, last topic, Mr. President. Have you heard of dangerous drugs being given as a reward?
Your Honor.
Nababasa natin yan. Gusto ko ba i-confirm kung totoo?
Yes, that has been taken up in almost all our committee hearings, no? But PDEA and DDB and even the PNP always deny that policy. Talagang non-existent yan na policy, Your Honor. Kung meron mang gumagawa niyan, maybe yung mga it is not sanctioned or talagang it's downright prohibited by the leadership of this agency, Your Honor. But anyway, the Director General, PDEA, gave stern warning to the operatives to never do this kind of reward system. PDEA strictly implements the Operation Private Eye, which was institutionalized through Dangerous Drugs Board regulation as a reward system for our private informants, which is anchored on Section 22 of Republic Act number 916. Meaning cash ang reward ng mga informants, Your Honor, hindi talaga drugs. We also require our operatives to use body-worn cameras during operations to promote integrity in the anti-illegal drug campaign and ensure compliance with the law on the proper disposition of illegal drugs. So, they are very consistent in denying that accusation, Your Honor.
Okay. If our sponsor says na it never happened, I will no longer pursue it kasi in-entertain natin, chismis na eh. So if it never happened, our sponsor says hindi nangyari yan, he's our top-notch investigator here in the Senate. Alam niya nangyayari. So
Yes, Your Honor.
so I will not pursue it anymore kasi di ba, pinopropagate natin yung kwento, hindi pala totoo.
Yes, Your
sige
Honor.
po.
It was clearly explained by no less than General Morolaso during one of our hearings that meron lang, yung pag-upo niya, meron lang nagpapasiklab na informant na lumapit, nag-offer, at right away, sinabihan niya, it is not our policy. Merong, hindi siya part of the PNP or PDEA organization, isang civilian
I get it.
na informant.
Na kwento lang niya yung offer. And the offer involved, sabi niya na, I'll give you information on this. Ito yung hall ninyo, but
Basta ibalik nyo sa akin, ang ganito.
So nakwento. Okay. Yun ang nagbigay ng buhay sa isa pang kwento na wala naman palang factual basis. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you for that clarification, Mr. Sponsor. And I find the overall the level of the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Boards at a reasonable level, Mr. President. So we wish you all the best, pero next time you encounter a dilemma, share the dilemma with us para alam namin na it's already a dilemma to you. Diba? Okay,
Yes.
hindi yung nagtatanong pa tayo ngayon and then you tell us it's a dilemma na pala. So, ano po tayo? Proactive. Let's take some proactive steps kasi evolving din yung evolving ang science, di ba? Gumagalaw din ang science, and this is also based the annexes are based on scientific findings. So, thank you. We wish the Dangerous Drugs Board all the best, and once again, we thank our sponsor, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Salamat.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board and PDEA to be deemed submit.
There being no...
Sorry, only Dangerous Drugs Board.
PDEA, may PDEA ka? Yeah, mayroon pa PDEA.
Okay.
I have questions for PDEA. I thought
Okay.
that was the
So,
procedure
Dangerous
we're
Drugs
following.
Board
So,
then.
Dangerous Drugs Boards, we approve, Mr. President.
Okay.
I'll recall my motion, Mr. President.
Yes, to be amended to just the Dangerous Drugs Board.
Dangerous Drugs Board.
There being no objection, the motion is approved that the budget of the Dangerous Drugs Board is hereby deemed submitted. We'll ask now the PDEA to remain.
PDEA is already seated there with us? Okay. So let's continue, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Okay. PDEA is a recipient of CIF.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it CF or IF?
It's CF, Your Honor.
To the tune of
500 million, Your Honor.
Is this, has PDEA been getting this amount year after year, Mr. President?
Yes, yearly, sir, since 2000.
Yes, Your Honor. It has been consistent since
For how many years na siguro? At,
since 2019, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's 500.
Yes.
But before 2019, mababa lang, Your Honor. Mababa, 400 plus, 200 plus the year before. Then it was 2016 nga, 73 lang.
If I remember correctly, ang PNP magkano? Ang PNP yata, CF ng PNP nasa 800, yes, tama, parehas kami naalala ni Senator Tolentino, around 800 million. And that the PNP is enforcing the revised penal code and many other laws, Mr. President. I mean, but in ratio and proportion, is the amount we are giving the PDEA unreasonably high, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, pag sinabi ng PNP, kulang sila, sabi rin ng PDEA, kulang na kulang pa rin daw talaga yan.
Siyempre, kasi pero we have to measure it sa standards po natin as legislators, Mr. President. 500 for PDEA, drugs loss ang niya. 800 for PNP, revised penal code and many other special laws. Ang point ko, hindi sa kulang sa PNP. Are we giving too much to PDEA, Mr. President?
Maybe, Your Honor, because PDEA is combating transnational crimes, Your Honor. Malalaking sindikato ito at medyo mas mahirap kumuha ng informasyon pagdating dito sa drug syndicates, Your Honor.
Pinalista ko, pina-enumerate ko sa PNP ang mga achievements nila eh. Kasama sa mga achievements nila are drug-related operations eh. So may nag-overlapping na po tayo sa PNP. And pag tinanong ko po ang PDEA, what are your achievements? Tapos ikukumpara ko ngayon sa sagot dun sa PNP, I'm sure I will find some overlapping dun sa dalawa.
Well, it happens, Your Honor, because they conduct joint operations, Your Honor, the PNP and PDEA. So some accomplishments are joint and some accomplishments are... but all operations were being sanctioned by PDEA. Whether it's being undertaken by PDEA operatives or PNP operatives. Lahat po yan ay under the supervision of PDEA, being the lead agency in the anti-drug operations.
Sige, can we hear from PDEA, Mr. President, through our sponsor, ano po yung, let us say, for the past 2 years, what would be your greatest achievements, Mr. President?
Sana yung...
Kahit na hanggang 5 po, the top 5 or the top 3, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for 2023 alone, the accomplishments of PDEA are as follows. 1,068 positive intelligence operations were conducted. 2,386 drug-related negation operations were conducted. 72 high-impact operations were conducted. 3,196 drug personalities were arrested. 50 minors were rescued. 263 high-value targets were arrested. 2.3 billion worth of dangerous drugs were confiscated. 5,702 drug cases were filed in courts. 5 additional Balay Silangan Reformation Centers were established. 1,850 advocacy activities were conducted. 27,903 barangays were drug cleared as of October 31, 2023. That's so far the operational accomplishments of PDEA.
Ito po, suggestion lang, Mr. President, na napapansin ko when they announce their achievements. You use the value. Pero I suggest hindi ako tumitingin sa value. We have to look at the volume. Kasi value, siyempre, naging 500 pesos, tumaas ang value. Pero look at the volume siguro of the whole of the catch. So yung 2.3 billion pesos na nabanggit, ilang kilos po yun and what kind of drugs? Pag nagbabasa nga ako ng mga reports, nakikita ko yung mga amount, billions na. Pero I'm not impressed. Dapat na doon tayo sa ilang kilos po yun, ano pong volume yun?
Yes, Mr. President, as far as volume is concerned, 28,826 kilograms of crystalline shabu, 714 liters of liquid shabu, 99 billion pieces of marijuana plants, 16 billion pieces of marijuana seedlings.
Ano, may counting machine sila, Mr. President. You have a counting machine. You counted the seeds.
Well, individually, yung seedlings, Mr. President, hindi seeds. Seedlings. Seedlings talagang.
Seedlings.
Ha? By area daw yung competition, Mr. President.
Estimate. We were just lightening the mood, Mr. President. Okay. Estimated yan. Okay. Opo. Sige po, Mr. President, can we get the assessment of our PDEA Director General on how bad the drug problem is, the illegal or dangerous drugs problem is in the Philippines? How bad is it?
So, Mr. President, the drug situation in the Philippines is still under control. Very much manageable, Mr. President. No cause for alarm as of now, Mr. President. The drug problem is under control. It's not
Okay.
really that bad.
It's not really that bad. Okay. Siguro, okay. So, PDEA is a 21-year-old agency, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, by this time nga siguro, with all of the resources being poured into PDEA, that should be the case. Sana nga, it has become a minor problem because the manufacturers, the traffickers are afraid to come here. Sana ganun ang nangyayari. It's not yet a minor problem?
Yeah, not yet a minor problem, Mr. President.
Ano pang kailangan gawin natin, Mr. President?
But
To make the Philippines unattractive for drug traffickers, importers, and even manufacturers, Mr. President. Ano pa kaya ang kailangan nating gawin? Kasi 21 years old na po ito. Ang laki ng resources na binubuhos natin sa PDEA. Specialized Agency for Drugs. Dapat nararamdaman na natin ang resulta ng devotion of great resources to the fight against drugs, illegal drugs, Mr. President.
Again, Mr. President, I think we will go back again to the reimposition of death penalty against those high-profile or high-level drug traffickers, Mr. President, because if you have observed, countries that have that are imposing death penalty, particularly on illegal drugs, they are not encountering big problem as far as drug is concerned, like China, Indonesia, Singapore. When you talk to the drug lords in Bilibid, they will say that they will not dare traffic drugs to Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, or China, because for sure they will be killed by because the law is very strict. They will
Killed by the state. Killed by the state. By the state. Legal. What does the sponsor have in mind? Ano yung mga levels natin na which should warrant the death penalty in his mind, Mr. President?
When we say yes, Mr. President, the proposal of PDEA is that if the country of origin of these drugs or the country of origin of the drug offender imposes death penalty, when they are caught here in the Philippines, when they are arrested here in the Philippines, they should be meted with the death penalty also.
Following the same quantities in the country of origin. Kasi I'm sure may quantities din sila
Yes.
doon, sigurado.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why these Chinese are very fond of trafficking drugs to the Philippines, because wala tayong death penalty. Well, in China, sigurado mamamatay sila doon.
Sige po, yung mga nahuhuli natin sa drug cases natin, where are they detained, Mr. President?
Those who are convicted, Mr. President, are serving their sentences at the New Bilibid prisons, while those pending decision sentence, they are still with the BJMP.
BJMP jails.
And,
Okay,
yeah.
normal
The
procedure.
normal,
Okay.
normal, Mr. President.
Hindi ba yung ating mga jails and prisons ay hell on earth? Hindi ba sufficient deterrent na yon to involve in drug trafficking in the Philippines?
Maybe not, Mr. President, because they're enjoying inside, like the drug lords in the Bilibid, they enjoy while they are inside.
Okay. So they don't find it to be hell on earth pala. Okay, Mr. President. Maybe they're under the influence of drugs, Mr. President. Maybe they're still under the influence of drugs. That's why they don't feel the hell on earth being held in jails and prisons here in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Maybe, Mr. President, and others become even more richer while they are incarcerated. While they are serving the sentence, they are even getting richer because
Sige.
the drug trade is continuing.
So that's Bucor and BJMP issues. Anyway, nakalusot na po sila sa process natin. Approve na yung budgets nila. So let me just siguro appeal to the Director General. Sir, there have been past scandals involving PIDEA, putting the agency in a bad light. Huwag na natin ulitin siguro para na alam na siguro ng taong bayan yun. So siguro, sir, I do not know how you can instill better discipline among your men. No? Kasi
Their internal cleansing program, Your Honor, is still ongoing.
pero
They will not stop.
yung nabasa ba namin, totoo ba yun? Like for example, ayoko na sana i-remind, pero I just need to confirm na yung PIDEA personnel or chief trading involved in drug trade, illegal drugs trading in Taguig, tama ba yan? Mga
Ayun,
nabasa
nahuli.
namin. Totoo yun?
Kasama nga, yung chief nila, di ba? Yung chief. Yes, Your Honor, it was confirmed that talagang nangyari yun.
Your CIF can be used for counterintelligence, and counterintelligence means monitoring your own men, di ba?
Yes.
Why did we fail in that instance, Mr. President?
Counterintelligence, gamitin doon sa kwan. Yes, according to the PDEA chief, Your Honor, the case that you mentioned a while ago was his first accomplishment upon assumption of office.
That was the result of your counterintelligence work, Ale. Okay, sige.
Yes, Your Honor, through counterintelligence efforts of PDEA and in coordination with the Philippine National Police.
Okay, so you put it to good use in that case, Mr. President. Kasi, ayun, ano yung about Caesar's wife, ano yung kasabihan? Dapat si PIDEA, ganun. I mean, I don't know, I need assistance from Senator Tolentino. Ano yun? You should be above suspicion, like Caesar's wife, ganun ba yung ano? So PIDEA should be, you should be above suspicion that your own people are trading in or involved in illegal drugs. Malinis dapat kayo kasi otherwise hopeless talaga ang drug situation, Mr. President. So I hope that you have more achievements to come. You're a 21-year-old agency. Sana by the time you're 25 years old, 30 years old, I mean, minor problem na siya, as minor as nag-iisip ako anong crime in the RPC which is already a minor problem, Mr.
Snatching,
President.
Your Honor.
We need PNP data, mga ganon. So, I hope ganun po ang nangyayari. So, even without the need of the reimposition of death penalty, kasi divisive issue yun, magtatagal po talaga. If that is the solution, therefore parang we're admitting there is no solution kasi ano yan, that will be debated to death actually.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
That is the penalty for the proposal for the reimposition of death penalty.
Is
It is
debate
the
to
death
death.
penalty itself. We will debate it to death, Mr. President. So, sana po, sa next time, hindi po yun ang sagot kasi otherwise parang walang sagot. So, when I ask for the, ano pa pwede natin gawin, sana hindi po yun ang sagot, Mr. President.
Yes, we just hope and pray. With the current leadership of PDEA, Your Honor, I can assure you, I know General Morolaso, how strict he is and he was and he will be.
When did the General become the PDEA chief? When?
During the assumption of this current
July 1?
administration, July 1,
2022?
November 2019, Your Honor. At 2022.
Okay, November 2022, isang taon pa lang. Isang taon.
taon pa
Sige,
lang.
we wish you all the best, Director General. Sabi nating sponsor, you are a reformer, so you are a strict person, straight. Sige, we wish you all the best. Suporta kami kung ganyan po kayo. Hindi ko kayo kilala, pero I'm sure kilala ka na yung sponsor. So,
Nung kaniti pa kami, Your Honor, pag makita ko si General Lasso, ay talagang nagkikinto na kami sa hallway. Kung makasibat ba kami, sibat. Pero kung hindi makasibat, talaga nagkikinto na kami. Then,
upper classman?
upper class ko po siya. And hindi ka talaga makalusot sa kanya pag mahinang klase ka.
Sige po, we wish you all the best. Pero, pasensya na, General, because we will have to really strictly monitor the activities of your agency. And we will be sensitive to complaints, reports that we read, feedback from the ground. Abuses ang ating pagbawalan, abuses, and then just be more disciplined in the conduct of your activities and the performance of your mandate. So we wish you all the best and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Salamat po.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of PDEA to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen.
1 minute suspension.
Just on a side note,
Oh.
baby ko din yan because I was a member of Congress. I was the principal author of the Dangerous Drugs Law, together with Senator Barbers. Kasama ko noon si Congressman Cuenco and myself. We were the principal authors. So, offshoot yun. We created the PDEA. So, congratulations for how many years?
21 years.
21 years old na pala sila. 21 years old.
Does that mean, Mr. President, that you've been the legislature for that very long time already?
Yes. 25 na po ako, sir. 25.
25?
Yes, sir.
25, sorry. 25?
25 years na po. When I end my term, 30 years. Kaya pahinga na.
30 years.
Time to fade away like a good soldier, like Sergeant General Angkan here, who's he's only how young, very young. So there, without further ado, congratulations. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Picture.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform and acknowledge the presence of its officials, led by our good friend, the friend of the Senate, our former colleague in the House of Representatives, Secretary Conrad Estrella III. And to sponsor the measure, let me move to recognize our distinguished colleague from the great city of Las Piñas, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge as well, just to echo the acknowledgement of the Majority Floor Leader, Secretary, we'd like to welcome Secretary Conrad Estrella to the Senate, to your Senate. Marami kang barkada dito at kasama natin sa Kongreso. At just for the information of everyone, siya po yung apo ng dating Secretary of Agrarian Reform na si Secretary Estrella. Apo, di ba? Apo. And now we'd like to recognize our distinct, and all the members of the Dar family, welcome to your Senate. We'd like to recognize now Senator Cynthia Villar, and of course to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Quilino Coco Pimentel III.
Good evening, Mr. President, fellow senators. Before I begin, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to the Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform and to the entire Dar family. Okay. The Department of Agrarian Reform is envisioned as the lead government agency to implement a comprehensive and genuine agrarian reform that actualizes equitable land distribution, ownership, agricultural productivity, and tenurial security with the tillers of the land towards the improvement of their quality of life. The proposed budget of DAR for fiscal year 2024 is 9.393 billion, which is lower than the current year's level of 11.3 billion. By sources of appropriations, DAR's budget for 2024 is composed of 8.895 billion in new appropriations and 498 million in automatic appropriations. So we're now open to your questions about the Department of Agrarian Reform. We recognize now, Mr. President, our minority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. We welcome the Secretary and his family. Secretary Estrella, welcome. Welcome to the Senate. And for establishing a new record, Mr. President, that the picture was taken before the approval of the budget, Mr. President. First time for that to ever happen in the Senate, Mr. President.
Unfortunately, he was with the PDEA group and not the DAR group.
Parang alam na niya kung anong mangyayari. After a few minutes, alam na niya anong resulta nito ang ating interpellation. But then, Mr. President, let me congratulate the DAR, led by the Secretary, for your stellar and significant achievements for the past year that you have been in service. Now, the most memorable of which or significant is the implementation of that law sponsored or championed here in the Senate by our sponsor for the condonation of the principal loan payments, interest, and other surcharges and penalties of agrarian reform beneficiaries. So maybe get first, Madam Sponsor, the status of the implementation of this new landmark law, Mr. President.
Meron na ba? Meron ba?
Organized already in all provincial offices.
But wala pang amount na nakokondone.
Ma'am, kasi isa pa lang.
Okay. Mr. President, there is no amount of condonation yet. I guess they just finished the IRR, and I think they have to do this split program, so we can yung mga collective CLOA natin na entitled to be condoned will be given their own individual titles, and then that's the time we condone the loan of the land reform beneficiaries.
Okay, so we now go to the split project. I think this is the main program, most important program of the DAR currently, or one of the most important programs of the DAR. So one question na lang po ako on the split, i-compound question ko na po. From the name itself, it involves some kind of splitting. Can the split program be explained to us? What is the objective of the program? When can that objective be achieved? How much is the total cost for the program? How much of that cost will be GAA funded for how many years, and how much would be foreign loan proceeds, and what would be the interest payments, Mr. President? So in short, a description of the split program, the objectives of the split program, and the budgetary implications of the split program.
The split program is the splitting of the collective CLOAs given to land reform beneficiaries. They did not give it as individual CLOA, but collective CLOA. So there are many beneficiaries in one CLOA, so they're splitting it so that we will know who will own what. And it is a project financed by both the government of the Philippines and the World Bank. The World Bank gave something like more than 19 billion to finance the project, and the contribution of the local or our GAA is around 5 billion. So it's the cost would be something like 24 billion. And today, they said that they have accomplished 9 billion of the 24 billion. So we have still 15 billion to accomplish. It was delayed because of the COVID pandemic. So it started before the COVID, but it was temporarily stopped during the COVID pandemic. So they're resuming it now. And today, as of September 30, 2023, they accomplished in the amount of 722 million, which is 12%. And then by October 23, they added 1.188 million, 1,188 million, which is 19%. And so that's a total of 1.911 billion. And for November, they hope to accomplish something like 1.2 billion, which is 19%. And for December, 2.9 billion, which is 47%, for a total of 6 billion, more or less, by the end of December. So that would bring the total to how much? 98%, but the total 9 billion. Yeah. And so on the average, they spend 6 billion a year. So if there are still 15 billion to accomplish, that's around 3 years at most. So the split program will take another 3 years to do, and they promise that they can finish it within 3 years.
Okay, so those are the broad strokes or the broad concepts in the split program. But did they understand the answer earlier by the sponsor that even the condonation program is dependent on the implementation of the split program?
Yes,
Okay.
because many of the land reform beneficiaries are from the split program.
So hindi pa nila nararamdaman yung financial relief of the condonation
Maybe next
program?
year they can start, because they just finished the IRR and they will start condoning next year. Ilan?
Basta
But they said during Christmas,
May makakaramdam
some
na.
beneficiaries will
Okay.
feel it na.
Makakaramdam ng epekto ng ating condonation law Pero after the split program, talagang lahat dapat maramdaman na ang epekto ng ating condonation law. So, since that is the case, Mr. President, alam na siguro to ng DAR, hindi na kailangan ng advice, but siguro lang in my role as the minority leader, I extend the unsolicited advice na focus na tayo dyan sa split program na yan. All our energies, if possible, ibuhos na po natin dyan sa split program. Ano pala yan sunod-sunod pala lahat ng benepisyo na mararamdaman once we are able to accomplish the objectives of the split program.
And I think there was an executive order, Mr. President, that there is a EO40 that they don't have to pay their loans for 2 years.
Pero suspension na yan.
Yeah.
Suspension.
So I guess it will come together.
Yes.
That when they have to pay, the condonation has been implemented.
So the suspension, so naramdaman nila yung relief ngayon, relief from a financial burden because of an EO. So kay Presidente yun. Okay. Pagdating ng panahon, ang patuloy yung relief nila because the law. Sa atin naman po yun. Sa ating sponsor and sa Senate and sa Congress. Is that how I understood it? Okay.
Yeah, that's...
Sige po, Mr. President. I think that's all we need to know kasi that split program is really the main program of the important program of the DAR, and then sunod-sunod na po yung benepisyong mararamdaman ng ating mga agrarian reform beneficiaries. I'm sure marami pang iba, but the Secretary is on top of them, being the grandson of the first Agrarian Reform Secretary. Diyan siya lumaki, expert na po siya rito. So congratulations. And then, so tama pala yung new practice established by the Secretary. Picture muna bago approval. So, once again, congratulations to the DAR family. Full support. Just tell us what you need. And then, thank you to our sponsor for her patience, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Minority Floor Leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So moved, Mr. President.
One of the fastest approvals in this week's hearings and budget deliberations. Therefore, I congratulate the gentlemen, ladies of the Department of Agrarian Reform. There being no objection, the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform is hereby deemed submitted.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Agriculture, Office of the Secretary, Agricultural Credit Policy Council, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, National Fisheries Research and Development Institute, National Meat Inspection Service, Philippine Carabao Center, Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority, budgetary support to government corporations, Department of Agriculture, National Dairy Authority, National Food Authority, Philippine Coconut Authority, Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, Philippine Rice Research Institute, Sugar Regulatory Administration, and National Irrigation Administration, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today, led by the Secretary Francisco Chu Laurel Jr., and to sponsor the budget, may we recognize our esteemed colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection. The budget of the Department of Agriculture is now on the floor. And we'd like to recognize the Secretary, who's my dear kababata. We've known each other since we were teenagers. Secretary Kiko Chu Laurel. And to the DA family, many of whom we've had the opportunity to work with for several years. Now we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, our chairman, not only of this subcommittee, but of the Committee on Agriculture in the Senate, and to interpellate a distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Mr. President and dear colleagues, as Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance, it is my honor to sponsor this committee report on House Bill number 8980, otherwise known as the Proposed General Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. The Department of Agriculture aims to ensure accessibility to adequate, affordable, safe, nutritious food at all times for the benefit of Filipinos, as well as to raise farmers and fishers' folks' income. We wish to acknowledge the presence of Secretary Laurel of DA and the DA family. Welcome to the Senate. And of course, our major programs indicated in the budget is number one, establishment of composting facilities for biodegradable waste under the National Rice Program, National Corn Program, and National High Value Crop Program. The recasting to support the Philippine Sino Center for Agriculture to be implemented by PhilRice, the National Corn Program, the National Organic Agriculture Program, the strengthening and improvement of the 5 Bureau of Plant Industry Centers in Los Baños, Baguio, Negros Occidental, Guimaras, and Davao, to become the source of seeds and planting materials. The procurement of 16 soil testing mobile laboratory by the Bureau of Soil and Water Management, for BIFAR, the upgrading and support to the West Philippine Sea by acquiring 2 units of 50-meter MCS vessel, and the acquisition of food boat. Also for BIFAR, the fabrication of 60-footer boats that can reach the municipal water. For the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, we provided funds for the construction, rehabilitation, improvement, upgrading of fish ports around the country, and the construction, operation, and management of legislated fish hatcheries. For the National Livestock Program, we are bent on helping them to recover from ASF and the National Irrigation Administration to construct infrastructure to improve our irrigation system and to build new irrigation projects and repair the old ones. So in summary, thank you, Mr. President. We are now open to what do you call this, questions from our minority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Welcome to the new Secretary. In his first defense of the department's budget, siguro this will be more like a symbolic defense because he had no hand in the crafting of this budget, Mr. President. But it's great to see you here, Mr. Secretary. Welcome to public service, government service, Mr. President. Siguro, Mr. President, since we have a new secretary and let's take advantage of his presence, if we can start by hearing his siguro vision, overall plans for the department. Kahit very short lang po, give us the top 3 points that the secretary wants to achieve in his, let's assume he has a 4.5-year term, Mr. President.
Before we start the hearing, I just want to make a move that we defer the budget of PhilMec and the budget of PCA because their heads are not present today. So we would like them to be present when we hear the budget. So I so move, Mr. President.
We join, Mr. President, the motion of our esteemed colleague, the sponsor of the budget of the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, there being no objection to the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now,
Yes, just
you want the secretary to...
yes. The secretary can briefly briefly tell us. Okay,
We'll have to suspend,
can we suspend
our rules.
Yes.
Will there be a motion from the majority floor
Majority
leader?
Leader, we want a suspension of the rules because the sponsor wants the secretary himself to address the plenary, Mr. President.
Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and allow our resource person, the newly appointed secretary of the department, and its attached agencies to answer queries from our minority leader. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Take it away, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know how to actually. I don't know how to address the body since it's my. Yes, Mr. Senate President. Well, the plans, our plans for the Department of Agriculture is basically the marching orders of our president now, which is to increase production through use of rice and other products, through the use of technology, modernization, and improve logistics, to lower cost of all the products that we produce in this country. By increasing production, we will hopefully lessen importation through mechanization and modernization. We hope to achieve better yields, or recoveries, so that we have less waste. In order to do this, we have to properly deliver the seeds on time. We have to properly irrigate and expand our irrigation. We have to also deliver the fertilizers at the right time. Then after that, once after harvest, we have to be able to process all of our produce and maximize the yields, and then of course bring this to the market with the least possible, direct to farm to market, or least possible
Cost.
Least possible, not only cost, but lessen the process and lessen the amount of people changing hands. The product changing hands a couple of times.
Okay.
Try to reduce the middleman.
Strengthening the value chains.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. You gave me more than what I asked for. Sabi ko top 3, so you gave us around 10 plans of the secretary. So
thank you.
we can, Mr. President, we can now go back to our regular procedure, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we lift the suspension of our rules. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
We'd now like to
President.
recognize once again the sponsor.
Thank you. So nakita natin yung galing, abilidad ng ating bagong Secretary po of the Department of Agriculture. So we need to give him time to prove himself and to implement his vision for the department. Ito yung department which needs, which I think deserves naman to be given a second chance, Mr. President, or even multiple chances. You are suffering from some bad reputation nowadays. Merong nga dito sa Senado, present here today in our in our session hall, who was called the Department of Agriculture the Department of Importation. Yan na po ang nangyayari. Basta that person who labeled the department that way is present here tonight, Mr. President. So, yeah, here. So, Mr. President, when the Secretary addressed the problem of importation, sinabi po niya, hopefully, lessen importation. Are we in such a bad situation that when it comes to importation, we are very cautious for hopefully lessen importation?
Mr.
Yes.
President, Minority Floor Leader, because it has been our experience in the past that we ask the PSA for the demand and the supply, the demand of a certain product and the supply available locally, and what they import is much, much more than the shortage. That's why we have that problem. So I hope we will not be doing that in the future.
Under the new leadership, Mr. President. Okay. So I hope the Secretary addresses that, no? Alam mo, pinapabalik po namin yung PSA sa Friday, right? The PSA. The main reason was because of this passport fiasco. Pero when I supported the motion to recall the PSA, I stated because of their agricultural statistics. I mean, it was with a heavy heart that I went along with the approval of their budget, but I really question the reported statistics or figures and data by the PSA on agriculture. So may we know how we will address this kung garbage in, garbage out? As I pointed out to the PSA director dito, we are determining the amount of importation that we should allow, and yet in computing that in the early steps inputted na si ka-importation. So it's a self-reinforcing formula being observed by both DA and the PSA. So may we know from the Secretary through the sponsor how he hopes to address our data gathering, our agricultural statistics, because kung hindi natin to improve, garbage in, garbage out, ang epekto, pahirap sa taong bayan, Mr. President.
Tama ang figures. Before, the DA has a Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. Now, they abolished that and they transferred the determination of statistics to PSA. And there's something wrong with the statistics. So maybe in the future, maybe the Department of Agriculture can create their own, so the figures will be better, diba? In one of their agency in the department, maybe they can create their own statistics so that we will not rely on PSA.
Pero one thing strange, Mr. President, is, kunyari for onions, ito hindi ko ma-reconcile pa po sa mind ko. If we are importing more than the actual need of the market, then why did the price rise?
That's
To
why,
astronomical levels, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that's why we're passing the anti-agricultural economic sabotage law, because there is also that practice of cartel. They control the supply, and then they create what you call as artificial demand. That's why they are able to sell the object at a high price. Like, for example, onion. The cost of producing onion is 25 pesos per kilo. And then the ones who produce the onion in Mindoro told me in the hearing that they bought the onions from them from 8 pesos to 15 pesos per kilo, this middleman, because they were forced to sell the onion because they have no storage facility. Mabubulok lang yung onion, kaya napuwersa silang to sell the onion sa talos. And then this middleman, this cartel, they sold it for 600 to 700 per kilo. So that's really abuse of the cartel. That's why we're passing the agricultural economic sabotage law, which will penalize these people taking advantage of consumer by ang penalty is life sentence.
Yes, we
Life sentence, and if there is a penalty of life sentence, then it's non-bailable.
Yes.
So even if they can fix the court, they will stay in the prison while their case is being heard by a special court. We're creating a special court for anti-agricultural economics, agriculture sabotage law. The Supreme Court has given their approval that we create a special court for this kind of crime. So we're making it harder for them to be able to smuggle and to control, or to profit or to hoard and to control the supply of agricultural products.
Thank you. We will work hard on the bill, Mr. President. Joint effort na po yan ng majority and minority. We'll make sure as much as possible to make it as airtight as possible while complying with the Constitution, with the rights even of the accused, Mr. President. Our sponsor mentioned in the course of discussing that phenomenon we encountered where onion prices rose to astronomical levels, the lack of storage facility. Okay. Are we addressing that issue in the budget of the DA for 2024?
We are.
Yes,
We
po.
are building 9, costing 374 million. But in addition, in the agriculture economic sabotage law, we are penalizing, kasi usually we give the warehouse to co-op of farmers. But we discovered during the rice shortage, onion shortage in 2018. Yeah, I went to Nueva Ecija because they are also the biggest producer of onion. And then I saw this storage owned by the co-op of onion farmers. It's empty, and they have listed to a middleman. So in the agricultural economic sabotage law, we are penalizing also the co-op, which we gave what you call this storage warehouse or storage facility, that they are liable also, and the penalty is life sentence also and non-bailable.
So in
Because
the-
the government gave them warehouse and they are not allowing the farmers to use the warehouse. Instead, they are leasing it to the middleman.
It's the easy way of earning money. So
Yes.
mas madali parang pero just to trace the history of that cold storage facility ba yun, o
Yes.
warehouse cold storage facility.
Cold storage
Okay.
facility.
That was built by government
The government.
funds. Government, okay.
Government
Was
given to the co-op.
given in the sense that it was donated to the co-op and it's now a property of the co-op?
Yes.
So ganun, that's the program of the
Yes, yes. If you give it to the co-op, then the co-op will run it.
DA. Is it a usufruct or really a donation?
Donation.
Donation. Okay, so we have such. How long have we had such a program, Mr.
It has been that way.
And how much have we spent for that in totality? Kunyari,
Ito
up to
9
today,
is
anong estimate?
300.
Estimate lang. No need to be that accurate.
9 is 370 million, so 40 million each.
And yes, how many of these cold storage facilities have we built over the years and given to co-ops? Pinibigay pala sa co-ops.
Estimate. Hindi, yung dati na.
Yung number.
Yung number.
9 plus 7.
Ito, 2018 to 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. Since
16.
16 since 2018.
16 since 2018. Okay, so madaling i-monitor po 16. 16 lang, 16 po yan, apa.
Pero that was 2018. Hindi pa natin in-account yung before 2018.
Opo. Sige po.
So maybe we
so-
should ask DA to account for all
Yes.
the storage facilities that they have given to the co-ops. So we
Secretary-
will have an idea.
Secretary, an example of, the asking for data and the DA should should have this data on their fingertips, Mr. Secretary. Apo. Okay, so yung reason of lack of storage facility, sagot natin, we build 9 for next year. Saan po ito located? Ando na po, the budget law already determines the location of the 9. Wala nang discretion to change the location of the 9.
2023, Occidental, dalawa sa Occidental Mindoro, dalawa sa Nueva Ecija, sa Bataan, Nueva Vizcaya, and Pangasinan.
Apo.
Nueva Vizcaya, Pangasinan. Okay?
So the areas or the places have been predetermined and they cannot be changed. Yan na. It is the law.
Under construction eh.
So the amount is parang a second phase funding to finish the project?
No, it's hindi pa to yung 2024. Ito yung 2023. Ang 2024 is 1 in Pangasinan, 1 in Nueva Vizcaya, 1 in Isabela, 2 in Nueva Ecija, 1 in Pampanga, 1 in Tarlac, 1 in Oriental Mindoro, and 1 in Occidental Mindoro. All in Luzon.
Okay, so thank you. Yung cold storage facilities po yan because sa hearings natin isang reason po yan. Sa hearings po natin, Mr. President, naalala ko rin yung onion farmers of Mindoro. Sabi nila, at a certain price per kilo, if the produce is sold here in Manila at that certain price, happy na sila. So
Yes,
parang may sinabi silang ganong amount.
100 pesos.
Correct, 100 pesos. And then, so in effect, all in na po yun. So production cost plus transportation cost. So ito pong...
Kasi nga 25 pesos per kilo ang cost eh.
So the transportation cost or logistics cost must not go beyond 75 pesos, ganun ba yun? And then
Yeah.
they will be happy with the price. So siguro, in the future budget of the Secretary, where he has now a direct hand participation in crafting the budget, maglagay po kayo ng isang program, activity or project to address this post-production stage but before market stage, Mr. Secretary. I hope I'm using the right terms, but you know what I mean, Mr. Secretary.
Pag binili mo yung onion sa farm, it's 50 pesos, 49 pesos per kilo. And the retail price in Metro Manila, recently, November 14, local red onion is 120 to 200 per kilo. Local white onion is 100 to 170 per kilo. Imported white onion, 80 to 180 pesos per kilo.
Okay.
So wide ang range, but you can see that we can really sell it at 100.
Yes, pero ang pagkaintindi ko sa farmer, sila pa rin dapat yung nagbibenta at that price. Kung trader na yon na hindi pa rin po sila happy doon sa presyo. Sige, so we have shown na bumaba na po, onions lang po itong natin, but theoretically applicable siguro to other commodities. We have shown that the prices of the different kinds of onions are now at the more normal levels. Can we explain what happened that brought them down to more normal levels? Anong nangyari?
Alam mo, yung talagang 600 to 700, cartel yun.
Cartel.
It's not really the price. We allow the cartel to do it. That's why we are passing this economic sabotage law kasi abuse na yun eh. That's abuse.
Whose job was it, Mr. President, to blunt or negate the cartel's activities and plans, Mr. President? In effect, labanan sila at hanapin sila at kasuhan sila. Is that DA's mandate?
This is the first time we're going to pass a law against cartel. It's the job sana ng Philippine Competition Commission, but they have they did not gave enough time for that. So that's why we're passing the economic sabotage law. That's why I'm telling you,
Yes.
Mr. Minority Floor
Yes.
Leader, that we have to pass it.
Yes,
Kasi we are really being abused.
We will pass it. I already stated my support, Mr. President. Mayroon lang tayong, we're just making sure that, it will not be struck down as unconstitutional. Pero, Mr. President, I think that is not the case because parang binibigyan natin ng free pass ang DA eh. My staff informs me that under the Price Act, punishable na po yung cartel behavior, and it is the responsibility of the DA. Can the experts in the DA tell us what's the state of the law as of this moment, even without the bill mentioned by our sponsor? Sige. Yes, for agricultural products, it should be the DA. Pero cartel ang
Smuggling yung mga na-file. They have filed cases against agricultural smuggling, but I have to see record of them filing cases against cartel.
Ang tanong, bakit hindi nagamit yung existing law doon sa kaso ng onion na umabot sa 800? Yan lang tanong. Can the old-timers in the DA give us an explanation?
Price Act, sino ba?
Mga pulis yun, ma'am, tsaka DTI. Pero wala po tayong Hindi po. Pero wala pa tayong legal acts of price manipulation.
So, I think we have failed in that. So, we're trying to smuggling lang ang mga na-file nilang cases but never against the Price Act.
Okay, sige. Sige po. Thank you for the admission, but all of these are behind us now. We have a new leader in the department who
Naman daw si Lea Cruz.
looks to me to be a reformer. Okay. Dala niya po ang disiplina ng private sector. Dala niya ang experience, discipline, and of course the demand for efficiency. And,
They have given
discipline.
me, Minority Floor Leader, they gave me, they're trying to file a case against Lea Cruz. Oo. Who has 6 companies operating. Onion ba to si Lea Cruz? Oo. But what is that status?
Together with the Philippine Competition Commission, we are already investigating with regards to cartel collaboration.
They are investigating now together with the Philippine Competition Commission against Lea Cruz. But this Lea Cruz has been there for a long time. I have been the chairman of agriculture since 2013, and when I entered, there is already a Lea Cruz. So I guess it's taking them a long time.
And I noticed the words used by our sponsor. They are trying to file a case. Ang layo-layo pa po nung trying, Mr. President. So, at any rate, we wish the Anti-Smuggling Task Force or Office of the DA all the best. And I think we funded you for 2023. For 2023. I made an amendment to also give funding to the anti-smuggling efforts of the DA.
They said that they issued a warrant of arrest to
The court, siguro. The court.
Yeah. To Jason De Rojas Taculog. And they have arrested him this morning. Oo. So that's good news. Oo.
Smuggling? For smuggling?
Smuggling.
Is he a large-scale smuggler?
Large-scale smuggling.
Okay. In what commodities?
Onions daw.
Onions also.
30 containers daw of onions. And they have filed in court 15 cases, but 5 dismissed cases. It's ano talaga. It's you can see that everything is dismissed by the court. That's why I want them to be non-bailable para at least kung i-dismiss man ng court, nakaranas na siya makulong. Eh alam mo, mayayaman sila, ayaw nilang makulong. Kaya yun ang provision ng ating anti-economic sabotage law. At least if you are rich and you will go to prison, you will not do it anymore because you don't have to do it. Kaya pini-explain ko kay Minority Floor Leader para alam niya yung story ng ating anti-agricultural economic sabotage.
Prosecutor's office lang ang nagdi-dismiss because of the lack of authority.
Opo, we have studied the bill in detail and we will really work on it. Okay, the next question is there any other commodity which would be as susceptible as onion to price manipulation, smuggling, etc.?
Rice.
Rice, what else?
Almost all. Sugar.
Almost all.
Garlic.
All? No? Okay, sige, can you mention at least 3 other commodities para kasi ang next tanong ko, anong na lessons
Meron din frozen meat, ha?
Frozen meat?
Oh, kasi yung opal, yung hindi magandang meat, ang ano niyan, ang tariff niyan is 5%. Yung magandang meat is 35%. So the people from abroad who are sending the meat here were saying na lahat daw ng pinadala nila kahit good meat, dinideclare dito as offal. Oh, yun ang practice nila. Kaya marami din yan.
Okay, I don't think we need a new law for that. No, kung ganyan kasi we are given a state of facts. No, good meat declared as offal. That should be. Is that outright smuggling or technical smuggling?
Technical smuggling.
Technical smuggling.
Dapat pala ilagay
Okay.
natin yun.
Sino po ang expected na ahensya na makahuli ng technical smuggling?
Customs. Bureau of
Customs.
Customs.
Opo, Customs. Opo. Tama-tama, sa Friday naman ang budget ng Customs. Pwede natin sila i-confront po dito sa pangyayaring ito. So, Mr. President, we heard about the establishment of the first border facility
Yes.
somewhere in Bulacan.
Yes.
And I think it has the groundbreaking ceremony has been held for this. Can we get an update on the status of this project as well as its budgetary implication, Mr. President?
We are, since 2019, we were giving the Department of Agriculture budget to establish first border facilities, because in the first border facilities, we have a laboratory.
Okay.
So if you will try to bring in agricultural products which have diseases, then we will know because there is a laboratory. But unfortunately, we have failed to establish a first border facility. In 2019, we gave a budget, but they did not. And then this 2023, we have a budget again for first border facility, 2.5 billion to establish first border facility, one in Bulacan for Luzon, one in Cebu for Visayas, and one in Davao City for Mindanao. But up to now, if you will see the disbursement of that first border facility, it's zero. So we are not enthusiastic about the first border facility. So I am telling the Secretary to make sure that we are able to build these 3 border facilities, because it will discourage smuggling and at the same time prevent the entry of diseases to our agricultural products. Kasi ang biggest burden ngayon ng livestock would be ASF, and then yung poultry is avian flu, di ba? I think we have lost 200 billion pesos yung ating livestock industry because of ASF. And I hope that they will be more enthusiastic in building these first border facilities for the benefit of our farmers and fisher folks. Okay, thank you.
No, but I've read the news report about one such first border facility.
Yeah, in Bulacan.
Kumusta na po yun?
Zero pa nga ang disbursement eh. We inaugurated, we groundbreak, but if you would see the report of
2.5
of DA, construction of cold examination facility in agriculture, CEFA, zero. Obligation rate 0, disbursement rate 0. So I guess we have to improve this in the near future.
Ako po, this will be parang a facility with laboratory equipment and so. Okay,
And parking lot.
Parking lot. So I understand yung we prevent the introduction of diseases through our food imports or import of commodities.
Yes.
But why will this prevent smuggling?
Because we're more strict, di ba? And at the same time, the first border facility is the first inspection ng imported goods. So if we have a first border facility that is strict, then we will prevent smuggling. Today kasi wala eh. Wala.
My worry is parang itong ating first border facility is a couple of kilometers away from the ports of entry. So
we have no choice.
Isn't the distance also critical na baka all the more may magkaroon ng diversion of goods, Mr. President?
Nilalagyan ng tracking system yung mga truck na nanggaling sa pier.
And
May tracking system
who
sila.
will make that as a requirement? What agency will impose
DA.
that requirement? DA.
DA. BAI.
BAI. Okay, so they're ready. They're ready to do it.
Yeah, of course.
We have the budget. We have the item in the 2024 budget.
They
for
have been
that.
doing that, but in a different process. So it's nothing new.
Nothing new. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So, siguro, with the new secretary, wala daw, there's no, nag-groundbreaking na, pero, nag-groundbreaking na, nandyan na yung funding, hindi gumagalaw. So, I think, that's how I understand the answer to be, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, let's talk about the committee report, Mr. President. Pagdating po sa Office of the Secretary, our committee report, the Senate's committee report, reduces the budget for the Office of the Secretary by 22 billion. Nanggaling siya sa 114 billion. Reduced ang aming Senate committee. Ang ending is 92.1 billion pesos. May we get an explanation from our sponsor? Why did we reduce and what did we reduce?
That's the 2020, the 2023 guys, the Office of the Secretary is 85
Billion.
billion. But in the 2024 NEP is 92 billion. So it did not
We
increase.
increased, yes. So we touch. So what we reduced was the GAB level. So that means marami pa palang issues to be threshed out at the BICAM as far as the budget of the DA is concerned.
Because the one passed by the lower house is bigger.
Yes.
So we have to settle that.
So on what issues did we disagree with the House? Kasi binabaan po natin yung House version by 22 billion. Malaking halaga po yun. That's why I just want to ask, ano po yung mga big shifts po in the budget? Starting from the House version, Isabel.
Yung National Irrigation Administration, from 41, ginawa nilang 81, additional 40 billion.
Hindi, ma'am, we can limit ourselves to the Office of the Secretary muna.
Walang masyadong difference sa Office of the Secretary. Our NEP is 13.5. Sa kanila is 13.5 din. Hindi masyado. Ang malaki yung sa National Irrigation. And Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, ito yung ports. And then Philippine Coconut Authority. Tapos doon attached corporations ang ano. Dito sa ano hindi masyado.
Can we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Please proceed, Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, the decrease is not really a decrease. It's proceeds of the loan which they transferred from the office of the secretary to the program funds. That's usually the way they do it here in the Senate. But it's still there, except that it's transferred to another account. And the 20 billion was given by the House to AMAS, the Agribusiness and Marketing Services, 20 billion, but they did not explain how it will be spent, kaya tinanggal ng Senado yon. So that's a total of 22 billion.
Thank you for being vigilant and strict with our budget. We thank our sponsors. Siya yung responsible niyan. Well, Mr. President, malalaking budgets kasi ng ibang attached agencies, but I participated in the committee hearing for NIA naman, so just...
We are not against the budget. We just want it explained.
Correct, I know.
How it will be used.
Yes. And we also look at the track record, the past usage of past budgets, Mr. President. Sige, ang importante malaman nila dito sa Senado nabubusisi din po sila, Mr. President. So can we just siguro explain the big amounts in the DA's budget for next year? For example, sa NEP amounts po to, no? Kasi hindi ko pa na-analyze yung ating committee report amounts. 33 billion is set aside for the production support services for various commodities.
Where is
what is this for? What is this program all about, Mr. President? And then after spending 33 billion pesos next year, ano po ang mararamdaman ng taong bayan na benepisyo dito?
Hindi ko makita yun. Asan yung 33?
Pero NEP ito, so ano kaya committee?
Rice, corn, are value.
Sa Office of the President.
Office of the President?
Office of the Secretary.
Secretary, apa. Wala ba itong COA findings? Voucher kasi.
Kasi ang mga major programs sa Office of the Secretary are the National Rice Program, the National Corn Program, the National Livestock Program, the National High Value Crop Program, the National Organic Agriculture Program, the National Urban and Peri-Urban Program. So doon dadalhin yung mga programa, yung mga pera na ibinibigay dito. So
Opo, sige, para na malaman ng ating mga kababayan,
this program is focused on improving productivity and sustainability. Yung katulad ng sinabi ni Secretary, promotion of modern, high-yielding and climate-resilient seeds and planting materials, fingerlings, fry, broodstock, and animals distributed to farmers, fisher folks, and other beneficiaries engaged in agriculture and fishery. So, iyon yung ano. Ito ba kasali din?
Dito yung notes ko, hindi ko makita yung...
Alin dyan?
Ito yung PSS pa. Yan yung mga PSS. Ito po.
Just for the information of the public, Mr. President.
Okay.
We have more than 9 billion pesos for seed vouchers distribution. So parang seed distribution project ito, Mr. President.
And for fertilizer voucher.
For fertilizer, yes.
And for
fertilizer, more than 9 billion pesos. Okay.
Yes.
So siguro ang next step natin na sagutin or siguro mag-information dissemination na lang kayo, how to avail. How to avail, unless predetermined na ang recipients nito.
No, we have RSBSA. It's the Registry of sector in agriculture. But we are trying to solve this problem because it's very hard to make this list. There are many complaints, so I think they are studying how to make this successful, this RSBSA, and I think the World Bank is going to help us by an aid to improve this RSBSA.
We are, according to my notes, we are appropriating 202.9 million to update the registry system for basic
Yes,
sectors
yes.
in agriculture. Is that the World Bank loan proceeds or GAA?
The World Bank will give additional technical support so that we can improve this. Because if you
When was
don't-
this last updated? Anong year?
No, we are updating it every day. Every day. The problem is, the one implementing this are the, ano ba yun? Yung nasa local government na municipal agriculture office na controlled by the local government. Sometimes, bias ginagamit ng local government to give benefit not to the farmers but to their political allies. So nagkakaproblema yung ating registry system for basic sector in agriculture. That's why World Bank would like to try to help us. Kasi pag mali yung list mo, hindi napupunta sa tunay na beneficiary yung ibibigay natin.
We're back to the garbage in, garbage out.
Yes, yes. So we are trying to improve this, and I guess our new secretary will be one of your projects that we have a better RSBSA.
That registry is the responsibility of the department.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Except that syempre nangungonsulta sila sa lokal, and then sinasabi ninyo yung may pabor.
Yeah. I am suggesting that we transfer it back to the Department of Agriculture, yung ating kahit provincial agriculture worker, para hindi bias.
Hindi, as of the moment nga, ang sagot nyo sa akin kanina, it's the responsibility of the DA. Now.
Yeah, but ang gumagawa is local, yung municipal agricultural agriculture office, which is not DA. Oo.
Yes, but the current system, how it is done, has the blessings of the DA. So we have new eyes from our new secretary.
Yeah.
Just you have to reform, Mr. Secretary, the system. Kasi ang intended beneficiaries natin sa seed distribution natin, 1.37 million. Sa fertilizer voucher natin, 2.2 million intended beneficiaries.
Dapat namatay.
Tapos kung hindi farmers yan,
Oo, yun nga eh. Yun nga. And there are many complaints. So we're trying to improve.
Sige po, well, at any rate, siguro it is, anong tawag doon, providential that during the budget hearing of the DA, they have a new secretary who is representing them, so medyo mas lenient tayo sa new secretary. Wala siyang hand talaga dito sa crafting of this budget. We'll give you a chance, sir, to reform your department.
Dalawan to, susuntukin ko to.
Malaki po ang halaga na binibigay po natin sa DA and the family of the DA. Kadiwa, ang masasabi ko lang sa Kadiwa, it's a transient marketplace po, di ba? And it's bound of course by the time and place. Kaya nga appeal ko nga kay Secretary, wag lang sana ang achievement natin that we are able to sell at more reasonable prices agricultural products at the Kadiwa stores. Let the aim be nationwide in all markets, especially a non-artificial market like Kadiwa. Sa lahat dapat ng public markets na ma-access ng Pilipino, dapat reasonably priced ang mga commodities po natin. Agricultural products and commodities. Just a comment, ma'am, unless the sponsor wants to react.
I just want to inform you that the DA is not operating the stores. They are the event organizer of Kadiwa.
Yes.
So they organize the ones selling in Kadiwa, but they are not the seller. Oo, para hindi kasi business ang DA eh. Pag nag-business, na-abuse eh. Like what happened, we filed a case to those who bought onions for Kadiwa. They bought the onions for 525 pesos per kilo, and may sinabi pa yung na hindi na di-deliver, isang truck lang pabalik-balik, hindi pa nagkasya na ang mahal-mahal nung onion, hindi pa ghost delivery pa. Kaya parang hindi maganda for DA to operate Kadiwa. They're just helping the sellers, the retailers to be organized as a Kadiwa. Ganun ang model.
Yes, but we incur expenses to the tune of 267 million pesos.
Because
for
you
Kadiwa.
help them get organized in a place where they can sell their products. So you help them in transportation, you help them in preparing the place, and maybe renting the place for them so they can sell. So marami ring expansion. Parang imaginein mo na lang kung maggagawa ka ng market in places where they will sell. So it's expensive also.
Yes, precisely, Mr. President. So, para sa akin, parang artificial eh. So, because the government absorbed some of the expenses related to selling to the market. Dapat general plan yan. Na pagbenta ni farmer sa market, reasonable price pa rin po because not only production but logistics, transportation, whatever you call them, the other incidental expenses must be reasonable.
But this is to help the small farmers be able to sell directly to the consumer. We are trying to remove the middleman. So the government is spending so that the poor farmers can go to the consumer directly through this Kadiwa. So talagang tulong to para sa mga small and micro enterprises.
Are we rotating the venues for the Kadiwa?
Yes, we're changing we're going around the Philippines. We're
Different
rotating
venues para-
the venues. So
Okay, so thank you. Siguro just if this representation will appreciate a report on the effectivity of this Kadiwa program. Mr. President.
So we will ask the AMAS to give you a report on saan sila nag-establish ng Kadiwa all over the Philippines, so you can appreciate that all the farmers from the different provinces are given a chance to sell their products directly to the consumer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yung nabanggit pong insidente na ating sponsor, meron yatang yung pagbibili ng onion at
FTI
yes,
po yun.
yes,
Nangyari sa FTI.
And I think na may nadamay na some DA personnel doon. So
Yes.
let this be a lesson to all. We're not judging the guilt of this accused. No? They have the right to be presumed innocent. Pero ayaw natin mangyari sa atin yun. So let this be a warning na lang, if not a lesson but a
That's
warning.
why the Kadiwa is not selling anymore. It's they're just arranging the small farmers and fisher folks to be able to sell at certain places, not them selling anymore because it can be abused.
Ito po, meron kayong magandang programa actually. Hindi malaki ang budget, 100 million. Hindi masyadong malaki. Malaki na yung 100 million, hindi masyadong malaki. The Young Farmers Challenge.
Yeah.
Ano po yan? How can our constituents avail of this program? Ano po ba ito in the first place?
Ikukwento ko sa iyo kasi may tatlong bata galing Las Piñas na nanalo dito. Oo, one invented kasi yung aming fisher folks nakakahuli ng tawag doon, tahong. And then these three young people, they invented pizza na made of tahong, and then hamburger made of tahong, and then yung bottled tahong. And they won. And sabi nila sa akin, kasi pumunta sila sa akin, tuwan-tuwa sila, pinakain nila ako nung product nila, eh sabi nila nakapremyo sila ng tig 80,000 for winning. That's on the local level. And then one of them were able to participate in the regional level. So may local, may regional, may national. So this is yung young farmers. Hindi lahat necessarily like the youth from Las Piñas na maraming models na nananalo. So this is for young people. Tuwan-tuwa sila eh.
Yes. Please, department, please disseminate information about this challenge. Sana palawakin natin ang participation. Apo, sige po. And
what is the current status of the implementation of the Young Farmers Challenge program? As of August 31, a total of 3,546 applicants nationwide has pre-registered for the YFC startup. Among these applicants, the total number of startup provincial level awardees is 654. To date, the said provincial awardees are now starting their operation in time for the regional level competition on October 4 to November 1st. For the Young Farmers Upscale Competition, a total of 48 previous awardees were declared as regional level upscale awardee. The top-ranking awardee in each region will move on to the national level competition in December 2023. In preparation for the said national competition, the DA AMAS will conduct a coaching and mentoring activity among young farmers. In addition, as of September 31, a total of 9 enterprises from various state universities and colleges were declared YFC Intercollegiate Awardees. The National Program Management Team and Regional Program Management are continuing their efforts to monitor the new and previous YFC awardee to make sure that they will continue their enterprise implementation. So we are encouraging the youth to become entrepreneurs.
Agri-entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I support the program. So, Mr. President, last year I attended our committee hearings on the agriculture, but this year I wasn't able to participate that much, Mr. President. So, just allow me to ask some random questions, Mr. President. For example, addressed to the National Dairy Authority, how much of the Philippine consumption of dairy products is being now domestically produced?
They produce 1% of our dairy demand.
That was the last year's figure.
Hindi nag-i-increase. That's why in the hearing, I told them that they have to increase it by 20% in 5 years. And I told them, you give me what you need, so I will give you, so you make that 20% in 5 years. That's 5%. 4% a year. And mukhang hirap na hirap sila. But what the model is, to justify a processing equipment, you need to give the co-op 50 animal. So that's the model. 50 animal, 1 processing machine, and then they give a dairy box where they can sell their products. And that is ang 11 million, di ba? Ang cost. So we will be giving every year different co-ops with this model, because we have tested this model and it is good. So, and I got this model when I went to Pagadian City, because the OSAID gave the wives of farmers dairy animal, cow, and then they distribute one in each to each farmer, wife of farmers, and minimum daw na nakukuha nilang milk is 5 liters. So that's at 60 pesos, that's 300 a day. So the wife earns around 9,000 a month. umiiyak yun sa tuwa eh. Kasi that is women empowerment. Oo, nagkakatrabaho yung wives of farmers. Oo. So that's the model we are doing. And the co-op will process. They will buy from the farmers and they will process and they will sell it to DepEd because I inserted in the feeding program of DepEd that they should buy from the co-op of farmers. So meron na silang market. Oo. And that is the model which we are doing in every, kung may mga co-op sa every town in the Philippines. And hopefully, masaya naman sila. Maganda ang result ng mga initial namin.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Ang bait ng ang chairman ng ating subcommittee. Walang nag-improve sa data, 1% pa rin. 272 ang GAB budget, dinagdagan niya ng 250 million pa. Kahit wala tayong nakitang improvement. So, ganyan kabait ang ating subcommittee chair.
Hindi, kasi pag ang mahirap nating mga kabataan, hindi natin pinainom ng milk, hindi magiging intelligent at magiging sakitin. Pag yung mahirap na, hindi mo pa ginawang intelligent, wala nang pag-asang makaahon sa kahirapan yon. So we have to be patient with our program.
Okay. Because, if I remember correctly, we also did that this year.
Yes.
And yet, 1% is still 1%. So how long should our patience be?
Kasi dumadami ang population. So kahit tumaas ang hindi makahabol sa increase in population kasi it's a percentage of population eh. Kaya nag-i-increase naman yung production kaso hindi makahabol do sa increase in population. That's why we have to help them more para we will make a difference. Kaya tina-target ko 20% in 5 years, 4% a year. Hopefully, if we give them more budget and we do oversight to make sure that they are using the budget properly, then we can improve our milk production.
Who is the head of the National Dairy Authority?
Sino ba?
Sir, what's the
Ano pangalan?
What's the name of our head?
Gabriel Lagamayo, the NDA. And the Philippine Carabao, dalawang agency eh.
I know.
Philippine
Hindi ko
Carabao.
natatanungin si Carol.
Caro Salces. Alam mo, nung una ako magbigay ng ganitong project, I got it from my entitlement as a senator, 170 million. Philippine Carabao Center. Aba, ibinili ng mga kotse. Hindi ipinamigay na Carabao at saka processing equipment. Pina-audit ko sa COA, sa National COA, na pinag-retire. Kaya ngayon, mabait na yung Philippine Carabao Center. Ngayon, kasunod na tong NDA. Siguro pa ako COA ko din to para bumait to.
Okay.
Nako.
Sige.
Ayun, nagagalit sa PhilMec na may request siya last year. Walang binigyan do sa request niya.
Okay.
Dinifer na nga natin
We are not talking about the PhilMec this evening. Okay, so narinig ng dalawang heads yung appeal ng aming committee chair, subcommittee chairperson. Okay? Patience. Okay. We will give you time to prove the effectivity of your programs. Pero siyempre lahat may hangganan. I hope the secretary is not as lenient as our sponsor secretary. Medyo demand results, secretary. Anyway, yan naman yun. Okay, another random question to the National Food Authority. National Food Authority, I heard wala tayong buffer stock. Isn't that the function of the NFA?
The NFA is given 9 billion budget every year to buy from local farmers. As of today, he used 500 million, di ba? Of the 9 billion. That's why we don't have any buffer stock.
Okay.
November.
Okay, but siguro, in fairness to the NFA, can we get an explanation? Why is this the case? Sige,
You suspend the rules so he will defend himself.
Okay, Mr. President, Joel, isa lang, last na to. Suspend the rules. Last
Session
na to.
suspended.
No,
Okay.
the rules so that the head of the NFA
Mr. President,
can address us
per
directly.
request of our
I withdraw my
colleagues,
motion to
Mr. President,
suspend. Okay.
I move that we suspend our rules and
I thought
allow
the sponsor was walking out. That's why I was going to suspend.
and allow,
Stood
Mr.
up.
President, the resource persons to answer directly the questions being raised by our minority leader. I so
Okay.
move, Mr. President.
The motion is to suspend the rules. There being no objection and duly approved by the minority. Rules are suspended to allow the resource persons to answer directly the queries of the minority floor leader.
Yes, sir. Take your seat, sir. Okay.
Please introduce yourself,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Mr. President, I'm Roderico Bioco from of Malay
I know
from
this guy.
Malaybalay,
Yeah, he's-
Bukidnon.
Yes, kababayan ko yan. Okay.
Okay, I would like to answer, Mr. President, the query of our minority leader, Mr. President. I actually discussed this a few times with the minority leader. I had a chance with him. Now, we already increased our minimum guarantee price from 19 pesos to 23. No, the NFA Council, as headed by the President himself, no, called for the meeting. Immediately, that was in September, late September. No? And we were hoping that we could be able to raise our buffer stock. And at that time, because of the price cap, prices of palay, there was a downward pressure from a very high price before the start of the season of 30 pesos. It went down below 21 pesos. And thus, that concerned our president, and he wanted to play fair and give our farmers a chance to make more money, especially that for the succeeding planting season, that will be subject to a lot of risk due to El Nino. So we have to motivate our farmers, and we approve as a council the 23 pesos floor price for the farmers. That floor price is also effectively the ceiling price of NFA to buy. Then as soon as we announced that, there was a rebound in prices to 24 to 25 pesos immediately, no, in the market. And in early October, the price cap was lifted, and there was a ratcheting of prices in palay. So as much as 27, 28 pesos. As of now, it's already 30 plus pesos in intercity, which is the bellwether for rice prices of Greater Metro Manila. At that price, according to our president, as much as we want to give our farmers a good price, we were well aware of the possibility that palay prices may even exceed 25. So we debated in the council whether we even go as high as 25. But then we also know for a fact that that would be inflationary. No? And whether if we buy at 25 and the private sector will buy much higher, inflation should be market-driven. It should not be something that the government is initiating. So, while we are not successful in the sense that we couldn't raise the buffer stock because the prices of palay are just too high during this season. This is the highest in the history of the Philippines.
Is that a legal impediment? Or decision lang po ninyo not to buy at a price higher than 23 pesos per kilo? Or is it the law which ties your hands?
Not exactly, Senator. It is a decision of the council. Okay. While we want to set the price as a guarantee to our farmers in respect to the Magna Carta of Small Farmers, RA 7607, But then we cannot price it too high also because that would be detrimental to our consumers because that will set the price, the buying price also by the private sector. While we only buy 5% or 10% of the market, the 90% would follow or even higher.
But how about your mandate to maintain a buffer stock? Di ba mandate po ba yan sa batas?
Yes, mandate
What is
yan.
the period of time na dapat may buffer stock tayo?
Sa ngayon, based on the IRR, 9 days. 9 days, yes.
9 days ang mandated by law.
Yes, effectively, yes.
Through the IRR.
Through the IRR, yes.
Okay, we are not compliant with the 9 days supply.
Yeah.
Okay. Hindi, basta wag na natin i-announce yung what is our buffer stock, but we are not compliant with the 9 days.
Yes, yes, Mr. Senator.
So you're balancing your mandates pero merong yung mas clear yung mandate for you to maintain a buffer stock. I think yun na yata yung ginawang main role ninyo actually.
Yes, Mr.
So
Senator.
you must in good faith and through best efforts comply with that mandate.
Yes.
Hanapin niyo yung sweet spot where you can comply with your mandate, Mr. President. 9 billion yung ammunition na binigay po sa inyo. 9 billion na pesos ang ammunition nyo for that, to perform your mandate. So, just a suggestion, kasi sana the contingency that we are guarding against, that's why we need a buffer stock, will not happen. Kasi kung mangyari yon, balik na naman sa NFA ang focus ng attention and why you have failed to comply with your mandate. I do not think the law tied your hands. So there is a way. Mag-brainstorming na po kayo dyan kasi you're the experts, but there must be a way. Okay? To increase the buffer stock, come closer to the period or to the quantity mandated by law. Is it a mandate of the law or just guidance lang na you may maintain a buffer stock? Ano ba sabi ng law? You shall maintain a buffer stock?
Main function. Yes. Yes. That's Mr. President, that's the main function of NFA, to maintain a buffer stock to cover the calamity relief requirements of the DSWD, local government and other agencies.
And maybe to guard against a contingency or an event which will be catastrophic for the entire country. Maybe isang reason din yun, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, the sponsor.
I just want to explain that before, the function of the NFA is to import and at the same time buy from the local farmers. And there was shortage, increase in price of rice in 2018. That's why we passed the rice tariffication law, which liberalized the importation of rice. We removed the mandate of NFA to import rice. And we gave them their only mandate, which is to buy from local farmers. And we gave them 9 billion a year to do that. And that's their only function. In fact, during that time, they were asking me to remove NFA. Galit na galit sa inyo yung previous administration. But I said I cannot do that because there are 4,000 employees. And they will bash me online every day, those 4,000 employees. So what I did is just to remove your import mandate, you just buy from the local farmers. And then the Department of Finance offered early retirement na lang dun sa mga tao sa NFA para mabawasan, kasi nabawasan na ng kalahati ang mandate nila. And they said when they offered the early retirement, 50% of the employees retired. So that's your mandate. And I hope you focus on that mandate, because that's your only job. You have to do that. Kasi nagbili kayo nung mahal na ang rice. Nung beginning pa, mura pa rice. Hindi kayo bumili. May 9 billion kayo. And this 9 billion, Mr. Minority Floor Leader, they do not give it back to the government. It's with them. Oh. But they sell their rice. It's not for free. We buy the rice from them. But the 9 billion, they don't return to the government. It's with them. It's a, what you call this, a working capital for them. Kaya, lalaki ng lalaki to kasi hindi naman to binabawi na ng national government. It's given every year and it's not given back to the national government.
So we thank the administrator for his explanation. So thank you, Majority Leader. We can go back to our regular procedure. And
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sige. Thank you, Administrator.
Mr. President, may I move that we lift the rules of the Senate and go back to our original
Procedure.
programming, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the suspension of the rules of the Senate is hereby lifted.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
we are
President.
back to our session.
Yes, thank you. Just a few more questions. So the sponsor is maintaining the 9 billion funding of the NFA in the committee report.
Yes.
So, ang dami na nilang corporate funds dyan. It will be retained. So, I think we should review this level, Mr. President.
Ano?
Kasi sa committee report natin, 9 billion pa rin eh. I mean,
Yeah.
Mr. President. So,
But they're always complaining that they don't have enough money to buy the buffer stock. That's why we don't want to be blamed. So we give them every year.
a factual question, what's the balance of the funds with the NFA as of the moment?
Ng funds mo. Hindi, yung dati mo at yung ngayon mo, ano balance?
We have, including the
Previous years.
carryover last year.
Oh, everything.
So we still have almost 9 billion.
Kita mo? Yan.
500 lang namili mo
Yeah, at least honest siya. Honest siya. Okay.
1.7 lang daw ang carryover nila last year. So, plus 9
the 8.5.
billion this year. Oo.
Minus natin yung 500 million. I-assume
Oh,
natin.
the 8.5 plus 1.7.
10.2.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
10.2.
Okay, so with these inputs, I appeal to our sponsor to...
9 billion lang ang sabi niya eh.
Okay, let's accept the figure, 9 billion. So, maybe that should be sufficient ground to revisit the recommendation of the committee report na we will add another 9 billion, tapos ikakastiguhin natin sila na hindi nila magamit yung binibigay natin. Bigay naman tayo rin ng bigay, Mr. President. So, I think we are...
Baka hindi sila bumili.
Yes, but 9 billion
Pag
should be
hindi
enough.
sila naman nabili, tayo naman ang nagsasuffer naman mga tao. 'Di ba? Kasi pag walang... Kasi katulad namin ng mga senador, sa kanila kami bumibili ng ipinamimigay namin during calamity. Kasi meron silang warehouse all over the Philippines. So, pag kami bumili, babayaran mo sa Maynila, doon mo nakukunin sa lugar na nag-calamity. So, nakaka-save ka ng transportation cost. Kaya gusto namin bibili sa kanya.
Well, anyway, with the facts that we have uncovered tonight, meron pa naman tayong period of amendments. Even if we approve the budget of the NFA, this will still be subject to amendments, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I participated in the hearing of the budget of the NIA. The administrator is here, so administrator just recall whatever insights that we can derive from the committee hearing, Mr. President.
The NIA was given by the House additional 40 billion budget, but there's no explanation on how the 40 billion budget will be spent. So the Senate removed that 40 billion. Para yung kanina, yung 20 billion na binigay, tapos wala namang explanation kung saan nila dadalhin yung pera. Kaya ni-remove natin and they have to explain. It's all right to increase their budget, but they have to explain how they will spend it.
Yes, because if we follow the GAB, 81 billion yung binigay, that will effectively double from
Yes.
2023 GAA. Tama. So balik naman tayo sa mga absorptive capacity issues with the NIA. But at any rate, I think we had a very extensive discussion during the committee hearing. Alam na siguro ni Administrator our points, no, yung babantayan natin, and for you to do a better job. So Mr. President, so siguro iginuhit ng tadhana na at the time that we are discussing the budget of the DA, there was a new secretary appointed and he is present before us. For the longest time, nanawagan po kami sa minority for the President to appoint a regular secretary for the department. And finally, nakinig naman ng Presidente, and we have now the secretary nominee before us. So that's why I'm willing to cut short my interpellation, give you the benefit of the doubt that you are a reformer, you have visionary ideas for the department. We will give you time to implement your plans, to be successful. But, Mr. Secretary, ang minority po sa Senado, we are critical cooperators. Hindi po kami obstructionist. We will help you succeed, but we will maintain our critical thinking capabilities, Mr. Secretary. Okay? So we wish you all the best, the entire DA family. Well, talagang very critical food production should be our focus, Mr. President. So, Madam Sponsor, thank you very much
Thank you also.
for your patience.
Okay.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, everybody. And at least ang greetings ko sa inyo ngayon, hindi good morning, but good evening to everyone.
Thank you very much to the Minority Floor Leader. But before we let them go, Majority Leader, just one question. Not a question, just a reiteration of our funding for the SIDA law. You know, I come from a region that produces sugar.
Yes.
And so I know that the good chairperson, the author of the SIDA law, together with Senator J.V. Ejercito, really pushed for the budget. And I know for many years, hinati yung budget ng SIDA from 2 billion by law, naging 1 billion yata, even less. So, madadagdagan kaya, Madam Chair?
It was brought down by the DBM because they did not spend. So now they are requesting that we write to the DBM, all of the senators, so that it will be given back na 2 billion. So we're preparing a letter which we will sign so to request the DBM to put back the 1 billion.
Okay. So hindi na po ilalagay ito sa budget ng 2024. Susulatan yung DBM.
Susulatan natin DBM kasi sila yung may opinion. Alam mo, ang opinion ng DBM, pag hindi mo ini-implement, hindi ba kinakat nila?
Opo.
Talagang 2 billion yan. Kaya lang, nung mga previous years, yung SRA, na-spend lang 500 million. Kaya bumaba yan ng 500 billion. Buti nga, binalik pa na 1 billion. So, nagagalit sila kasi hindi nagagamit.
Yes. So,
or maybe our chairman of the finance committee, we don't have to ask DBM. He will give the additional budget to SIDA.
Nagtatago na po.
Nagtago na. So
every day that we are here in the Senate, there's more people asking for
maybe we should write the
funds.
letter also. We will write the letter.
Yes.
Okay, which
Yes,
we
so-
will all sign para wala ng problema ang ating finance chairman.
Yes, thank you. So my final point lang is we'd like to wish the Secretary good luck. Secretary, this is your first ever budget. Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. I know you very well. You're hardworking. You succeeded you rose from the ranks from the companies that you built up. I think what we need now is to think out of the box. Diba? Na subukan na natin academe. Mga kasamahan ko sa UP Los Baños, nakaupo na dyan. Dito naman, meron mga ibang sektor, nakaupo din dyan. Yung presidente, nakaupo na dyan. Siguro dito naman tayo sa magagaling na manager. Diba? Because he's a manager. He knows the value chain. Not only with fish, pati with products, different pork, chicken, and other products. So let's give him a chance. Let's support him. Maybe with your expertise, we can make agriculture success in the Philippines. You have our support as well. So Majority Leader, the favored motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the budget of the Department of Agriculture, Office of the Secretary, Agricultural Credit Policy Council, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, National Fisheries Research and Development Institute, National Meat Inspection Service, Philippine Carabao Center, Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority, budgetary support to government corporations, Department of Agriculture's National Dairy Authority, National Food Authority, Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, Philippine Rice Research Institute, Sugar Regulatory Administration, and National Irrigation Administration to be deemed submitted.
But there are two agencies.
Yes,
Hindi mo na sinama.
I am aware of that, Mr. President.
Hindi mo nabasa.
I did not read it, Your
Okay.
Honors.
All right, very
Dear
good.
sponsor, I again move for the previous motion to Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Except for the two agencies mentioned
As mentioned, Mr. President, because I did not mention the two agencies which we deferred earlier.
Therefore,
I so
there
move.
being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, a motion is approved. The budget of the DA and its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended for 1 minute. Adjourn now. Sige. We'd just like to ask the DA family,
Mr. President,
to stay put so that we have a photo opportunity with them.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 12 noon of Thursday, November 16, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. We will now suspend session until 12 noon Thursday, November 16, 2023.